We have plucked a person from the obscurity of the audience to come and learn a few things about playing pinball, and we're going to see her play better after this seminar is over.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
And
Do we want to wait, or are we ready to
I'm
go?
waiting for the point through this.
Oh, okay. Now this is
All right.
interesting. See how you have this over here?
Eric Stone.
All right, everybody.
Who's our student today?
So what's your name? Alicia. Do you play
Alicia.
Pinball? Okay. Where are you from? Oh, you're from Rhode Island. Okay. She plays in New Hampshire and Rhode Island. Did you play any PO, the Pinball League? No. Okay. So. I hang out at NEPO. Oh, good, good. I haven't yet because I live in Florida now. So people that don't know me, I do the weather in Florida, you know, meteorologist, all that kind of stuff, and then somehow I got into playing pinball. This game, believe it or not, I actually played this when I was 10 years old at a bowling alley. I used to sneak out. My parents wouldn't know that I'd ride my bike to the bowling alley, and they had this Hollywood Heat. So I'm very familiar with this game, believe it or not, even though it's kind of an obscure game. So as usual, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Alicia play a game without saying a word, okay? And I just want to show the importance of, first of all, knowing the rules of a game, and then second of all, you know, being able to control the ball, trap the ball up, try to catch the ball, keep the ball under control. And I want to see the scores progress from the very first game that you walk up to a game. Now, you've never played this before, right? Not many people have. This may be the first what we call Gottlieb Premier game that come out, I think it had to be 1984, 1985, because that's about when I was 10 years old. So we're going to have her play one game. We're going to see what score she gets, all right? And then after that, I'm going to tell her what to do, like the objectives and the strategy of the game. And I'll actually show her how to do that and show her a couple of the ways to control the ball. Now, this has got a very interesting layout. I don't know if you can see. I guess you can't really see. Okay, there we go. So right here, have any of you guys played the new X-Men game? Have you noticed that the flippers are kind of offset on this, right? So the flippers are on the left-hand side. There's no flipper over here, but there's a big space, so you kind of want to stay away. This would be the danger room on X-Men. So again, when you plunge the ball is going to come up top here, and you've got a couple of flippers, and then obviously, you know, once that comes down, it'll come down to this flipper, and then I'll tell you what to do after that. So Alicia, here, we'll go ahead. We'll play one game. Yep, yeah, it is. So, yep, so just play one game, and we're going to watch what she does, and I'm going to play a game and go through the strategy, and then once she knows the strategy, we're going to see how her score improves, which you guys' score will improve too, from when you start playing the game for the first time, and then you start to know what you're doing. It's very important in pinball. Know what you're doing first, and then try to control the ball. So go ahead and plunge the ball, and we'll see what happens. Oh, look at that. Now, what she just did a live catch. Without me even saying anything, she caught the ball with that top right flipper. So that's a really good skill to do. Very good. Okay, here it comes. This has got that funky 80s music. I mean, I really love it, you know. Any of you guys that know pinballs from this era, the music is always really, really good. All right, now, yeah, you can see at the very top there's small flippers. Now, see, right now, she's just shooting for whatever because she doesn't really know the rules of the game. That was a good stop there. Control the ball.
I learned that from you last year.
Good, good. You probably learned that from me last night. I had to play banana flipper games, and so that didn't work out too well.
I actually did one of
Did you did? Yeah, I didn't. I'd much rather have played a couple of Sterns than banana flippers. Now, that was very good what you did there. So what she's already doing is she realized that when the ball comes out from the top, she can flip it right as the ball's coming out. That's what we call a live catch. So right now, she's in no danger whatsoever, and she has a lot of control. So that's really the key of what you want to do in pinball. You want to be able to trap that ball any way possible so that now she can make whatever shot she wants.
if it actually went where I wanted it.
Right, right. But again, right now, you don't know what you're doing because you don't know the rules of this game. You've never played this before.
Nope.
And that's how I am on a lot of games that, You know, older games that I don't know. Do you like the music?
Oh, it's great.
Isn't it? So once you start locking balls, the music really starts amping up. Have any of you guys ever seen this game before? Oh, okay. So a lot of you have. This isn't one. I don't think I've seen this game since maybe I was a kid. I never see it in tournaments, but I would love to have it in tournaments. Look at that. All right. Oh. Now remember, there's top flippers up there.
John tells me that all the time.
Ooh, look at that. Oh, that was bad luck there. All right,
Yep.
so now we're going to see what the score was. So, oh, you got your initials in there. You know how to put initials in this?
No.
So these buttons, here's another way to play pinball. These buttons on these older games, see how it's alternating the.
Yep.
And then when you have the letter you want, you hit the start button. Okay, and now do second letter. There you go. And you can go backwards with it.
Oh, yeah, I should go backwards.
Yep, there you go. This is the hardest part of the game, is trying to put your initials when you get a high score. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we're going to go over the rules. So what you want to do is, what's that?
What's the score?
458,000. So 458, all right? So the rule is you want to shoot these holes because these are locks, okay? So when you have the ball here, you want to shoot this side to get that lock.
Yeah, and where's the other one?
Right around.
around the
So,
corner.
yep,
Oh, okay,
right around the
underneath.
corner. When you shoot both locks, the way to get multi-ball is to shoot this ramp. And I remember the flippers when I was a kid being so weak that you were lucky to get the ball up this ramp. But I saw her do it already. So that's good. Now, when the ball's down here, the only thing I want to do is get it back up top. Okay? The way I play a game, it's called chopping wood. Anybody that's seen me play before, I like to repeat the same shots over and over, especially if there's a play field that's upper, right? Like an upper play field where I know that I can't lose the ball. So what you want to do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a game. Obviously, the 1, 2, 3, that's the bonus multiplier. And a lot of the older games, you know, the top lanes are a bonus multiplier. So you actually had, I think, up to 3 or 4x. So that was good. But you can alternate. So I'm going to play this game. You can alternate the lanes 1, 2, and 3 because it's a new enough game. Some of the older games, you can't alternate the lanes. You're just kind of stuck with it.
Alternate where it's lit?
Yeah, alternate where it's lit. So all I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to get these two, okay, and then shoot it back up here. So what you want to do is all you want to see the wide open space. The ramp isn't really wide open, right?
No.
But this space is wide open. So what I want to do is I want to shoot that, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to lock balls, all right? Now, you had a very interesting thing where you could stop the ball. I didn't quite do it. Almost. Now, see how I let the flipper go so it bounced back up on it. I mean, you don't know it's going to do that. Well, let's see if we can get that. Oh! That's when we say, Norman, they screwed me. And you are allowed to say that. So anybody that's heard me say that, Norma was a really, 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 really good friend of mine. And she passed away of cancer a couple of years ago. So she would always say, Dwight, you know, like she bought Mandalorian, and in the original code, there were a few things that were a little glitchy if you know Mandalorian. And Dwight Sullivan, I guess, you know, coded the game or made the game. So she would always say, oh, they screwed me. And I said, they? Who's they? So I always say, Norman, they screwed me. So anyway, so now you guys know. So now see how the numbers up there, I can alternate them? Mm-hmm. Okay. So now the music will change, I think. See how the music changed? Okay, now I've got that. Now this is my favorite music. Now we can dance to it. Yeah, can we? No, it might mess with the audio. I mean, if it was up to me. Okay, so now see how the 2's lit, now the 1's lit. So now I got everything done up top. So all I want to do is hit the drop targets, which I didn't really talk about. Now watch this. Do you see how I ski passed it over? Now I got control. Isn't that cool? So normally you would think, okay, I gotta make one shot, right? But I held this flipper up, it passed it over, and it worked this time. So it's like, oh great, I got control. Now if I want to get the ball over here, I'm going to try to do a post pass. I don't know if it's going to work on this game because it's wide. So if I flip really quick, it's going to hit here, bounce here. I want it on this flipper, right? Nope, it didn't work. Let's try it again. Nope. So I say, okay, can't do it. Or maybe you can, but you got to do it harder. But again, there's a lot of experimentation with games when you haven't played them. All right, so here we go. So the drop targets, see how the drop targets are at, I believe it's like 10,000. So we're going to do it again. Now, I can already tell that's going to go too far. So that's probably not a good idea. So let's try to shoot that ramp. So now I got multi-ball. So now I'm just going to go crazy here, right? And remember, when the ball's down bottom, all I'm going to try to do is hit the ball up top. That's all you want to do, hit the ball up top. And you can hit the ball up top just like that. Did you see that? That little trick over there? That was pretty cool. So I'm watching the bottom and the top, which it can be hard, you know, to try to keep track. Oh, there goes that. Okay, so the drop targets, see how they're up to 50,000 now? Each time you complete one, it lights one light, okay? When you complete the other, it lights the other light. The only way you can advance to the next light is if you hit both sets. So in multi-ball, that's the best thing to do. All right, so here we go. So now I got the lock lit again. I'm gonna try to hit the lock. And there's really not much control in the top because the flippers are really small. So I usually just shoot on the fly. So here we go. Let's try to hit up. Now there, no, not quite. It's actually not an easy shot. So you see what I did? I decided not to hold the flipper up to bring it over here. I just shot what we call a one-time shot. So as soon as it comes down, try to shoot up here, okay? So now I got the one lit. All right, so now I need to hit the ramp again, but I want to hit the drop targets because that's all I got left. I can't do anything else up top except hit the drop targets. And I believe they're 50,000 every time I complete. So that's actually a lot of points in this game. So all I'm doing right now I'm going to try to hit the ramp. Ah, missed it. Now, see that? That was what we call a drop catch. So I'm going to try to shats it over, which is kind of trying to move it over. Ah. Okay. That's another thing we do. Do we need that microphone that fell off the pinball? Is also testing the tilt, okay? So I guess we'll throw my initials in here. Just now remember, you're not allowed to beat the score, okay? Because they won't let me do any seminars if you beat the score. Okay, well, no, I'm just checking, you know, because Sierra almost did a couple years ago. Okay, so now you know what to do. All right, the first thing you want to do is you want to hit these locks. As soon as the ball comes down, you want to shoot it right back up top. That's all you want to do. And as soon as these locks, you have both of these, shoot the drop targets, and then try to shoot this. All right. This game down below, as you can see, is very hard to get control. All right. I may play one more game just to test one other thing on it. But now that you know the rules, I want you to play it, and I want to see if you get more than the 458,000, which you should because now you know what you're doing. These numbers, I don't really worry about these numbers. I think they just add bonus. And you asked about this captive ball. So if you happen to hit this, it will pop this ball into the pop bumper. So you'll get free points, but it's risky, and you're not really getting that much in free points. So when the ball comes down here, you want to try to shoot this one. Yep, or with this shot. Yep. All right, here we go. Let's see if it worked, everybody. Okay. Good, yeah, there we go. Now remember, the numbers will alternate, so you want to make sure you hit a lit one. See, it's 1, 2. There you go. Okay, now try to get the other lock. Okay, now try to shoot up top. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Now remember, you want to keep the number. Okay. shoot up top. All right. Oh boy. Try to hold the ball. Okay, now, this is a hard shot to do, but if you hit it on the end of the flipper, you can shoot it back up here, up to the top. So try doing that. Oh, almost. Now hold it. Okay, flip. Now, did you see the ball was about ready to go down, so,
Yep.
so she flipped. There you go. Okay, that's good. Now hold the flipper up. There you go. That's the ski pass. So by holding the flipper up, she was able to have it come down and go here and then try to take a shot at it. So again, what I like to do is I like to have a shot with each flipper. What am I going to do if the ball's on the right flipper? What am I going to do if the ball's on the left flipper? So the ball's on the right flipper. I want to shoot this. It's very risky because it's a hard shot, but it's the only way with this flipper to get it up top. So go for it. Oh, almost. Again. Okay. There you go. Okay, it's going down. Now see? So as soon as the ball was going up like this,
Yep.
you know it's going down, so you want to try to flip it. Okay, so now try to get the one, but remember your flipper's moving, so flip, flip. Okay. Shoot that lock. Now shoot it back up top. Almost. Okay, very nice how you caught that. Once you get this shot down, it's going to be a lot easier for you. Okay, not quite. Hold the flipper up. There you go. Now, see that? She held the flipper up. It's all about control. Okay, now try to shoot back up top. Almost. Now it's going to go. See that? So, again, this is a very, very hard game. It's not like a modern Stern where you kind of have some play with the flippers. It's not easy. All right, flip, flip. Yeah, sometimes there's a delay. Okay, hit that other lock. Now shoot back up top. There you go. All right. Very nice. Now shoot it late. Okay.
Not late enough.
I know, yeah. It's not easy. Uh-oh. Very nice. Now shoot it. Nope. Ooh, okay, here we go. Lock shot. Oh, see, it was coming up top. So that ramp will feed up top. Now hold it there. Okay, now shoot in the very end of the flipper to hit it up this thing. Uh-oh. All right.
I told you it wasn't
That's okay.
fair.
That's all right. Not quite the other score, so we'll just do this.
Here we go.
All right, so I'm gonna have you do it again. So when you hit this ramp,
Yep.
it's gonna go to this flipper up top. So you want to flip.
Flip.
You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yep.
All right. So you kind of know the rules now, right? All right. So try to flip late. Oh, okay. Now hold it. All right. That's hit it. That's a normal they screwed you, but that's okay. Almost. Okay, now just try to get back up top. Oh boy. You got to flip on that one. Okay, so I could tell up here that it was gonna, again, this is a very, very hard game to learn on because it's these wonky Gottlieb Premier flippers
Yeah,
from the
they're
80s.
off-center.
Yeah, and they're off-center too, so it's not like Whirlwind and Walking Dead, and, you know, the things we've done in the past. There you go. Okay, now shoot it right away up top. There you go. One, there you go. Nice. Okay, almost. Okay, now shoot it right away when it comes down. All right, that's fine. Uh-oh. Very nice. Now you can hold, no, okay, good. Oh. Now, on this game, you don't, no, you gotta flip, yeah, see, it's a very, very hard game. It's a hard game to learn. All right, here we go. Now, don't tell me your best score is gonna be when you didn't know what you were doing.
Probably.
We can't have that.
No, that would defeat your
Yes.
tutorial.
Now, okay. Now shoot it. There you go. Now, when you shoot up there, when you shoot it up top like that, okay, now try to get control there. Okay. All right.
Blew it.
Well, let's see how close you got. Well, you were close. All right, so I'm going to play one more. Just to try to, I'm going to try to simplify it even more. So let's see, control-wise, what we can do up top. So when it came up top, you were able to stop it a couple times, right? So I'm going to see if I can stop it. See that? Okay, so I'm going to have you try to do that. So when the ball gets to about here, I want you to flip. That's what you call a live catch. So the ball's live, and you're flipping up right as the ball gets to the flipper. So now I'm in control. So now I'm going to try to shoot this really hard shot, which is hard, believe it or not. Now I'm going to try to do the same exact thing, okay? And it's very hard to do on little flippers, but you can see you can do it, okay? So now what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to shoot up here so it comes back down here and then get the other lock, all right? So there's that, and I missed it. So now see how I let it bounce?
Yep.
Oh, so there we go. So Norma, they screwed me again, right? So now, I'm just trying to keep it up top as long as I can because I'm getting points and there's no risk, right? So I just gave the game a little bit of a nudge because I saw that it was bouncing. It was bouncing off of here. If I didn't nudge it, it would have gone down. I gave it a little nudge this way so that it hit here and bounced over. So even though this is so small up here and the flippers are small, you can still nudge the game when the ball's up top. So here we go. We're going to try to get that lock. So there it is. So again, the shot when you come down here, it's very soon. It's like right here on the flipper. You don't want to wait too long or you're going to get, messed up with all that. So now all I'm going to do is just try to, so that's what I want you to work on. I want you to try to stop it up here every time. Because if I can do it, then I know, I saw you do it too. So there was the nudge again. So it didn't go down the middle. Okay, so now we're going to go right away. Nope. And I can't control it, so we're going to go. So now we got multi-ball. Now remember, there's a flipper up here. See that? And then this is the best music, right? Isn't this music great? Oh, that ramp is so easy. Where was that ramp when I was a kid? So now all I'm trying to do is get the balls up top. You can't really control, I do have control, but, there's not much you can do. I'm just trying to catch the ball, control the ball, but you can see on this game compared to a lot of the games you might have played, it's very, very hard to control the ball, right? So there you go. So ideally, you want to try to have two balls controlled like that. It's not easy on this kind of game. If we were playing a Stern, it'd be a lot easier. So I'm going to try to shoot the ball on top. And, yeah. So some games you can do what's called stage flip, which means I can flip the bottom flipper, the top flipper, but not the bottom flipper. This one you can't do it, so you might as well, you just have both balls going up. One of these is an extra ball, but extra balls might be turned off. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that was the extra ball right there, because I recognize the music. So again, every time I hit those drops down, I'm getting 50,000. So see, even me, okay, you guys remember the score I got on the first game? I got 1,000,001, okay? And I didn't know where the shots were. Well, now I know where the shots are, and I've already got the 1,000,001 plus on ball one. So it goes to show that really no matter who you are, you're going to improve once you kind of know the rules and know where the shots are. So there we are. So, basically it's the same thing. We got locks. So now we got lock split again. So now, and with this game, that's all it is. It's just you lock the balls, you get multi-ball. So let's see if we can do it again. See that? And you were doing that all the time. So I know you can do it again. So there it is. And so, here we go again. Stop the ball. I was a little early on that, but that's okay. Hit the drop targets because I got multi-ball. Blah, 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 blah. And, if it gets boring, just let me know and I'll turn the game off. And then so right away, you want to try to hit the ramp. But, so what I would like is a way, now, I don't really advise this. What I like to do is what's called shats. If I want this ball on this flipper and I can't post pass, I'll try to just kind of slide it over. So let's see if that works. Almost. Almost. Let's try it again. Okay, well, it worked, one way or another. But again, I wouldn't advise that on this game. It's just these flippers and this era of game, it's very difficult. Now, see, that's what you call a slap save. So when the ball, and of course that's going to go almost down. I want to try to get control of the ball. When the ball is right at the end of your flipper, like that, and you go it's basically, you saw the little slap save from the bottom of the flipper. It'll catch the bottom, but it only has enough oomph to get it over here. So you go bam, bam, and it'll slap save the ball out, and that's what wound up happening. It's kind of a cool feature with that captain ball. I don't know. It's neat. So I'll try to get one more multi-ball, and I'll just end the game because I may be here the whole duration of the hour if I, you know. So actually, you know what? We'll just kind of end the game now because. So, but you see my progression. So everybody's going to have a progression of when you first play the game, and then you get the feel of the shots, and you get the feel of the flippers, and you get the feel of how much you can control the ball. And my first game on a game is usually the worst because I don't know how the feeds are going to come down. I don't know if I can hold the flipper up to jump over. I don't know if I can post pass. I don't know if I can catch the ball up top. You know, you just don't know. So you're seeing me improve, and that really correlates to everybody. So see that? So you're going to be able to do that every single time. I have faith in you. And then you're going to shoot it over there and hit that lock. So what we're going to do is, obviously, you know, you pretty much seen everything on this game, you know, so I'm just going to let these balls go. I could turn it off and on, but, you know, the music's kind of cool, you know what I mean? So, you know, I think well, you know what I want to try to do? I want to see if I can shats it over. Gosh, come on. Yeah. See, this metal post, if you guys can see, this metal post right here is above the flipper. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to shoot this into the gate to keep it on this flipper. And it's
But not too far so that it doesn't dump out to the.
well, this is a one-way gate.
Oh, okay.
So this gate's not gonna, so yeah, so what I'm gonna do is hold it up, bring it over here, and I'm gonna try to move it over. But what it's doing is it's hitting this little post. So that's why it's not working, but it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have you do that anyway. Do you tilt? No, you see, it doesn't tilt. So feel free to go like this. You won't tilt this. I guarantee it. Because if I can't tilt it, then you won't tilt it. All right. Well, we gotta have my initials up there so that whoever owns the game is gonna say, "Oh, look at that! It's EJS again." Okay. So. Oh, there we go. All right. So what I want you to do this time around is every time it comes down here, right before the ball comes down, hold this flipper up. But you don't hold it up initially because it'll bounce up and go over. So you want to hold it up right about when the ball's there. And what that does is it kind of slows the momentum of the ball. It's called a live catch. And then you can catch the ball there and then try to shoot that lock. Now you got to get more than 458,000. Otherwise, I'm going to get fired. And I can't get fired. I'm a poor meteorologist.
Or otherwise it just shows I'm better without lessons.
No. All right, so again, what I want you to do is try to catch the ball. Now, hold it. All right, we got something. All right. Now, try to shoot over there. It's late on the flipper. Now, yep, now, oh, almost. Okay, now remember, it's early on this flipper. Okay, yeah. I'm telling you, it's a difficult game. If you don't make your shots on this game, it's not like a Stern, you know, or a Bally Williams. It's really hard.
Everyone what not.
No, you're doing all right. All right. So now try to catch it. Now it's not going to work. So now don't try to catch it again up top. All right? Because it's so hard to catch on those little flippers. It's so hard to catch on those little flippers that once you catch it and shoot it, just try to shoot. You know what I'm saying? Because even I don't try to control it up top. This game is very hard to control. All right, go ahead. Now try to catch it with that flipper. Now remember what I said? Don't try to, okay, now try to shoot it early. You got to shoot it earlier than that. And don't hold the flipper up. One thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to hold the flipper up because if you're holding the flipper up and the ball is bouncing around, it's more likely to go down. So you want to flip and then done. All right. So let's try the trick there, but remember, don't flip this flipper until the ball is right about here. Otherwise, it's going to do what it just did last time. So right now. Now hold it. Okay, now it's toward the end. So wait till the ball is almost at the end of the flipper to make that shot. Okay, now just shoot it early. Okay, almost. You almost got that. Now hold the flipper up. Now see that? Because the ball didn't really go that far, I could tell that if you held the flipper up, you were going to catch the ball. And a lot of you will be able to tell when you can catch the ball and when you can't. So now what you want to do is you want to shoot way back here and back to the top, which again isn't easy. Hold it. Yeah, there you go. Now it's not. Oh boy. Yeah, see. Oh, lucky. That was good. Now, yep. Now don't even try to control. Right now, just try to flip. Okay, now you can. Oh, see? You didn't want to bounce it.
Nope.
See, on normal Stern or Bally Williams flippers, if you try to bounce it, you'll bounce over. Do you see what I mean? But these old Gottliebs, they're totally different. It's really hard to learn on these. All right. Now try to catch it again right now. Okay? You've got to wait till the ball's almost on the end of the flipper before you make that shot. Okay, that was good. Okay. All right, you almost got it. Now it's coming to the flipper up top. See that?
Yep,
see? Yep, see?
I forgot to flip.
Yep. So you also have to know where the ball's coming to. Now hold this flipper up. Hold it. Just hold it up. Now shoot with that one. See that?
Yep.
So, oh, there you go. Come on, get over. Boy, you're supposed to have this game the first game. This isn't supposed to happen. What's going on here? Oh, well, you're on ball 3, so you got one more chance. All right, so right now flip. Now flip it because now did you see what was going to happen there?
Yep.
So now you got to flip early. You got to flip way early. There you got to flip way late. All right, no. Okay, that was that's good. So now it's back top. Now right, now flip. Okay, that worked. Now flip late. Oh, it's so hard to hit that shot, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yep, it is. It's not easy. Oh, now see what you
Yep,
did?
yep,
And you've done that 3 times. So you don't want to do that. Okay,
I
here we
have to
go.
remind myself not to
All right,
do that.
we got 25 minutes for you to beat that score.
Oh, gee.
Otherwise, they're going to fire me. They don't pay me to be funny. All right, here we go. But you guys can see how hard this game is compared to Stearns and all that. It's really hard to learn on a game like this. All right. But she's got control right away. Now, see how you held the flipper up. You don't want to hold the flipper up. Okay, now just flip. Because when you hold the flipper up on these old Gottlieb games, you get in trouble. In the Stearns and the Bally's, you don't get in trouble. You can get away with it. You see what I'm saying? It's really difficult. Okay, go ahead. So now, right about now. Now, it's early on this flipper. Okay, that was good. There you go. Okay. Now, again, you got to hold that flipper now. Okay. Now, very, very late on the flipper. Now, there you go.
Oh, yep, did it again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really, really a difficult, it's a really difficult game, I'm telling you.
I was better off not knowing what to do.
You know, sometimes people are better off not knowing what to do. But at least you've got one thing down, and that's the top. So once you figure out that shot, you know, it'll be a lot easier. Oh! All right, now we'll do it again. Wow, that was good. I may be able to keep the job here. I don't know. Okay, hold it up.
So, Larry.
Now, you want to do the same thing.
And then have it come
And then when
down
it
on
comes
the
to this
left.
flipper, you
Right,
want to
head
shoot
up
that
top.
one. Yep. So here we go. Okay, good. Oh, you weren't fast enough. Now bounce it over. Okay, now that one you could have bounced over, but it's okay. Okay. Now, there you go. Now, so what she did is, now catch it again. Now it's not going to stay. So, yep. Now it's out of control. Okay. Hit it early. You got to hit that flipper early. Hold the flipper up. Hold the flipper up. See? Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, almost. Oh. Oh. Now, that wasn't too bad.
And I did beat my first.
Oh, she beat her first score. Look at that.
Not by much, but
But it's okay. You know why you beat your first score? Because, no, I'm just going to do this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just for time's sake. What I want you to do is, I would love to see you get into a multi-ball, which again is very, very, very difficult in this game. It's not easy at all. And you guys can see how kind of funky this game plays, like with the flippers and everything. You can't really do a lot of the normal tricks that you can do on a Bally, Williams, or Stern. All right, so let's see if we can get that lock again. Because once you got that, that was great, right? Now hit it. Now. All right. I wish you would flip earlier on that shot. Oh, now that was the shots I was looking for. She did it. There you go. Okay, now it's going to come to the flipper up top. There you go. That flipper. So your reflexes have to be really, really fast. All right, there you go. Uh-oh. Oh, it's coming back. There you go. Now it's coming to the top flipper. Almost. Remember, yep. There you go. Oh, almost. Almost. Oh, there you go. Okay. Here comes to the, very nice. Hold the flipper, okay. All right, almost got it. Hey, we can enjoy the music though.
sure can.
Yep. All right, there you go. Oh, very nice, very nice. Now see how she's getting away with a lot because she's not holding the flippers up. As soon as you start holding the flipper up, that's when bad things happen. Here we go. Okay, not quite. Get up there.
Come on now.
Yep, you can do it. I have faith. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. Uh-oh. Very nice, very nice. Now, I can see she's starting to get a feel for the flippers, all right? It does take repetition. It takes several games to play before she starts making these. She made about 4 or 5 really good saves there. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so now we're back. So you already got 300,000. Thank the Lord. No. Okay, so we're going to do it again, and we're going to try to catch it on that side and see if you can. There you go. Good job. So right now see how it's. There you go. Oh! Now, the key is, when you knew it wasn't going to stay there, that's when you flip. You don't just hold the flipper up and say, oh, no, it's not going to stay there, and then it goes down. You did the right thing there. And because you did the right thing, you got the ball to lock. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what I like to do, actually, is I like to start on the 1 and then plunge the ball and then see where the ball is going and then hit the flipper.
And then hit the flipper.
Yeah, because if it's on the 3, sometimes you're like, oh, wait a minute, I got to flip because I got to go all the way back to the 1. It makes it a little more simple. Okay, so plunge that ball and try to hit the lit 1. Okay, flip. All right, well, that didn't work. Anyway, catch the ball. Okay, so now try to hit that other lock. Oh, no! Okay, now here's the fun part. You want to hit that ramp, and then you'll have multi-ball. And if you do that, then I will consider this a success, okay? Only if you do that. No pressure. All right. So now, so lately the plunge has been going to the 3. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
The plunge has been going to the 3. So I'm going to set it up. What you want to do, which I did for you, set it up so that it's on the 3. And if you see the plunge go to a different one, then you move it. Yep. So go ahead and plunge the ball. Okay, hit it. Oh, that's okay. Now catch the ball anyway. Now it's not going to stay, so flip. Good job. Now just hit. Now you want to hit the ramp. Oh, almost. There it goes. Oh. Oh, okay, that's okay. You got 1 more ball left. Oh, she beat her score on ball 2. She beat her score on ball 2. Yeah. Okay, so now set this up to the 3. Okay, there you go. Now, when the ball comes here, I tell you to flip early. So as soon as the ball is on this part of the flipper, like the heel part of the flipper, that's when you want to flip. Okay, flip. Okay, that's okay. Just, so catch the ball. Now it's not going to stay, so try to hit the drop targets. There you go, good job. Okay, now early on the flipper. Oh, yeah! Now flip, flip, just go nuts. Just go crazy. Watch the balls down here. Just flip. Everybody dance. Dance to the music. Dance to the music. There we go. And you just flip. Just go crazy. Just try to hit the drop targets. Try to hit whatever you want. This is where you're having fun getting points. Okay, now catch the ball up top and try to hit the lock again. No, that's fine. Go back up top just like you did. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Now, okay, good job. Very good. I like it. I like it. Oh, yeah, you made the hard shot and you made the lock. I'm going to keep my job. Yeah. Okay. Hit. Okay, that's okay. Now try to catch it there. That's fine. So now, again, you want to try to shoot it up here
to
because
come back down on this one.
because you want to hit that lock shot. All right. That's okay. Again. Okay, and you're early. Oh, and now it's coming up top. It's coming up top. Oh yeah. 1,000,000 points will be huge. Oh no! I'm not going to play you in this in a tournament. I'm done. Okay. So, so set it up to actually keep it on 1 and see what happens. Okay, flip twice. Yeah, see, it doesn't respond well. Try to catch it. Okay, hit the targets. Hit the targets. Okay, now try to hit that ramp again. Oh, good, good, good. Hit that last target. Very nice. Now try to hit the ramp again early. Okay, that's okay. Oh, but that's okay. You didn't blow it. You got multi-ball. So you went from 400,000, triple the score, to 1,000,002. Now it took a few games, but you could see how comfortable she was manipulating the flippers up top and down bottom. Bally Williams Stern, it's a little easier to try to get used to it, but you did great on that. I'm so proud of you. Okay, so again, yeah. So 1,000,002 on this game is actually a really, really, really good game. So we actually probably have time for questions because at 11 o'clock's when we got to skedaddle. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anybody have any questions? I hate banana flippers. I actually don't even know how to steer banana or how to aim banana flippers. I don't know if I've ever played them before, but they were awful. No, I don't want banana flippers. No, Dave, we are not doing a banana flipper game. Did you all learn something? That's good. And you all saw, you know, the catches, especially up top, controlling the ball, and how knowing the rules and knowing how to control the ball really increases your score. And once she found the shots and knew, you know, how to control the ball in these flippers, I mean, she tripled her first score, which is what we're looking for. Anybody else have any questions?
With the newer games that will test a lot deeper, like, how do you sort of apply this to something that has multiple quick shots everywhere?
So,
Big shots that mean different things.
right. So basically, you know, you got games like Star Wars. Have you ever played Star Wars? Star Wars or Star Trek or, I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, most Sterns, you walk up to the game and you're like, wow, there's 50 different ways I can play this. So you can either kind of do trial by error, or what I like to do is I like to watch people online, right? So I have a channel called Batcave, if anybody knows, and we're on YouTube and Twitch and everything like that. And what I try to do is I try to show people the best way to blow up games. I say, okay, let's play, we played Dungeons & Dragons, all right, a few weeks ago. So we went through the modes, and I said, okay, let's start with this mode and see what happens. And it's like, oh, well, this mode was pretty good, you know? And progress through the whole game so that you can see the scoring of every mode. So it might sound boring. A lot of people don't want to watch YouTube videos or Twitch videos, okay? But I do it for tournaments. Like in the Silver Ball Rumble, there's a lot of games I never even heard of. Never heard of Big Top, never heard of Rawhide, never heard of, you know, Truck Stop. I mean, there's a lot of games that I don't know, okay? Just don't tell my opponents what I'm telling you I don't know. But, so I'll go on YouTube or Twitch or pinballvideos.com, and I'll watch some of the really good players play. Jason Zoller, a good friend of mine, Escher Lefkoff, Raymond Davidson. You watch and Bowen. Bowen does really good tutorials as well. And they'll tell you how to do things. And so these new rule set games like Star Wars, which is you could pick Han Solo, and then you have all these different other modes you can pick, and you're like, wow, what do I do? So you either experiment or you watch videos and see what, you know, some of the top players in the world are doing, and you can really learn a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So beyond, you know, the flipper control, catching the ball, and this and that, you can be like, all right, I'm going to do this first, I'm going to do this second, do this third, and you progress. And eventually you're like, all right, you know, now I know what I'm doing. And you're actually more confident when you know what you're doing. When I walk up to a game and I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just, I don't know, I'm flailing the ball and like banana flippers. I don't know what I'm doing. But if I know what I'm doing, then I'm more likely to, in my mind, I'm more focused. Like, okay, hit this shot, this, do this, do this, do this, and then I can blow a game up. So hopefully that answered, yeah. Anybody else?
Last call.
You want to know what the weather's going to be? Awful up here. Move to Florida. No. I grew up in New Hampshire, so I've dealt with 30 below zero, going to school and everything like that. But now I'm in Florida, and it was only because of work, but the winter times are amazing. Summertime is not.
Well, thank you very much, Eric.
Thanks. Great job.
And Alicia. morning, everybody. The topic of recoding game software is likely to generate a lot of questions. I know the last time we had Dick here, it did that. And to kind of co-comment with him about this new game design being revealed here for the first time, we have Ryan McQuaid, who of course is well known here as a graduate of our School of Homebrew Gaming. When you have questions, we ask that you use the microphone on the side. That will help us record both the question and the answer for the future edification of more homebrew game designers. So now I'll turn it over to Dick Hamill to introduce what he did to Steve Ritchie's Black Knight game.
What did you do? So, first, thanks so much to Ryan for being the player on this game so we can get a demo. When I talk about these machines, I can show you a video and we can talk about rules, but nothing like hits as hard as like seeing it in person. So that's why I wanted to bring a machine here. And Chip brings me these machines. I reprogram them just for fun. Just a quick preamble. Everything I do is free and open source. I've got a website, Pinball Refresh, where I post all the schematics, all of the Gerber files, so you can create your own board sets. And all of my code's published on GitHub. It's all GPL3, so you can use it. You can even, people are out there selling board sets for people who want plug and play. So it's all, Wild West. Do whatever you want. I only do this stuff because I enjoy doing it. And I want, to kind of spread around. And nothing tickles me more than to, like, get somebody else's code written against my board sets and then, like, plug them in. That's what I'm here for. And I wanted to show you this Black Knight in person so everybody can kind of get a sense of it. So this is from the ground rewrite with what's called an interposer board. So there's a board plugged into the original MPU of this machine, and then an Arduino plugged into that. So it's the simplest one of the cheapest microprocessors you can get out there that's plugged into it. That just takes over the bus and plays it in custom. You can reboot this with the credit reset button held in, and it will boot to the original Steve Ritchie code on original Steve Ritchie chips, everything original. But if you reboot it without the credit reset button, you get this version. I've added a couple things to it. There's speakers. There's a wave trigger card to do digital sounds and music, and modes and combat modes and combos and all kinds of stuff that we're going to show you right now. Go ahead, start a game.
Wait, we're just diving right into this.
Let's dive right in.
All right,
so we're going to
cool.
start with the demo because that's the fun part, and then we'll do questions and we can talk about hardware after. And let's dive in. Let's look at code.
All right. Let's
So what do you-
dive right in. I am Ryan McQuaid, and I have read the pin tips for Black Knight. So that makes me super qualified to be here, but I am glad to be here, so thank you for asking me.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming. So
you're going to watch me miss a bunch of shots for about 40 minutes. That's the show. That's what we're doing.
So check out the skill shot on the upper left drop target. You'll see the top blue arrow is flashing. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah, right
so
up
there's
there.
your skill shot.
This is definitely going to happen on first try. Oh! But I hit the pop first. Doesn't count, does it?
Pop is okay. I think one of the other side drop targets is what knocked him out of the skill shot. So the goal right now is to collect coins, which he just did by finishing one of the drop target banks. And we know that he's collected coins because the arrows are flashing on the little turnaround shot. When you hit that opens the portcullis and also happened to go down the left-in lane, which started a combo. So he has the opportunity to start single combat. Hit both magnet buttons. This is single combat.
This
So
is awesome.
any target bank now is going to qualify death blow. The crowd doesn't like that when you go back in the lock. So this is a combat mode. There are 3 different combat modes and broken into 4 parts. So he's finished a target bank, which is enough to qualify single combat. So now, Ryan, you're going to want to try to hit the lower saucer.
That blinking one right there.
Blinking one right there. This is why he's playing the game. Because that would have taken me the whole
This
hour.
will not last.
I would have tilted
Beginner's
out
luck.
4 times before getting that. Okay, so we finished single combat part 1, and this brings in, now he's got a jackpot value. So you could qualify 3 locks and go right to triple combat if you wanted to, but you'd have almost no jackpot when you went into triple combat. The goal is to kind of build your jackpot through the lower combat modes. So if we can, what I'd like to do now is talk about the King's Challenges. And a King's Challenge is qualified by finishing any drop target bank 3 times in a row. Or not in a row, but 3 times total. You'll see on the arrows
Does
here.
that include the uppers?
Ryan, yeah. So you've
Oh,
got
So I got one on
upper.
the top right.
Yeah,
All right,
so
let's try to go for that one.
if you can go back up top.
Or die immediately. There we
Okay.
go. There's a more typical experience in my play.
It's all good. It's on free play.
All right, so let's
Skill shot in
get
the
that
middle.
skill shot again. Nope.
Oh, you
hang
can
on,
backhand
hang
it if
on.
you can catch it.
Tried to be fancy, did not work. Oh, wait, that's a
Ball
ball
save.
saver. I can try
Actually, you
again.
haven't qualified playfield yet, so you're still good.
Ah.
Okay, so there's 2. One more and you qualify King's Challenge.
Oh, come on. Thank you for that rebound. That was just polite.
King's Challenge 1. Perfection. Hit only the lit bank.
So the lit bank is the upper left right now. See those
Okay,
blue
see it
flashing
flashing.
arrows? Every time you hit a King's Challenge target, you're going to hear an anvil sound. And this is adding to his King Challenge jackpot right now. So King's Challenge also comes with double playfield scoring, and it takes 30 seconds. So you're going to see a timer pop up, and then King's Challenge is over. He won 60K, and this playfield is going to go back to regular now. So the thing about King's Challenges is you can stack those with your combat mode. So if you have 2 King's Challenges, now you got triple playfield, and you can stack that with your combat mode, and then all of a sudden you've got triple playfield on all your jackpots, etc. So let's go for another combat mode. You want to take that single, or actually, if you can, lock a ball, and let's not take the combat mode this time.
Let's just let it die and get up there
Yeah,
again
that's
for
fine.
free.
That works.
Big brain moves.
So you can loop around to get that lock. Perfect. So don't hit any buttons.
Single combat part 2.
It gives you 7 seconds to choose it or not. 0, 1, and then locks the ball. So now we go through the process again. We want to plunge, finish the drop target bank, do the loop turnaround. Actually, you've already got loop turnaround qualified, so you can just go ahead and do that.
This is nope.
Oh, magnet.
Ah, I whipped it back in there.
So a big difference with the magnet is, I didn't do the 5-second magnet on like Black Knight had originally. Later, they did games like Pharaoh and Jungle Lord where it was intermittent. So I did that. So you could build up to 5 seconds of magnet save by completing drop target banks, and then you can feather that magnet and use it just like a fancy electronic nudge. And you may remember the magnet on Black Knight is so powerful that you can almost dig it right out of the switch area. It's got some serious juice to it. So back, we got a lock qualified. So go ahead and lock that if you can after skill shot. There it is.
Press both magnet buttons for single combat.
So we're going to defer single combat again and try to get to double combat this time.
Okay.
Or in the game, it's
Do
called
it.
Hope Tiger.
Okay, never mind. I did nothing and locked the ball.
You did. Yeah.
Okay.
So you got coins. You can do the portcullis, which is the turnaround. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So that lock will carry over into future balls. So after you get your coins and you qualify a lock, that sticks with you. Oh, and the tilt is generous, so feel free.
Who shouldn't have told me that?
I,
You're going to regret those words.
the chip put the legs on pretty tight, so I think it's safe. Nice. Go ahead and take this one. So double combat is a different. It said build jackpot with targets maybe. So this is a 2-ball multi-ball. It's going to be an upper and lower drop to qualify jackpots. The difference here is no ball save.
Oh, good. And it's over.
No, it's not over because you have a grace period. You still have 24,
Oh, yeah, you told me about this. All right.
24 seconds left
down
on your
here.
grace period. So if you finish a lower drop, now your jackpots are ready on the upper lock. You got 10 seconds.
Oh, come on.
So there's your 10-second warning, and then you get a countdown.
No.
Oh, last second.
I have failed you. I am sorry, my king.
That was super close, though. And you showed the. Oh, so the topper is something I was redoing my kitchen, so I put that together from some scraps of plywood. It makes a
Love
good
that.
place to house the speakers. And I also threw some lights in there. There's some accessory LEDs. Oh, nice magnet hit. The accessory LEDs are all controlled by the game code. You'll see that during the combat modes, they're all color coded. So
Challenge at saucer or upper lock.
excellent. Here's another
Or
King's
upper
challenge.
lock. Whoops.
So I would stay away from the saucer and upper lock if you can, and let's qualify another lock and bring a King's Challenge into a combat mode.
All right, so I need a drop set plus a turnaround.
You got a turnaround lit right now, so
Yep.
just take that.
Just meander through that.
That was perfect.
Multiplier at saucer.
So Ryan, you've also got, there you go.
Yeah, that was intentional.
Challenge 1. Perfection. Hit only the lit bank.
Hit only the left. All right, it's upper left bank. is
Yep,
what they
upper left,
chose.
exactly.
Oh, come on.
And if you manage to get into the lock right now, you can bring this King Challenge into your single
Ooh,
combat.
yeah, let's try that.
Oh, 10 seconds.
Ah!
I found that the timers make me at least 50% worse at hitting shots, you know, as soon as that timer starts going on.
Super
job.
skill. Cool.
Nice job.
And I'm back down here. But I have a ball save. Give it
Yeah,
to me.
tons of
yes.
ball saves. So I got the ball saves turned up. All the rules are like individually modifiable. There's tons of different settings in the operator menus now. And I've also got them broken out into sets of like easy, medium, hard, but you can customize after that. So that's what I did today is I put them on medium rules, but I turned up some of the ball saves so that we could see more of the game. No offense.
Press both magnet buttons.
Let's
for
keep going. Let's see if we can get to triple. So we're just going to defer this. You see single combats represented by purple lights, but we're going to keep going. So you plunge again, and let's get that turnaround for qualify second lock. I think we're on ball 3, though, so.
I'm on ball 3. All right,
Yeah.
so don't die.
I mean,
Or I have to do it all over again.
Turn that up to a nice magnet.
I like your magnet saves.
Yeah, I mean, I had very little to do with it, aside from letting the button use. I don't know if that was something that they intentionally changed in Williams from.
Both magnet buttons for combat adieu.
So let's defer this. Just yeah, wait it out. So that combat adieu is yellow, and then we're gonna do it one more time if we can. You know what? Trap up when you get a sec.
Nope.
Did I jinx you? Okay. Let's see if we can show something fancy. You guys may remember
Because none
that.
of this is fancy enough.
You guys may remember that in Williams, as soon as you hit your operator menu, that's the end of that game. I don't even know how this key works, honestly.
Last time this happened to me, it was Joe Lemire, and he slam tilted it.
Oh, that was the plan. Chip, is this your card
Is he
key?
here? I haven't seen him yet. Oh.
All right. I haven't tried it on this machine, so let's see if this works.
Operator menu. Press start button to return to game. Test menu. Audits menu. Basic adjustments.
So we're going to do basic adjustments.
Free play. Ball save seconds. Tilt warnings. Music volume. Sound effects volume. Callouts volume. Balls per game.
Awesome. So let's do this. Let's see as much of the game as we can.
I'm going to need you to say extra ball 7 times, please, as a group.
Rules preset groups.
So here's the rules preset group,
Rules adjustments.
and then here's all the different rules adjustments I have.
Drop target reset time. Single, double combat require operator menu.
It's better.
Press start button to return
Okay.
to game or operator button to
So we're back in the game. We do lose the background music right now. That's a bug I gotta fix.
Unacceptable.
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 So now
I'm
we're
gonna
at
need
10
you to
balls per game.
beatbox
It's-
for me.
As soon as we do something, that starts a new mode or whatever, we'll get the background music back.
All
My
right,
bad.
cool,
But we're
cool,
gonna have
cool,
sound
cool.
effects. So now we got tons of balls to work through. Where are we at? You've got 2 locks engaged. You need another drop target set to qualify your turnaround, and then we can get the 3rd lock.
What could go wrong? Oh, come on. And it reset. Of course. You know what?
So for the first few games that I reprogrammed, actually until very recently, I was trying to faithfully reproduce the operator menus from Bally Stern Williams. And then it finally occurred to me last year, I was like, everybody else is doing better operator menus. Why am I doing the old kind? So that's why I decided to make them so that they don't interrupt gameplay. You can go change stuff on the fly. And it was just an adjustment of my thinking of how to do it. For this game, I used the magnet buttons to, there we go.
Yep. Going wrong way is death.
So hopefully this ball 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lock's still lit.
Lock still lit. Skill shot on the lower.
Whoa.
I hit the glass.
Well, that was fun. Oh, wait, no. Easy mode. Just die.
Yeah, why not?
Shoot again.
Ball save abuse is fun.
So if you can, before you go in there, see if you can hit drop targets and get a King's Challenge qualified, because we could bring that in, and then you could at least double your jackpot. Actually, you got a decent jackpot value already, I think.
The music is back, and therefore so is my power.
Okay, so one more. You don't need to do the turnaround because you've already got your lock qualified.
I'm not down here on purpose. I'm just bad. Come on. Fuck.
That's right. We got 10 balls to work with.
What if it's not enough?
You've demonstrated no skill.
Now, see, that's untrue. That was
True.
just
Ah,
Ah,
blew
no big
it.
deal. Okay, so here's triple combat.
Complete any target
Love the
bank
blue.
to like jackpots.
So any target bank's going to start the jackpots, and the thing with triple combat is jackpots are everywhere. Every shot's lit for a jackpot. So you got spinner, turnaround, saucer,
Jackpot.
and now we're in grace period. We got 10 seconds.
Nope.
Ah, you got. Okay, so before you plunge this time, hit one of the magnet buttons.
Current jackpot.
In the player display, you see a flickering number. That's the current jackpot. That's what he's built up to right now.
420.
Yeah. If you nice. Yeah. So if you finished a single combat, you get a 100K jackpot. If you finish a double, you get 125. But you get bonuses along the way, like drop targets will add to your jackpot during the combat modes. Single, you only get the jackpot increase at the end of the mode. But with double, just by starting it, you're going to get the jackpot increase. So it really makes sense to have started with a single or a double before you go into triple. Because when you go into triple, if you hadn't done anything before that, your jackpots are 25K. It's almost nothing. But now he's bringing, if you were to go back into triple, it seemed reasonable on ball 6.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? If you go back into triple, now you're at $500,000 per jackpot. So strategy is everything. Risk reward is everything. If you play your cards right, you can build up a really good score. But it requires a certain amount of, like forethought and risking everything for another ball lock.
Still a Black Knight.
You've demonstrated no skill.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
So I should mention all the music on this game is by Casey White of White Bat Audio. Casey publishes music to YouTube. It's copyright free as long as you credit Casey whenever you know. So I don't sell anything, so I always credit Casey. But I'm not, doing this for commercial reasons. But this awesome music that you're hearing is all, copyright free and open source in a way as well. And kudos to that, because I've probably heard these songs maybe more than any other human on the planet, because, I literally woke up hearing this in my sleep last night. I did, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. So we got one lock done.
No dead bounce.
Ball 7. You got King's Challenge ready, is that true? Maybe.
I have one lock, and I think if I finish that drop up there, I'll get a...
You've got one ready. So you see how the green light's up top?
Yep.
And then solid. So that means one lock plus a King Challenge ready. The other way you can tell is on the topper, you see an orange glow. That's a King's Challenge ready. So any saucer or upper lock right now is going to start a King's Challenge.
King's Challenge 1, Joust. When the playfield is calm, hit the center target.
So this one,
yes.
it said when the playfield's calm, hit a center target. So the center target's only lit for a reward after you trap up for 5 seconds, or hit no switches for 5 seconds. So then you'll see the center target flash, and if it's already down, it's already down, so you might have to, you only got 10 seconds. But anyway, each center target he hits now is worth 50K of King's Challenge. So there's one. And then at the end of the period, he got the payout into his score. And then the playfield multiplier goes away. So again, King's Challenges you can stack. So there's 4 King's Challenges on the board. Upper right is Perfection. Upper left is Joust. Lower right is Melee. And lower left is Levitate. If you can, try to finish this lower left drop target bank 3 times to get that King's Challenge qualified.
No skill.
Or we can defer it to next game. We're on ball 9. Either way. That's a kind of a tricky drop target bank to shoot for intentionally. Sometimes you bank it off the lower right, go into it. There's a good shot. I'm talking at my skill level. I think you got it covered. The lean on the machine right now is actually helping that saucer kick out.
It is helping. The left lean is definitely helping.
Yeah. That saucer kick out on a flat floor is challenging. There's some high quality magnet action right there. So you'll hear that little distorted sound every time the magnet goes off, and that lets you know that you're using the magnet save. So the game also has on the playfield 2 little 10-inch playfield rails that you may see reflected, and those are addressable LEDs as well. So they also do game code stuff. During the warm-ups for combat modes, you'll see them change different colors, and when Ryan uses the magnet save, they'll flash purple. So it almost looks like the GI is flashing a little bit.
King's Challenge.
Perfect.
Saucer or upper lock.
So either saucer or upper lock, whatever you're comfortable with. This King's Challenge is called Levitate. Upper lock would be fine.
It would be fine.
No pressure. Get a Mylar.
Should have gone for the bong.
Yeah.
There
There
we
it
go.
is.
King's Challenge 1, Levitate. Survive the lower left bank.
So this King's Challenge Levitate is just the lower left bank, and you hear that fuzzy sound? That's the game pulsing the magnet on the lower left so that every time he's hitting the lower left bank, he's risking getting the ball ripped down the out lane by the magnet. Actually, it helped him that time, I think. There, you survived. Perfect. You got a combat mode ready up top?
Collect bonus multiplier at saucer.
Okay, so the spinner, if you rip the spinner 25 times, you qualify your 2x bonus multiplier, but you have to collect it on the saucer. So he can't get 2x, 3x until he gets 2x, etc. Got another King's Challenge. Every time you hear a Latin like that, it's a combo. There's, I think, 9 named combos in the game.
King's Challenge 1. Melee. Survive a fight with the jet.
So if you go lock again, you can bring that into a that King's Challenge into your combat mode. Oh, jeez, so close.
Collect bonus multiplier at saucer.
Perfect.
Press both magnets.
Let's go ahead and do it.
for combat.
Awesome.
Hit targets qualify jackpot.
So this is again, this is any drop target bank, or I'm sorry, this is upper and lower. Qualifies your jackpot on the turnaround.
Return to fight.
Lock him back up. One more for fun.
So as soon as the drop targets, you're done upstairs, right? Yeah. So the drop targets stay down in these combat modes. So if you get a lower bank, then you'll qualify your jackpots up top.
Okay.
And as long as you keep in 2-ball multi-ball, you can keep qualifying and getting jackpots again and again.
Collect bonus multiplier at saucer.
One more drop, maybe.
All right.
Perfect. So now jackpot's ready on the upper turnaround.
Oh, right, that flipper's up. Oh, come on.
Okay, we got grace period though. Jackpot's still ready.
Nope. Getting back up is not my strong point.
It's not an easy thing. You just set the high score.
On 10 ball.
GC.
Yeah.
GC on 10 balls.
That's the secret, everybody. 10 balls.
All right, do we want to do one more game, or do you guys want to move into Q&A? What do you think?
I want to do one more game.
Let's
This
do
is
one
fun.
more game.
This
Let's
is
do-
really
let's do
fun.
All right, let's bring some. You were up for a
Of course,
challenge?
of
No,
course,
no, no.
of course.
2-player game. You suggested. Come on, man. Get up here. Start a 2-player. Let's go. All right, let's go back to 3-ball. Just a nice quick one.
Oh.
Hey, Scott. I'm Dick. We're going to go back to 3-ball. No, I'm just going to restart. It's going to be easier. Oh, yeah. You guys trust me
Operator
that you
test
can.
menu. Audits menu. Basic adjustments. Free play. Ball save
Okay.
seconds.
All right. That's a great point.
Tilt warnings.
So I don't have to do this because Chip just
Rules
suggested something
preset
really
groups.
cool.
Hold start button to install easy preset. Hold start button to install. Hold start button to install progressive presets.
I don't know if anybody else does this,
Progressive presets will be played during game.
but this is something that a friend of ours wanted on the game, so we put it on the game. So progressive presets means, Scott, you're going first.
Rules adjustment. Operator menu.
Now, player 1 in progressive rules is going to be easy mode. Player 2 is going to be hard mode. No ball saves.
Woo!
You got no ball saves, no nothing.
Okay.
But you got everything. Now,
I love that. That's an awesome mode to have in a game.
thanks, man. So, oh, and one more thing. As long as I'm showing you stuff that I think I've innovated, if you tilt, warning during your, it's going to put a timer up, and that's going to tell you how long since the last tilt warning. So if you're playing in tournaments or whatever, I know nobody's going to play this in tournaments, but it's telling him right now he's got 19 seconds to go since it's 30 seconds since the last tilt warning. So it'll just give you an automatic 30-second timer. You don't have to pull out your phone and put it on the glass and figure out how long it's been. You can go anytime.
I'm going to steal that, but you're getting credit. That's a good one.
So I'm trying to think, is there one other thing? So the progressive is something that, yeah, it came from our friend Mike. The tilt warning was something that I kept watching tournaments where people would put their phone on the glass, and I was like, well, it's a pinball machine. We can do that. So the easy rules means just finishing a drop bank is going to qualify a lock. You don't need to do the portcullis, so it eliminates the need for going up and down on the playfield so much. And it also increases all the timers. So one thing I haven't talked about is combos. Anytime you get a left or a right, did I talk about? Anytime you get a left or a right in lane, it's going to start a combo, and you'll hear a church bell ring. As you progress your combo, hitting different switches, you'll see shots are lit up, and each combo is named with like a Latin name. And those are relics that you're collecting. And as your knight collects relics, the relics help you, like, one of them will hold over bonus multiplier, one of them will hold over bonus X, one of them will double all your
All right,
timers.
let's see how I do on 3-ball without tons of ball saves.
So each relic that you collect is helping you in your battles. There's 9 different, go ahead.
So if this was a 4-player game,
Yes.
how would the progressive work?
It would go easy, medium, medium, hard.
Okay.
So 3 is easy, medium, hard, and then 4 is easy, medium,
So you
medium,
can use
hard.
that as kind of a handicap system if you have someone in the house that's
And
better,
that's exactly what it
or
is,
you can
yeah.
draw straws and just get screwed over.
Right. But, I mean,
love
we do
that.
give the advantage of having the hard player last, so you know what you have to catch up
Uh-huh.
to. And the other reason for that is, when we play with somebody who's really good compared to the other people, is that if you're player 4 and you're really good, we make you walk away. As soon as you beat the other scores.
call.
Because nobody wants the players who are new to the game don't want to sit around and watch you play 20-minute multi-balls, So that's why the hard player goes last, is as soon as you pass the score, walk away.
I love
Be
it.
polite, yeah.
It's good stuff.
Not on
Innovations
ball
do
one,
not
though.
always happen on the playfield. There's a lot of rule stuff that we still need to work on.
But we're not asking you to walk away from ball 1, so you can keep playing this one. So combos can be
come on.
chained together. And every time you advance a combo, you'll hear the church bell move down the sequence. It's like the standard, church bell that you might hear, the dong, 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 dong. It'll keep going up to 24 rings. If you get 20 rings, nobody's going to ever get 20 rings. You win everything. So it'll give you all the relics, and then you get all the advantages conferred in that. There are combos in the game, like if you did right lane.
Buttons for single combat.
So you can press the magnet buttons if you want to try this combat mode. Both at the same time. There you go. If you did right lane, spinner, ramp, and then around to the lock shot, that's like a 1,000,000-point combo right there. It's not super easy to get to. But if you precede that with going down the left in lane and then shatzing over, getting in the right in lane, and then you advance your combo, that's going to double everything. So just chaining together the combo shots while the combo timer is running is really going to get you a lot of points. In easy mode, I think you get like 5 seconds.
I guess you're
grace
still
period
alive.
Between that must have been long ball saver on combat mode. Single combat only has ball save, so that's a win. Single combat won. So Ryan, one thing I've noticed when I reprogram these games is changes the feel, obviously, but it also seems to like change perceived difficulty of the game.
Definitely.
Do you
Oh,
find
for
that
sure.
to be true?
Yeah, the rule. I mean, the difficulty is very heavily linked to the rules, and the reason a lot of these old games are impossible is because there's no ball save. And if you put any modern game on the same exact settings, it feels suddenly just as hard. So,
Gotcha.
I mean, yes, the design and the layout itself does contribute very heavily to, obviously, to the difficulty, but honestly, the settings are probably even more important. Like, because there is all kinds of stuff you can do in settings to make a game easier or harder. There's only so much I can do on the playfield, though.
Right.
Because you only have certain adjustments that the designer provides with you, and a good designer will provide you with, enough of those to make a big difference, but not all of them.
Right.
So, but if you have access to the software, ball saver length, grace periods, like that stuff can make a game feel incredibly approachable. It doesn't matter if a new player drains 5 times as long as you keep giving it back to them.
Gotcha.
So, especially in a game like this, where every time I drain, I get rewarded and I get to go back up top.
Right,
So-
right. Yeah, a lot of the stuff you want to do, you want to advance is going to be up top with that lock shot. Cool.
Oh crap!
So you see
Bong.
that? You
Darn
saw
it.
the
I failed to bong.
middle ramp was flashing purple. The laser cut ramps are from the mod couple, I think. Chip brought this machine that already had those in there. But while I was servicing it one time, one of the wires got pulled and like one of the LEDs got broke. So when I was putting the LEDs strips on the playfield, I was like, let's put new LEDs under there and make them addressable. So that means that the code has control over that red ramp and the yellow ramp as well, or orange ramp.
Oh. Whoops. Cannot get back without a ball save.
Super skill shot.
Nice bong.
Okay, so that was one of the relics that knights used to be able to carry around was a toe of a saint. I think that's what it just said, Dedo de Santo, which would be. I've made them all.
Oh,
That was combat jackpot increased by 50K.
all right. All right.
Hit the
All
see
three.
what your
Here we go.
combat jackpot is right now, Ryan, with the either magnet button.
Nothing. Woo!
That's a goose egg. That's hard. That's hard rules for you.
Super skill shot.
You gonna take it?
Both magnet buttons for single combat.
Do it. You're on ball 3.
Absolutely.
Take it. Take it.
I can do this.
Quick point. Now, if you combo the saucer shot, after you get this drop target bank, if you combo the saucer shot, you're going to double the reward. So
Boo.
if you can, get it on the right flipper and then transfer it over. There's another way to increase the jackpot here, and that's called... okay,
Finally
see, that
bombed.
gave you 50K towards your
No.
jackpot. Okay, if you
I'm dead.
that
I'm
was
not
it.
dead.
That was it. Yeah, it's a tight timer on single combat in hard mode. So you were a victim of the progressive rules.
Nope.
Oh, and there's Steve's voice. So that,
Couldn't
I
get
kept
it.
Steve's voice on the outlane save. Did we
Oh,
not?
we're playing
Oh, I forgot to
five
change
ball.
it back. I'm sorry. That's part of the basic adjustments.
Yeah,
No,
let's go. I
sorry,
need help
man.
getting back.
We're cutting it off. I forgot to switch
Nice job.
back to balls per
job.
game. But Scott, you're sleeping on your skills. That was
But
great.
see how that evened it out? Like,
Yeah, just the timers and the ball saves and all that other kind of stuff.
And that's
So-
a nice little thing. You can just easily go back in and just quickly set it right back to normal, no problem.
During a game, if you want.
Operator menu, test menu, audits menu, basic adjustments.
And I
free
forgot.
balls, tilt warning, music, sound effect, call out, balls per game.
I forgot to change this. So the basic adjustments I don't adjust in the rules settings except for ball save. That's the only basic adjustment that comes through.
Rules adjustment, operator menu.
Okay, questions? Microphone?
Who else wants to fight me?
Go ahead, come down to the mic if you would.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Who did that voice?
Which voice?
The non-Steve Ritchie voice. Is that you?
All the voices are me. And so I had a bad cold one day. I recorded all the. Yeah, it's tough. So I did one game where I had AI voice, and people hate it. So I just try to do my best. Now every sample on the machine is on a little SD card plugged into the wave trigger, and people have done this for other codes that I've done in the past. Take out that card, put your own waves on there. You can put your own voice in there. You can put whatever sound effects you want. Everything's configurable. So, if you don't like what I did, go ahead and change it. That's cool. It won't offend me whatsoever.
Okay, now the serious question.
Yeah.
Were you tempted, or how tempted were you to change the inserts to white so that you could have different color LEDs under there?
I've done that. I did that on my Trident. My goal with these machines is to make it so that you can put this mod on in a pretty short period of time. Like if you're decent at installing these, you're talking 20 minutes to install the whole thing. But also take it off and have done no destruction to the machine. That topper that I've got on top of there is Velcroed on. I put a couple of holes in the wood rail, to mount my little playfield things, but that's it. Everything else, okay, so the subwoofer inside is screwed in, but everything else is you take that out and you would never know that I touched this machine, because I revere these machines too. I like to be able to play them on different code, but I still want to be able to boot up to, Steve Ritchie and play it just like Steve Ritchie's code on the machine the way it was, with the exception of a little bit of additional lighting. So this is the machine, rebooted. There's Black Knight. So it's an alternate way to play it. I'm not replacing anything. Good question?
Classic.
What do you use for electronics hardware? Like a Raspberry
They're right there.
Pi or I know, I didn't get here at the beginning, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, no worries. So I built my own PCB. This is a slot for an Arduino Mega 2560. The Arduino is not the best microcontroller out in the world, but it's cheap.
Well, I was going to say, would like what are they called, the Pis work as well?
A Pi will work.
Controller, not the actual
Yeah.
Raspberry Pi.
At the time when I was doing this, there was a big shortage, so I just went with what was cheap and available. There are better architectures in the world. Like ESP would be better if you put line shifters up to 5 volts. The library is hardware ambivalent. So I've written the library to work with a number of different, I've done it with mostly Arduinos, but it would be super simple to write it for a different microcontroller if you wanted more capabilities or more speed. This has plenty enough to do everything I want to do, so I just stuck with that. And honestly, I was going to put the Arduino, the 18 mega chip right on here. The 18 mega chip is more expensive to buy as a component than it is to buy as a full breakout board. So I just put a slot for the breakout board. So all these plans, schematics, everything are on Pinball Refresh. These boards, when I get them done like 20 at a time because I'm doing a lot of machines. Maybe a $1.50 a piece. I mean, they're cheap to make. This machine also has in it a board that I call the accessory lamp board, and this drives all my LEDs. It communicates with the other board via I2C. That takes all of the LED processing off of the main chip. So I can do program all my animations for the topper, for the rails, for the ramps, for the speakers. All that stuff is done by this board, and this board is really cheap to make. I mean, makes that other board look like a Cadillac. So.
Well, it's all custom parts, sort of.
Yeah, custom, and made from easily obtainable off-the-shelf stuff.
Surface mount or through hole or what?
So I do have some surface mount parts on this Rev. If you're doing Bally Stern, it doesn't need anything. this rev needs surface mount because on the Williams architecture, I have to isolate the 6802 or the 6808 from the bus when I boot. So I had to put, isolation circuits on there. And that's all surface mount. There is a through-hole version I call the Rev 101. I don't use that one anymore because, honestly, I don't like to solder that much. So it's good. No, I get them built that way. And that board cost me $2. Did I turn it off or no? That board cost me $2 with the parts on it, like with the resistors and the surface mount and all this stuff on it. It's all. I'm sorry. I'll repeat the question. Do I solder surface mount myself? No, I order these to be. At least I have in the past. I haven't checked prices lately. I order these to be shipped with the surface mount components on them, and if you do it, as long as you do it, like in batches of more than 10 or 20, like I'll probably spend. I mean, at the most I've spent like $50 shipped to me. You know what I mean? It's cheap. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, minus the Arduino. So you got to put the Arduino on there or any connectors you want on there. But yeah. So. Oh, if you want to, if it's easy to get the back glass out of there without the rig, can we move the?
Yeah. That shouldn't be a problem. I'm gonna sneak in back here.
I don't want to run over.
Okay.
Oh, we got.
I love the magnets.
Okay. Yeah, if we want to, if everybody's got any more questions, I'll take those now. I don't sell anything, so I'm in this for the love of it, right? I publish everything open source. It's all available on Pinball Refresh. You can build your own.
So you the bombs on there and everything. So
Everything.
The circuit board.
Yep.
Set it up to, easy.
Yeah, so I've been using JLC PCB as of last year. I haven't looked around lately, but I had a whole bunch made last year, so I haven't looked around to see what the. Sorry. Oh no, it's open. Should be open. Yeah.
When you write the code, what do you have to have for baseline computer to do that?
Oh, the code?
Yes.
Nothing. So it's the Arduino. The compiler for Arduino will run on Linux, Windows, Mac, anything. I usually do it on a laptop, and you can literally do it on a laptop that's 20 years old. I do it on a laptop so I can bring it to the machine instead of bringing the board to my laptop, to my computer. So this is all from the distance. This is all going to look like regular old Williams stuff. This is the regular Williams MPU. This board here is an older version of what I call RetroPin upgrade, and it's just plugged into the processor socket of this MPU. Right here is the original 6808 that came with it. You just pop that out of the MPU, pop it into my board, and then so my board acts as an interposer. If this is all through hole, you can see. If you choose to boot to original code, it's just going to let this chip boot as if everything was normal. If you boot to new code, the Arduino is going to take over, isolate the 6802 off the bus. So you can even read a ROM from the original chipset or read the RAM conditions from the original chipset. Everything, that all works just as it did. On the side here, you'll see that I mounted my little lamp board, and that's my latest. Yep, that's my latest ALB accessory lamp board. Is the thing I just came out with last year, and that's always on. I've got that running off of an independent power supply, so I don't stress out the pinball machine. And from that, you can do a couple hundred LEDs, these strip lights like I've got on top of the topper, all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Dan, just a quick question. Is this the first System 7 game you've done, and did it require any new things in RPA?
Maybe the first System 7. Before this, I've done Stellar Wars. I did Scorpion. I did System 6. Flash, which can be 4 or 6. I guess Stellar Wars can be 4 or 6. This may be the first System 7. This board works on anything up to 11C. And I think you can even do Data East on it as well. I had a Robocop. I didn't try it, but I think you can run it on that.
And that's the 103?
This is the 102.
102.
So 103 I haven't put out yet. I had a request from myself to put something in the 103. I can't remember what it is. Once I figure that out, I'll put out a 103. Other questions? Oh, this is the wave trigger board, this little red guy. whatever. That's the most expensive component right now. It's 50 or 60 bucks for a wave trigger, and that does all the audio. I'm working on a Raspberry Pi replacement for the wave trigger because you can get like a Pi Zero that's got plenty of capability for it. I think you can get that for less than 20 bucks. And the only thing I'm working on is trying to get the boot time low enough so that, because I like to have the machine come on with the power. I don't like to wait for a boot sequence. Anyway.
All right. Well, thanks very much, Dick.
And thanks, Ryan.
And Ryan.
And Scott for the awesome
And
gameplay.
Test player Scott.
Testing that. There we go. That one works. Maybe batteries or something.
Welcome, everybody. This a familiar guy. He's been a game provider, brought restored games to show off in the past. He's a dedicated member of our repair crew, and now he's also a presenter. So please welcome Paul Patty.
Thank you, Dave, and welcome everybody. So what we're going to do here today is look at a presentation on what do I do with this EM pinball machine. Let's get this going. And if you could please cue the slides. Thank you. Well, yeah. First things first, and that is safety. Anytime you're doing anything with these machines, of course, the physical safety of the moving and such, but also the wires can carry high voltage, including line voltage, which means basically sticking your finger in a plug outlet. Don't do that in the wall. Use protective gear, follow safety practices, and by all means, use your best judgment, right? And as we see. All right, the presentation is, what do I do with this EM pinball machine? My name is Paul Patty. I'm from Nashua, New Hampshire. A little bit more of an intro later on. Feel free to contact me anytime. And let's get this working. We talked about safety first. What's our agenda? Well, the introduction, yes. We're going to talk about what do you have. Whether you find a pinball machine by the side of the road. I've had that. People tell me that. Not happened myself, but maybe someday. Whether you buy it from somebody, whether you want to buy it from somebody, whether you find one at a show you like to play and want to find one, whether you inherit one from your uncle, I don't know, all kinds of things. We're going to talk about assessing what you have and what to do with it, what you want to do with it, what you could do with it, and then kind of the smartest way to go about that, some suggestions. What is it complete? Is it a complete pinball machine? What is a complete pinball machine? EM-wise, electromechanical. What is electromechanical? We'll talk about all these things. We'll talk about the condition. A lot of what you find, is it worth restoring? Is it even worth picking up if it's on the side of the road? Almost always yes. But what can you do with it? What do you want to do with it is really the question. How do you transport it? How do you move it from one place to another? Do you want to repair it, or do you want to do a full restoration all the way through? And then we'll have a bonus section too, with some extra things for us, and reserve some time there for Q&A as well. And last but not least, a few resources to leave you with for, let's say action items, but things you might want to explore after the presentation. So first off, an introduction. Oh, there I am. I'm here. Okay, cool. I don't have to look up here. I can look over here. Actually, I'm going to come over here if it's okay. Can you still hear me, yeah? Okay, great. Cool. Thank you, Jillian. All right. I don't want to mess up with the camera or anything. So yeah, I split my time kind of these days between Nashua, New Hampshire, and a place in Calabash, North Carolina. It's near Myrtle Beach. Anybody been to Myrtle Beach? No? Yeah? Okay. It's cool. I mean, not as many pinballs down there are kind of interesting. But they're around. I've been a repair tech for a long time. Started pretty much in '79 at Seaview Playland down in Cape Cod. I've been to Seaview Playland on Cape Cod back in the day. The Barn of Fun was fun too. But before that, I used to go to antique shops and beg my parents to like buy me a pinball machine for Christmas or birthday, and they did one year. And that was 1975. But anyway. I got only 11 machines. I say only. These things are like rabbits. And if any of y'all have happened to made the mistake or the good fortune of getting 2, before you know it, you'll have 3, and before you know it, you'll have more than 11. So it just happens. I'm out of room. I keep saying I'm out of room, and they keep coming. So, which isn't a bad thing, right, Alex? So what do I do in real life? IRL, I'm a computer trainer, really. I started teaching intro to computers back in the late 80s. Of course, nowadays, that's kind of not a thing anymore. Everybody knows about computers. So moved on to computer security. What happens, can I do this? Yeah. What is your, I want to go beep with the badge, right, kind of thing. Who are you, and what does this get you into? You know, not only doors and things, but what files, what things at work can you get into is controlled by these systems, and that's what I teach. Favorite thing, though, of all, rule sets that keep you coming back for more. If you find a machine that has a rule set, never-ending rule set. I found a couple of machines like this, and it's personal to you, right? You know, which one is it? It's for you to decide. But it's fun finding out. I found a couple, 2 or 3 that kind of machines I'll never part with, deal, and it's a fun journey, I think, and one that doesn't end. It's kind of cool. All right, let's do this. Yeah, great. Polls. Want this to be a kind of a participatory session, and how many of y'all have electrical, electronic, or mechanical experience? Woo, great candidates. How many of you want to have electrical, electronics, mechanical experience? Then you're in the right place, right? And this is a great place to start. It was a great place for a 14-year-old kid back in 1975 to cut his teeth, not literally, but on low voltage electronics and cause and effect. What causes things to happen? 50 years later, I'm still figuring that out, but it's okay. It's cool. 1 more, 2 more. Come on. Whoa, that was a surprise. Let's try that again. Yeah, let's try it again. There's another question. It's all right. Do you already have a machine? Yo. How many of y'all already have a machine you found and are figuring out kind of what do I do with it? All right, cool, good stuff. So if so, do you know what to do with it? And 1 more. Oh, the session is designed to help you inform your decision. I don't know everything, right? I will never know everything. You and I together know a lot, and that's what this is all about. It's about helping us come together, help each other, and go forward and have fun, right? Safely, of course. All right, first off, what do I have? A friend of mine called me up a while back and said, hey, a couple of years ago, and said, I've got this Skylab pinball machine sitting in the storage unit. The money's due in the storage unit. I don't want to pay the money anymore, basically. And do you want this machine? I don't know. It's a 3-hour drive. I don't know. 6 hours, right? Because you got to, back and forth. A day, because 6 hours of a thing, right? Now you get the whole day pretty much shot. Do I do this or not? Well, Skylab is a sentimental kind of title for me. A lot of them are. I played this in Methuen, Mass. Back when I was 13. And my grandfather and my dad were there. I remember my grandfather said, you know, where is your son, Johnny? You know, my Italian grandfather. And my dad's like, oh, he's over in the arcade, Dad. Oh, what's he doing that for? You know, he doesn't need to be doing that. So that's this machine. So that's the only memory I have of my granddad and pinball together, even though it's, you know, it was who he was, and that's cool. But it turned out to be one of the greatest things ever, right, that I could do. And he was kind of like poo-pooing it, but hey, that was Grandpa. Different era. So what do you have? Well, what I found was, oh, this is a different machine, actually. Since then, remember I talked about rabbits, right? So another one popped up for sale a few miles away. Do I do it? Do I not? Do I, you know, take over the downstairs living room and turn it into a storage room? And what's my wife going to say? It's the big thing. Another one, yep. So I did it. I bit the. This is the pinball machine in its native state. And how do we say? Kind of like Marlon Perkins with his loyal assistant Jim. Right. Well, I filmed from above, you know, wrestling the wild alligator. This is how it looks when you find it, basically, in a basement. And I went over. The guy's like, you know, I listed it for X dollars. You know, what do you want to give me for it? I just want this thing out of here. So maybe that's what you'll find. You might find that a lot. Anyway, that's actually on deck next because this one was the one before it that I redid. So there were several, more than I thought, and thank you, Dave. And I forgot, I'm remiss. I forgot to say thank you to Dave Marston and Gabe also for having me here, inviting me, and for you all, for investing all y'all, for investing your valuable time here. There's a lot of other things you could be doing. I think this is a really fun way to invest some time. Here are the four, I say most common, right? Pinball manufacturers of the last 70 or so years, 80 years now, I guess, more than that. But Gottlieb, Williams, and Bally, and Chicago Coin. These are the big four, as it were. But there are many others you might find. United, Genko, Exhibit, and so forth. Keeney. I always wanted a Keeney. Hadn't found one yet. So, uh-oh. Actually, this, truth be known, this Royal Flash, the Chicago Coin Royal Flash here, was an acquisition from, I never had a Chicago Coin. Oh, look, there's one tied with another game I need parts for. Yes, I'll take that too. Remember I talked about rabbits. You see how this is going, right? So, hope you have an extra room somewhere, if you look into things like I am. Anyway, IPDB and Mr. Pinball price guide are actually at the end of one of these, actually. And you can just Google the other. But these are sources that you can find more information. Oh, sure.
Okay that we make the slide the full screen. We all can see you. I don't need another version of you on the screen.
Right? I think it's for the recording, yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, that's how I kind of wanted it to show too. Cool. Yeah, we got Skylab, as you can see IRL right here. Mini Pool, which Dave, that was a great high score. A couple of years ago at Saratoga Springs, I brought that. Royal Flash, that's my rabbit, right, the latest rabbit. And of course, this is the parts machine I got for the deal that I got these two. I needed a back glass, so I bought the whole machine because I had another high deal, swap the back glass, and then sell the one with the cracked back glass kind of deal. These are the kind of things you can do. Next. So what makes a great game? That's up to you. There are some common things among the collector hive, as it were, that everybody agrees on. And it's usually for that we usually use a scale of 1 to 10, as terms of is it playable, is it as good as the old days on location, and then at the top of the 10 is like is it museum quality, as good as it came off the factory, probably even better. That'd be a 10. Most games are not a 10 in all areas. Usually playfield, cabinet, and back glass or head is kind of the three things you grade typically on a machine. But what can make us a great game? I talked about earlier. One, I talked about, what do we say, cat out of the bag. I talked about rule set. I love a rule set. Keeps you coming back for more. What do you think? What makes a good game? Layout. There you go. And your name is? Eric. Thanks, Eric. Yeah. Eric mentions layout. Anybody else? Drop targets. There we go. And you are, sorry? David, you got it. Drop targets, yeah. Nate, spinners. I love spinners. And spinners are, for those of you who haven't looked at them closely yet, on the front they have a picture, and on the back they have a picture that doesn't get exposed until you spin it. So sometimes it'll be a guy kicking a football, right? And the guy will be like this in the front, and then there'll be like a football on the back. And when you spin it, you know, you get the guy kicking the football repeatedly. It's pretty cool. Anyway, they had to do a lot back in 1950s, 60s, 70s, something, because we didn't have a lot. You know, these are our web pages right here. You're looking at our web pages from 1970s, right? Everybody, color on something. Good luck. Color on TV, not until like 72 or 3, right? For most people, 76 for us. But anyway, yeah, awesome. Artwork, backlash, playfield, cabinet, right? You like the picture. You like the colors. They go with your room. I don't know, you know, but lots of reasons. Rule set. Sorry, my favorite, of course. Rarity, Dave, right? Rare. What is a rare game? One they haven't made many of. One there aren't too many left of. One that usually commands a higher price, but we'll talk about that in a couple slides. Personal story and history. Oh my gosh, I got a lot of them. You probably have a lot of them too, right? Where were you when? If you played these back in the day, welcome back kind of thing. You know, it can help loop the time together from now back until then, and here you are, which is kind of cool. A little bit like time traveling. Sounds, the funk, the pop of there's nothing like the pop of a fill in the name of your favorite manufacturer. You know, the pop of a Gottlieb, peck, you know, kind of like, or the pop of a Williams, cluck, or a Bally, cluckle. You know, there's different sounds that make this so come alive. And a nice addition to your lineup. I saw a guy for sale about, 5 years ago? You might have seen it too, where he had all of the flipper games, the Gottlieb flippers, Flipper Clown, Flipper Fair, Flipper. There was like 5 of them, and he was selling the whole lot. And remember rabbits, right? So no, I didn't buy them. I applaud the person who probably did, but I don't know who that was. But anyway, yeah, lots of reasons. So to our title, right? What do I do with this game? You know, Dave and I kind of sat down quite a few months ago, and talked about what would be a good topic, and we could go a lot of ways. You know, from what we've presented so far, we could go down the sale road. How do you buy a pinball machine? Right? How do you negotiate a pinball machine? We could go way down many rabbit holes. So we're going to keep to this. Right? We're going to keep to what do I do with the game? You found it. There's another one I had picked up. This is a target pool that I restored, one of the earlier restorations. I say restorations, fixing uppers. It depends, right, in terms of the level. How much work? What's the cost or benefit? Do you want to go full-blown museum work, like Pacific Pinball Museum in Alameda, California? Anybody ever been there? Yes! All right, a couple people. And there are some more. I'm remiss for not mentioning the others, but we only have so much time. And that's one that I've been to. What's your motivation? Do you want to just sell this thing? Is it a quick sale? I just want to flip this. I want to do like on Pawn Stars and flipping odds and evens. Anybody see that? Anybody see the Pawn Stars about 8 years ago, 10 years ago? They have one on there. They found a Bally odds and evens, which isn't a very, I wouldn't say it's a rare machine, but they flipped it because they're pawn people, right? And that was their goal, and they did. What else? No cost play and practice. While you have this thing, if you fix it yourself or have it fixed, you get to play it as long as you want until you decide to sell it. So do you want to hone your pinball playing flipper skills? Do you want to have it for the family, right? To play for a while and maybe get tired of it, get a different one. Like I say, a lot of rabbit holes here. And this is the restoration complete. Complete as I got, right? With this one, the inserts that you see here where the ball rolls, there's a lot of them. And they were all cupped to some degree with the plastic. And nowadays, you can come up and see this after the presentation. I actually fill them in now and have a little bit of a method. It takes too long. I don't like doing it, but I do it. And there you go, right? In the end, I like doing it because otherwise I probably wouldn't do another, but I do. So this one I left them cupped for the sense of time. So it's not really I wouldn't call it a restoration, but it's a bringing back to average quality. And that may be enough. This is a Gottlieb Ace High from 1957 that I picked up, oh goodness, about 20 years ago, and I still haven't really restored it. I decided to leave this one the way it is. You know, the gentleman that I bought this from said, hey, you know, you can just get some antique white and put it in here, and I could, right? But every time I tried to do it, it just wasn't the right white. You know how many shades of white there are? Oh my goodness, right? So, and 20 years on, it probably would have faded differently by now. So it's like, you know what? I just left it, and hopefully I'll find another. I kind of have an idea where there's one, and I like the machine so much. It's my favorite. It's my favorite rule set, and I'll probably acquire that one and sell this one. But restoration cost, yeah, what? Interest, time, fix, restore yourself, or pay somebody else. Well, this session coming up here, we get some more slides. It's kind of designed to inform you so that you can have an idea, you know, if you call somebody, are they really, you know, is this really what the deal is? And are they not just telling you stories that aren't true about your game? Yeah, the restoration costs might exceed the game's value. I'm going to close this a little bit here. Might exceed the game's value, sure. Oof. But your intrinsic motivation might override it. You know, you might really want this game and really want it to look nice. So could I swap my white elephant game? Why? I went to Pintastic and played a game I liked better. Found a deal I couldn't pass up. Remember rabbits. So people just want an EM machine and the title doesn't matter. So, well, nobody would ever want this. Well, it's a pinball machine, you know. It's a car. It'll get you to work and back, you know, kind of thing. And where? Lots of places nowadays. You got the internet, the collector community, sure, friends, and you might even be able to swap here like at a show. So what is a pinball machine? What does an EM, specifically a pinball machine, look like? What are the parts? Is it all there? This was Skylab before, and as you can see, all the inserts that are the lighted plastic indicators of something, whether it's points or something to shoot for, had fallen out, basically. And it was my job, should I decide to accept it, to put in all these things. And I'm still working on the best way to do this. I used wood filler. I think going forward, I'm going to start using a more permanent type solution to put them in, because I wanted to be able to put them out if I could, if I needed to. And it worked out okay, as you come up and see that later. But yeah, that's something that is then clear coated with polyurethane, actually. But back to the pieces, right? The cabinet, and this is where I start pointing at the machine. Whoops. Yeah, this one. So the cabinet, right? We got this thing right here. The playfield, this right here, of course, being the playfield. Inserts, as you can see there, are missing, and as you can see here, they are in place and polyurethaned over, nice and smooth. The ball rolls. The ball doesn't have a problem. Plastics, we see the plastics here, which are one of the things you want to look for when you find a machine. Are the plastics there, and are they complete? And are they not burned out? Like, did lamps not burn out the plastic and make it all brown so that now you got to get a new set of plastics? They can be kind of expensive if you can find them. They can run about $100 a set or more, depending on the game and so forth. Question?
Those legs.
Like, thank you, Dave. Just about to. Yeah, the legs. Whoa! Oh, this is actually a magnetic thing too, to pick up things, right? So that's why it's kind of sticking to the leg. But yeah, multi-use tool. All right. So those are the parts of a machine. Oh, forgot one. Coin door on the front. Shooter plunger, actually. And that is pretty much the anatomy of a pinball machine. Yeah. So is it all there? Are those parts all there? And then the second question, of course, is, are those parts in decent shape? Are they in good enough shape that you'll want to take this on? Or if you've got this thing, what do I do with it? Is it worth fixing or restoring? This was a Yukon that I bought. This was a Klondike, I believe, that I bought a few years ago. Had a very interesting problem here with the reels that I documented. No longer have the machine, but I do have the video, and maybe we could do something on that sometime, like problems and how to fix them. That'd be kind of an interesting thing. But is it worth fixing? Is it worth fixing or restoring? Are the parts available? Mechanics that make it work, almost always yes, or you can fashion something, typically. But the more cosmetic you get, the more chances there aren't going to be parts, especially for something physical that's cosmetic, like a certain type of post on the playfield. Would you be happy replacing that with something else that's modern, that doesn't look like the old one? Some people yes, some people no. You know, no, I mean, I played this in 1970 and I want it to be just like I played it. Sorry, you know. But somebody else, hey, it's still going to work. It's going to look fine. Nobody else would even notice. Again, it's all up to you. Where can I source them? Suppliers, shows, right? Like here. I believe we have a supplier. Mayfair Amusements is here. I go online, I go on phone actually to Pimp. I'd be remiss if I didn't, for 40 years now almost. Steve Young, Pinball Resource out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Other owners, sure. They may be tired of their machine. And if that's your grail game, which is like the one that you, holy grail that you've always been looking for, you might be in luck. They might want to part with it, who knows. Another thing is you might want to get a donor game, and this gets into a whole nother avenue of, like the high deal that I bought to get the back glass. Back glass was going to be $300. I saw the high deal, it's like $650, okay, I'll buy it for $650, I'll swap the glass, and then there's my $300, right? And I can take the crack glass and put it on the high deal. Maybe I only get $500 or $550 for it, but I don't have to spend the $300, right? So it's a little bit better outcome. And the person who gets it is like, well, I want a high deal, but I don't want to pay a lot. And if it has a cracked glass, I'm okay with it. So these things kind of can work out. Oh yeah, playfield, other things, the playfield head and motorboard are often parts of the game that get swapped, or backlash I probably should have put there. But this playfield isn't as good as the one on this other machine, so I'm going to buy them both, and I'm going to swap playfields, and then I'm going to sell that one. Kind of is the way it can go. Oh, and motorboard. What's a motorboard? We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. Condition. One more shot of this without the inserts of the Skylab playfield. This is what really, we don't say too much here in the presentation about the value of a game. Again, that's a whole nother avenue, right? But in general, the condition it's in the cabinet, the playfield, the light box, and the legs, these are things that you can look at and say, hey, is that in decent shape or not? And it really plays a large part in the monetary value. You can find a machine that's very rare, but it has been infested with termites. Now what do we do? My first question would be, did the termites get to the playfield? Because a cabinet can be swapped. A cabinet can even be repainted to be of the same era for that machine from a machine that was more common. Same thing with the back box, especially on Gottlieb's heads. So it's possible to restore a machine into condition that's more valuable, possibly. But anyway, no matter how you slice it, deficiencies represent restoration cost and time. Your time, like you're investing here. They're not making any more of it, time. So how do you want to spend your time? Do you want to spend your time doing it? Hey, that's great. You'll be learning, you'll be moving forward, you'll be doing things you want to do. Maybe just getting away from everything, is a great thing for time. Or is it going to become laborious? Is it going to become something that you have to do? Is it going to turn into a job? Which may not be a bad thing, but is your fun hobby going to turn into, now I had a job reconditioning cars for a week back when I was right out of community college, and it didn't go well, right? About the third car, it stopped being fun. And that was just like the first week. So I didn't last very long. But the fun thing I like to do with my own car, polish it and make it look nice, turned very quickly with 3 iterations turned into not fun. So yeah, What else? How do we assess? Well, first off, the cabinet, right? And I'll pop this open, if we can get the camera in here. Already took the ball out. And what are we doing, cabinet? So the thing with the cabinet is that kind of thing, right? But if you look down here in the front, and this is common, somebody in this machine has, at some point in time since 1974, has broke in to get the money out at some point. So now what do? Well, what I did was, number one, it's not cosmetic. You wouldn't have known that unless I told you, right? Or unless you looked underneath, is I just took I just took a piece of wood, not this one, but I just took a piece of wood, cut it to fit, and put it underneath, right there. Yeah, I'm sorry. Put it underneath where you just saw. There we go, yeah. I just put it underneath right here. So the cabinet, what else? We talked about the playfield. Is it here? Is it in good shape? Well, playfield in good shape is really all about, it's about the bottom, yes, but it's also about the top. This is where you'd be spending a lot of time in refinishing or making it nice. Yes, they make, and I've not done a lot of this, like I said, I don't know everything, no way. But I've heard of people who buy a plastic, they take everything off, they clear out the playfield, and they put like a piece of plastic down that has the printed playfield layout on it. Has anybody heard of that? Yeah, what do they call that? Hard top. Could do that, right? And that, I don't know which games that's available for. Certainly not all of them, and probably not a lot of them. But that's an option. That may be an option. So, you know, what is the playfield condition? What is the head condition? We'll talk about that too here. I got a couple slides coming up. But I just wanted to show you those things live. The back glass here doesn't look too bad from the front, but we'll take a peek here at the slides. And if we go back to those, please. Thank you. So what kinds of other things? Water damage, pests. I had a machine once. I was a Superflight, Williams, 1974 too. Had little holes in it, in the side, little tiny itty bitty holes. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, holes, I'll just patch them over. Well, after I bought this thing, and I would notice like little dots on the ground, and I'm like, what's all that about? So patched it over again. A few weeks later, I look underneath the thing, and there's some little dots on the ground again, and I'm like, how's that happening? The thing had bugs, and I couldn't get them out. So I had to, it was one of the few times I've ever had to quote-unquote junk a machine cabinet. Anyway, yeah. I probably could have tried harder. I probably could have put it in plastic bags and all that kind of chemicals and whatnot. I didn't do it. It's just like, I'm not going to mess with it at some point. But pests can be a problem. Paint, of course, correct stenciling, fading, or yellowing is a bad thing because it usually means a repaint. It could be cigarette smoke, and you might be able to get off with some light intensity cleaner, but you know, if you see fading, yellowing, plan on possibly having a repaint. Wiring, critters like to, little nasty biting teeth, right? Like to chew things, and so do humans. Maybe not chewing, but humans have ways of getting in and experimenting, or in good, how do you say, well-meaning, right? Trying to quote-unquote fix things, which that's how I learned. You know, that's how a lot of us learn. And I'm not putting that down at all. Yet sometimes when you find a machine, not yet, but if you find a machine that's been experimented with and not successfully, then you got to undo the do and get it back working again, which can be fun. Right? Can be all right. Just something to expect. If you see wires that are that don't look like the factory wires, the plunger can have a mashed tip on the end where it strikes the. I don't have it up here. Where it strikes the ball, right? At the very end, it can what we call mushroom. That's usually my experience with that is that's like about a 3-minute fix. Pull off the rubber end, hit the grinder, go around about two times or so. That smooths it out. Put the rubber tip back on, and it's good to go. So don't let a mash tip keep you from buying a pinball machine. Is what I'm trying to say there. Right? It's a thing, but it's not, you know, it's not going to stop. It's not going to be a showstopper. Playfield. Oh yeah. So this is the King Rex that I was fortunate enough to acquire a few years ago. I had played a King Tut back in 1976 and remembered it. And this is its sibling. This is its Add-A-Ball sibling. There are replay games, and you know, replay games versus Add-A-Balls. Am I speaking your language? Right. If not, the replay games are credit games where you actually get, you put a quarter in and you get 2 plays. And Add-A-Ball, you put a quarter in, you may get 2 plays, but you can't add replays. You add balls to the existing game. It was kind of a way in some states to get around gambling laws, things like that. Anyway, this is a King Rex, which is the Add-A-Ball version of the King Tut that I played back in '76. And I was fortunate enough to get 2 playfields. The first playfield, this is the donor playfield that came from the machine. It had warm paint, faded, planking. Planking is what we see right here, where the natural, as a tree grows, the capillaries that carry the water from the bottom to the top in the skin is how a tree lives, right? And those, actually, of the wood, start to concave after years and years, and pop, up goes the paint. So that's what's happened here to this King Rex area, and way here. This is laminating, delaminating of what was the, I'll say probably not polyurethane. Back then it was probably the other clear stuff, coat. Think of it in a minute. Shellac, yes, thank you, shellac, yep. Anyway, angel wing flipper marks, this doesn't have it, but these guys right here, when these become out of adjustment and they start to droop, the end of this will start to wear an angel wing, essentially, in the playfield. And those are pretty hard to get out. Not impossible, but they're hard to get out because it requires sanding and filling and sanding and polyurethane, and yeah, it can take a while. Is it worth it? Grooved ball arch and shooter lane, yeah. Almost every machine has this grooved arch from the ball rolling here. And what will happen is the ball, instead of going up, bouncing back, and going down, the ball will go up and hang, and it stays right there. So a quick simple fix solution that is not very detectable, it's all detectable, right? But is to sand the top of that arch, especially if it's bare wood, and then shellac it. That can be a really quick fix way to stop the ball from hanging at the top of the arch. The fix I like to do, of course, is to sand this all equally at the top, and then polyurethane it. Yeah, and then polyurethane it. So it's as you can see, you don't have to show this, but it's gonna play a little bit. Oh no, it's just some, no worries. It's just a little bit of dust in there. But yeah, that one, the ball arch is gone because I did that. So you can check that out later if you'd like. The bumper skirt surrounds, those will also wear where the bumper comes down and pushes the ball away. That constant will wear the wood. Even if there are plastic mylar circles around, which there are in most bumpers, they're around, I'd say most. A lot of machines have the plastic mylar on the playfield to prevent that. Doesn't always work, you know. So, and then the pop-out hole landing areas. There's none on this machine, but machines that have pop-out holes where the ball lands, constant will wear that away. Here it is done. Here's before, and here is after. And it came out pretty nice. This is a little bit of a trick, though. This is the second playfield. So this was the donor playfield that was not that great. I took a few parts off of this. I think maybe even maybe the plastics to make this. But essentially, this was like that, pretty much. Just a little bit better. So, and that took about 3 or 4 months to really get it like that. The light box, the head, this is what the back of this pinball machine looks like right here. This is the Skylab, I believe. Yeah, it is. Structure and the paint quality of the back glass. Actually, paint quality of the box itself, as you can see here with the bubbles, is pretty good on this one. The back glass we'll see in a minute. Wiring, is it intact? And who knows what these are called? Yeah, does anybody know why? I don't have the answer. Sorry, I don't have the answer. I need to look that up, right? But sorry, I didn't mean to let you down there. Howard Jones? Don't leave your life in one day? Okay, okay. Now I got that. Yeah. Oh, man. Anyway, now I can't get that song out of my head. Yeah, so the wiring, these can break. In fact, they are broken on Skylab at the bottom because the Bakelite becomes brittle, but they work. That's not going to keep them from working. If they snap in half, the pins are still in the holders, and that's what matters. So, don't break them, right? Oh, good, now I can break them. No, don't break them, but they can be broken and still work. Yeah. And yes, cleaning one of these things is one of the hardest things. We'll see in a minute why. I'm going to power through because we got time on our, time on our counting down. Okay, oh, thanks, Dan. Want to leave time for Q&A? So yeah, here's your back glass, or here's this back glass actually. We can see here, fading, flaking. What could possibly go wrong? Right, your back glass, cracks visible, like on my high deal. Repair, challenging if at all possible. This is an exercise in futility. If you've ever tried, anybody ever tried to restore back glass? It is not fun because you're painting on glass, and there aren't very many paints that you can paint on glass. But it's not just painting on glass. You have to have the light from behind it shine through the thing the paint you're doing. Maybe if it's one of the lighted areas. Gottlieb, early 1960s score reel area is one of the keys because it crackles usually around the score reels, and getting that like an old gaucho or something. Good luck, right? It's you really need to find a replacement glass. Where? New old stock, a machine glass that never got installed in a pinball machine, got produced, put in a warehouse for the last 50 years, and you're lucky enough to find one. Used, probably, right? It may not be perfect, but it's better than the one you have. That's how it usually goes for me. I usually find at a show that somebody has a glass or knows about somebody that has a glass, and I find them that way. Also, repros. There are various companies. I haven't done it yet. I probably need to on this one to find. I want to say, is it BG Resto? I think it's BG Resto is one of the. There are other companies that do that too. Reproduce glasses, right? I've not dealt with any of them, so I'm not endorsing or saying no to any of them. But I need to do that. I need to figure it out because I need a glass for this. And here it is. So this on the back is this. And here's the problem, right? The problem is these translucent, I think the word is, when light shines through, areas. You can touch this up with white paint, but you're still going to see the crack because your white paint isn't exactly as translucent as what's next to it. So it's an exercise in futility, unless, now the good thing about one redeeming quality is, it's a good side to everything, right? The good side to that is you're going to block the exact pinpoint of the light from the bulb. So it helps. But is it worth the time? Probably, for a stopgap or permanently. Again, I keep saying this, but it's true. It's all up to you. But that's in terms of the Skylab here, what you see, not very visible in the front until you light it up, right? And these are the cracks that you see right here on the Space Guy and the lunar module back there. Legs, there they are. So legs are interesting. Legs are not a bad thing. Legs are a good thing because there's something you can relatively easily source from a supplier. And the supplier can be a great wealth of knowledge when it comes to legs. Are they the proper length and color? Does color matter? I thought they were all silver. No. The earlier legs, like on the Ace High that I mentioned, were actually originally red. Sometimes they'll be wooden, like someone will put wooden legs on instead. Maybe. It's hard to say 60, 70 years later, right? But the thing to note about the legs, are they rust-free? And do they have the levelers and feet? Oftentimes these levelers and feet will be so rusted that they don't adjust. You adjust these leveler's feet by turning them in or out. There's also a nut usually on the top that you undo, or sometimes it gets put on the bottom. Still holds it. But anyway, you undo the nut wherever it is, and then twist and turn this to make it higher or lower to properly pitch the game up or down, and left and right, to adjust for floors that aren't right. Really the idea. The game is always correct. It's the floors that aren't right. So, yeah. The good news, the great news here is if you talk to your friendly supplier, most legs are available new. So you can get new legs, reproduction essentially legs, that will be quote unquote, I'd say pristine, but new. I don't know. I've not tried to do that. I would think so, but Dave, have you, yeah, oh, here you go.
The question is, what about reproduction wood legs? And there have been a couple efforts. Doesn't seem to be enough of a steady market. They're usually maple, so hardwood. And, you know, go on Pinside and, you know, ask, because when you ask, that starts some momentum, and maybe somebody else will step up. But there are also still wood rail games that are being turned into parts games, so that might be a competing source for those wooden legs.
Thank you, Dave. Great info. All right, let's get moving, and I do mean moving. Transporting your pinball machine. Very important, because if you dump it on the highway, it's all over but the crying, as my old friend and boss Darrell used to say down in Louisiana. So, oh, here we go. I said we'd be seeing it again, and there it is. The Jones plugs, that's important to unplug them. Don't try to take the head off before you remove the plugs. Otherwise, you'll stretch the wires and possibly rip something apart. Also, remove the ball as you transport it, because the ball getting loose, ask me how I know, when you tip the machine up, and not right then, but as you go over 1,100 miles of highway from Franklin, New Hampshire to Atlanta, Georgia, can smash the glass. And when you open up your U-Haul trailer at the end, you'll see like your smashed glass and say, what happened? So, yeah, that happened. Keys and bolts. Put them somewhere you'll remember. I don't have my, yes I do. I have my handy dandy bag, right? Is a good thing to put things in. Whoop. One more, come on. Yeah, there we go. So transport, plastic wrap. Anybody ever deal with this stuff? This is what you wrap a pinball machine with, or anything that you want to keep dry out in the weather. And you wrap it around, overlap it several times, top and bottom. Helps if you have a friend handy nearby. For the head and the body, and the legs if you want to. What else? One more bag of tricks thing here. Yeah. It's like Barrel of Monkeys. Anybody have Barrel of Monkeys when you were a kid? Right, the red, the yellow, and the green, they all kind of hung on together. Yeah. I know I had a strange childhood, but yeah. Your can't do it. Yes, I can. Your thing here, right? To tie down your pinball machine. 2 ways, 3 ways if you can, 4 ways if you can. The more you can tie it down, the better you're off you are in terms of security. Come on, thing. Monkey. Where's my presenter? There it is. Next slide. Next slide, and then we'll move on. We'll scoot ahead a little bit here because we're kind of running out of time when we get back to the slides. Okay. Oh, no worries, Julian. Hey, Royal Flush. Yeah. And Jive Time. No, it isn't. It's Expo. Sorry. No worries. Out of sight. That's okay. We'll talk about these in the meantime. So, yeah, Williams, Gottlieb, and whatever that was on the right. Right? So, non-EMs, right? Non-EM, non-electronic or solid states here. EM, Captain Fantastic. Solid states here. So what we're going to talk about here coming up in the last bit of this is just a bonus section on the different things that comprise an EM. What are the different parts once we get back to the presentation? In the meantime, transport. Yes. Don't forget the schematic. When you leave your place of, when you leave the place of where you pick up your pinball machine, ask them if they have the schematic, because sometimes they forget. And they'll keep it and throw it out because they don't have a pinball machine anymore. And you'll be looking for a schematic and paying $20 at the next show, right? So hopefully, if you can even find kind of thing. Sorry? Okay. Some schematics are available online, like on IPDB, but others are copyrighted and not. So, okay, repair or restore. The rewards, we talked about these already. Motivate your kids, nieces, nephews, and so forth. Meet people in the hobby. Make friends like with all y'all, all of us. And the game you can bring to the next Pintastic. Yeah. Bring your game that you find in the store here and have people play it. It's fun, right? This was the King Rex that you saw the playfill for earlier. That was here last year. What else? Skills you have would like to improve. We talked about all these already, but we'll say again. Troubleshooting, painting, metal work. Yeah, all of these things in miniature. So you're not going to be doing, you're not building like a starship or anything. You're doing this in a very small contained environment. So, it's a great place to get started with things. And parting out a game. This is a motor board that we'll be talking about later. When the repair's not practical, of course, if you want to sell it as a parts game, how do you get trustworthy judgments that a game has gone too far? Yeah, that game doesn't look good. I'll take it off your hands, kind of thing. Want to buy a watch? Kind of, oh, yeah, and those are the ways. Pinball friends, you and me. Online forums, yes, kind of. You don't know, of course, as we all know, right, you never know who you're talking to online, really, almost, unless you really know the person. So that's kind of a real iffy. But show conversations. So, yeah. Next, bonus section. Okay, 10 minutes, Dave, if that? Okay, good. Great, because I like a lot of bonus. I want the bonus to be at 15 for you on a Bally, or is it 19? 19, I think. And 15 on a Gottlieb. Yeah. And a Williams, how high does it go? 19 usually? Depends. But I want the bonus to be at the top for you. Let's take a look. What are some EM components? And this is not Skylab. Skylab is a Williams machine. I probably should have said that before. But Skylab is made by Williams Electronics. This is a machine made by D. Gottlieb and Company, another manufacturer, major manufacturer as well. We're going to look at each one. The bonus is we're going to count down from, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, like we would in an electromechanical pinball. The transformer. This is a Williams transformer. In fact, it's the one right in here. I took all these pictures, much as I could with the Skylab, I think. Distributes electricity, not something to be scared of, but something to be cautious of, right? Because it does take electricity from the wall and distribute it among the different circuits, usually 3 or 4, depending, in the pinball machine. One's going to run the lights lower, usually 6 volts. One's going to run the coils and flipper and bumpers and things that move. And then another one's going to run another part of those, right? Kind of like a different circuit for powering other things. The machine on-off is something to really be careful of. Like, don't rest your hand in the machine. Don't put your elbow on the on-off switch when you're inside it, because that on-off switch commonly carries wall voltage. And again, it's just like sticking your finger in the outlet in the wall. Don't do it. Fuses, common fault, common places things fail in a machine. The idea behind these is if there's a short, if something touches something else where it shouldn't. Oh, by the way, there's 2 major problems, not to dive off into problems, but there's 2 major problems in an electromechanical pinball machine. Things that are touching when they shouldn't be, and things that are not touching when they should be. That's it, right? Those are your problems in electromechanical pinball machines. Almost all problems, that and physical movement, right? almost all things can be traced down to the touching or not touching. Yep. These guys are really here to provide fire protection. If too much current, amperage, right? Amperage is like water. Too much water goes through. Now voltage is the fast, right? Voltage is how fast the stream is flowing. Amperage is how much water is going through. So if there's too much water, electricity, not water, but if there's too much electricity going through, this fuse will blow, quote unquote, separate, and stop the flow. Beautiful, right? No fire. That's what we want. Unfortunately, a lot of times, previous owners will overfuse. They just put something in there, and it works. It should be a 10, but it's a 30. So it lets 25 volts through, 25 amps, not volts, 25 amps through, which is enough to heat up the wire and cause the wire to start to burn, and a fire inside the pinball machine. So always make sure you fuse your, make sure the right fuse amperage, and it's right on the metal of each of the fuses, right? But more commonly, well, that's pretty common, actually. Just as commonly, this one. The fuse holder no longer holds the fuse tightly, and it makes it like it's blown, and it's not. Very common in ballets of the early 1970s for this, right? And the solution, everybody run into that already? Solution is you gotta buy new fuse holders, or if you can buy a block, great, but I've only been able to buy them as single and replace the block with that. Anyway. Switches. On-off physical states that implement logical configurations. Touching or not touching, we said before. Blades have points or contacts, that's these things right here, that touch or don't touch. And then when the relay coil pulls in, when the relay coil pulls in, they either go off or they go on. And normally closed, normally open, that's what it means. And that runs the whole machine. That's the logic. If it were a solid state machine, that's inside the IC chip that you can't see. And they're still used, they're used on, contacts. Yeah, they're grouped together in a switch stack, as you can see here. We call that a switch stack when they're together like this. And that's the Williams lock relay inside the Skylab. Everything should be doing something. Yes, exactly. Yep. If you have something together and that relay pulls in and it doesn't do anything, that's 99.99999% a problem. Yeah. It's 100%. Probably a problem. Yeah. I hate to say 100% because, but so a relay. That's the switch stack and the switch. This is the switch part of the lock relay, which is this whole thing. So the relay is that whole thing. And here is another type of relay, which is a, what do we call it? Lock-in relay. Because when this coil pulls in, these two switches, this one closes. I think this one opens. And that one opens too. I can't tell. Actually, it's the other way around. But point being is these all go to the other state when this lock relay pulls in, and it stays there because this armature, we could have a whole anatomy class here, this armature is locked into this other armature until this coil pulls in, and then it goes the other way. They call that a lock-in relay. This one back here is a momentary relay. When this coil disengages, everything goes back to the other state. This one, when this coil disengages, it stays locked in, hence the name lock-in relay. And this one is actually a tilt relay. Is the game tilted or not? And this is on a Gottlieb. What's different from a Williams? Your solenoid coils, they make things move. How do they do that? Well, the coil of wire that's wound around hundreds, thousands, probably hundreds, right, of times. I have a friend who winds these things. I haven't asked him. But literally, sending electrical current through that around something metal makes that something metal pop up or pull down, depending on the winding, I think. I don't know about that. Yeah, orientation. Thanks, Dave. Orientation. Yep. So, a flipper unit. How do flippers flip? The title of this should have been giving away secrets of how pinball machines work. We should have titled it like that. But how do flippers flip? That's how they do it. This is how they do it. Isn't that a song? I don't know. But the Williams chime unit, ding dang dong. There you go. Right? There are plungers inside this thing that will pop up. Think, right? Here we go. When a 1,000 points is made on the 1,000-point relay, one of those fingers closing sends electricity to this coil, goes around a few hundred times, and makes this metal plunger go think. That's it. That's how a pinball machine makes a chime sound. EM, electromechanical pinball machine, makes a chime sound. A common issue here is you put these on in the wrong way, so the machine doesn't sound right. It sounds clink for 1,000 and chunk for 100, which it should be the other way around. So I did that on this last week. It's like, why doesn't it sound right? What relay is not working right? Like, no, just put the chime back on the wrong coil. Score motor, oh boy. Yeah, these are, so we've talked about on and offs so far, and there's a lot of on and offs, but what do you do? How do you keep, what if you want to do timing? What if I need to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What if I need to step down one, make a bonus, step down one, make a bonus, step down one, make a bonus? Something has to provide timing, and it can't be an on-off, otherwise it would all happen at once. So various manufacturers come up with different ways. They all pretty much agree on a score motor, some rotational, how do we say, gear system that's going to engage and disengage switch tacks as it rotates. And this is a Gottlieb, which is a axial type. Forgive me if I got that wrong. The other one we'll see is Williams, which is a radial type, which is a straight up and down, and a Bally. But yeah, reset sequence, score reels, relay banks, coils, scoring, count 500, bonus count, specials, multiplayer. If I want to advance to player 2 and stay there, and then advance to player 3 and stay there, I could have a really involved series of relays, or I could do a score motor controlling a stepper unit, say player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, and that's how it's done. Oh, a number match too, by the way. Matching the last numbers on the back glass. Oh, doesn't shine, how about that? Matching the last numbers on the back glass gives a replay on electromechanical machines, usually, if it's turned on. Score motor controls that too. Solenoid coils, okay. Score motors. Here is that radial, or rather vertical, sorry. Yeah, last one was horizontal, and this one, Gottlieb, and this one is radial, which is Bally and Williams. Cams rotate, switches open and close, pulses count. Where you see these little gear things here, this is going up 1, 2, 3, 4, as this thing rotates. We're given 1 point, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. And then in this Williams over here, we'll give us 6,000 right over here. It's a combination of 5 on this and 1 on this, and one rotation gives you 6,000 points as it's counting down a bonus, as you can see in a few minutes. If you get a machine and it's running too fast or too slow, it could be because it's this game designed for Europe or Asia, because their electricity out of the wall runs slower. Stepper units, these are the things that count, things that matter. No, things that actually count in terms of how many replays do I have, how much bonus do I have, and such. And as we already talked about, these coils engaged with electricity, pulling in, activate a ratchet on these gears that advance this from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so forth. Score. That's how an electromechanical pinball machine keeps score, is this engaging of a ratchet to move those gears around for the points. What else? Oh, we're there, good. Questions? Because I'm out of stuff. Because I don't think there's anything else. Make sure we leave enough time.
Is there a language barrier working on non-American electromechanicals?
Ooh, good question. And your name, I'm sorry again?
Nate.
Nate, thanks, Nate. Only on the playfield. No, actually no. It's a common language, only on the playfield and the schematic. But even the schematic, you can look at the wiring diagram, and there's not going to be a language difference there. There might be in the terminology of normally open or normally closed. That might be a different language. But most of the manufacturers being made in the U.S., so were machines made in the U.S. So, yeah. And on the playfield, you know what something's supposed to do might be in a different language. Oh, the coin door, like 5 spiel, like 5 games. So yeah.
Hi. Any recommendations on how to go about learning, like the best way to go about learning how to read a schematic?
Oh, thanks. And sorry, your name is?
Jonathan.
Oh, thanks, Jonathan. Jonathan?
Jonathan.
Oh, Jonathan. Okay. Sure, Jonathan. Yeah. A friend of mine has a book from the 1970s, and I hope he wouldn't mind if I call him out. Dave, what's the name of that book that you have?
Well,
Yeah.
there were 2 for electromechanicals. There was the Henk de Jager book and the Russ Jensen book.
It's got a yellow cover. That's one source that I'm sorry, I didn't remember. So, yeah, sorry, Dave. I'm gonna. Yeah.
Okay, Henk de Jager. Oh yeah, that you're gonna give some websites in a minute.
Yes. Yeah.
Funwithpinball.com.
Fun with pinball. Yeah.
Mark is.
Actually, I can get that for you at the end of the. I have it right in my email, so I just gotta. Well, I don't want to be on my phone in front of everybody giving a presentation. So, Jonathan, thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Dave, please.
Okay, YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, and for specific questions, another thing you can do is go on Pinside. There, Mark Gibson and a few other dedicated EM fans are ready to just pounce on any question. And usually, within 2 hours, they'll be asking you the follow-up of here's the next thing you need to look at to diagnose the problem. And most of those guys own a lot of schematics, or they grab them online just to answer your question, and they will make the excerpt of only the part of the schematic you need to see that involves your problem. So between that and the YouTube videos, whether Mike Hale or your other favorites, some people like Clay Harrell, and so you'll have some, and then I guess you're going to give some website addresses
Sure
on your
will, Dave.
next slide.
Yes. And I'd like to put a plug in, well, not say plug, but there is a free YouTube site from some gentlemen in Australia who have something called the Goat Shed. Have everybody's run into this yet? Kim Oswald and Graham McGinnis. I've been online with them for a few years now. Maybe some of y'all have too. But if you Google Goat Shed Pinball, they have a lot of very instructional, educational videos on disassembly and reassembly, rebuilding a stepper unit, rebuilding a score motor, I think might even be in there. They have a lot. And oftentimes if they have a Facebook page, Goat Shed EM Pinball, I believe it is, and they're up at night because where sleeping's supposed to be. So if you're working on a machine late at night, it's cool that you can post, and a lot of people on that site will possibly answer. So, and plus the EM Pinball Facebook page too is another. And of course, IPD. I'm coming up on that right here too, actually. Let's do that. Of course, the resources, Pintastic, absolutely. IPDB, I go here a lot. The Internet Pinball, how many of y'all found IPDB? You find that helpful? Yeah. What do I have here? What kind of machine is this? That's probably the first place I go. How many did they make? How old is it? That kind of thing.
Does it make the top 100?
doesn't make the top 100. And I'm always kind of interested as to what people are looking for with that. Like, yeah, is that, yeah, kind of like what makes a game great. I always like to hear from people what they think. Pinside ratings in chat. Pinside, yeah, huge site, hugely helpful site. A lot of great people on there. Really, I mean, if this is, you want to get into the machines and how good are they, how are they, what do they like to play? This is the closest thing you can get. Like, people will put on there and actually write about their experiences and what they like the most about the machine, what they may not like about the machine. It's on there, you know, and lots of opinions on. It could be very helpful on Pinside. And the Goat Shed EM repair as well, tutorials and videos. Other questions? Yes?
Curious, in your collection, the games that are set up and
Yeah.
working, any solid state or are you all EMs?
All EMs, yeah. Why is that? Well, the rabbits hatched before I had a chance to really add any of the other kinds of rabbits. So, yeah, just gravitate to. Oh, you know why? I know why. Price. I forgot to talk about. I didn't say anything about this. And I probably shouldn't. But EM, right? EM pinballs historically, I can say that, historically have been lower priced than their solid state brethren or sisterin or peoplerin. And there's something you can get for a couple of few $100s and tinker away with it in a good way, right, toward fixing it or learning. Sure, you know, that's the lower. I guess that all boils down to like lower point of entry. If I were to drop a wad of cash on a solid state, what am I looking at? Probably more than a few $100s, right? Nowadays, probably add another zero to that. So that's why I think EMs, they're not as fast. They don't have as complex rule sets. There's not as much flash in them, kind of. They don't have multiple levels of playfields, usually. But they have some really neat and unique features that can keep you coming back for more. And even the ones that don't, they have the beautiful artwork, some of them. There's something you played back in the day that you never thought you'd ever have one, kind of thing. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I actually own a pinball machine. It's kind of, you know, a really cool thing. This pinball machine that I played in the pizza parlor back in, you know, whenever, if that matters to you. There's a lot of good reasons, I think, to get into EMs. And you know, get into solid states too. I'm not saying don't do solid states, right? Because they're a lot of fun too. They're a lot faster. You know, everything happens faster in a solid state. Well, except for the mechanical things, like flippers and the ball rolling. The ball's not going to roll any faster in a solid. Well, that's not true, because it will, because the things that propel it will go faster, right? But the laws of physics still apply to laws of physics. You can't. Oh, it's a solid state, so now the laws of physics go this way. You know, like, no. But the things do propel things faster, so therefore the ball can go faster. But if you just drop it and let it roll, it's all physics, right? Same physics. So, yeah.
Well, and you can see the extra large number of electromechanical games at the show this year. Exceptional participation from the EM game owners, so you get to see quite a variety of the way the games play. And I guess we have to end it there. For those of you who are thinking about restoring solid state games also, there will be another seminar later today to making the same kind of judgments, but for solid state will be the subject of the Pintastic seminar later on today. So thanks everyone for coming.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
good? Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound good in the headphones? Sound good there? All right, kill it. everybody just check your mics real quick.
Hello.
Hello? I know you can hear.
Can you hear me? I think everything's good. Can you go to the next slide, please? Here we are. So, show of hands. Let's do some audience participation. Who's been to the homebrew seminar before? Oh, good. More than half of you. So,
returners.
Who in the room can tell me what Rule 0 is? Nobody?
You don't talk about Fight Club.
Oh, you do. Rule 0 is don't make me make more rules, or I'll name them actually. So the purpose of this panel is to showcase these wonderful individuals who did something really hard, which is spend a lot of money building themselves a pinball machine. That will never be done and never be perfect. It's a non-rewarding job, that's why I don't do it. So we're here to admire them, and we're going to take some Q&A stuff. But the purpose of this is to get the who, what, when, where, and how, and why of doing homebrew pinball. And so that's what we're going to talk about. If you want to go on a tangent and talk about something else, I invite you to talk to my friend Dave here. He'll set you up with your own seminar.
Yeah, just wait till 3:30. You'll see how it works.
You want to talk about clear code before you do this?
Exactly. So, if there's some mythical agenda here that you want to drive forward, you go do that somewhere else. That's not what we're here for. Okay? So now with that out of the way, this is what we're going to do. We're going to share the development process. We're going to share the failures. I mean the successes and the failures. And how we got here. Everyone who brought a custom pin to this event is invited to be at this panel. Whether they choose to come up here and humiliate themselves with me or not is entirely up to them. But who in here is thinking of making their own machine? You don't count. So next year, I want you to bring a flipping machine. It does not even have to be close to finished. Bring me flipping machines and come talk about them and come join our custom game room. And that includes re-themes. It is not custom from scratch. We will, we are not discriminating against that. All of it is hard. So if everybody here consents and agrees to the rule, I won't need to use the saw gun on anyone.
Chainsword.
All right. So let's. If I don't break it,
It's okay. I'll just reprint another one.
All right. So we are going to start with a quick round of introductions. If we were more prepared and I had less things to do, there'd be slides with pictures. But none of us got to finish that in the last 24 hours. So here we are. We got some live props to show, and we're going to start with the introductions. So I want everyone to introduce themselves and which machine you brought.
You start?
You can start.
Sure. Brad Ledutko. I brought The Adventures of Sinbad and Skate or Die.
Brian Dowdy. I brought Borderlands 2 Pinball.
Mike Testa, King of the Arcade Pinball.
Aaron Richard, Warhammer 40,000.
All right, give me the next slide, please. All right, so here are the who, what, when, where, why, and how questions that we're going to use this year. The learner's in front of you, kids.
It's so far away.
Oh, jeez.
Do you need my glasses?
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if we should let the audience pick or let you as individuals pick.
What do
What do you guys want? How do you guys?
I want to know what they want to know.
You want audience participation?
I think I'm gonna get the clam strip plate.
Why? Like, you don't pick a question under
Did you see that one?
The goal is we can ask everybody different questions if we'd like. So, or I can pick why. So
Why?
let's go with a why question.
All right.
Why did you decide to build this machine instead of buying something brand new? Why did you pick this specific theme, which is good for a couple of you? And you know, what do you think in pinball still captures their, you know, excitement?
Okay. You want to start?
Who
Down
wants
the
to
line.
I can
Who
start.
wants to start?
I'll start.
Pick your why.
Okay.
Go
The why is the two people that inspired me to do this are sitting in this room right now.
Okay, who are they? Let's
It's Mark
call them.
Seaton and Ryan McQuaid. So Ryan made Sonic and Mark made Metroid. And I played them at Pintastic, my first year I came. And I had never seen a machine like that, so of course I got interested in asking questions like, what is this? And they're like, oh, I made it. I'm like, okay, what do you mean you made it? And they're like, I made this in my house. I built this thing. And it seemed really
You're
hard. It
allowed
seemed
to
like
do that?
Yeah, you're allowed to do that.
What?
And it seemed like a fun thing to do. It's a lot of it's a ton of challenge, and I like challenge, and I like mechanical things. I like programming. I like pinball, and you know, lo and behold, now there's a machine sitting here. It's basically the whole thing in a nutshell. That's where it comes from.
Sounds like a good why to me. In the corporate word, you know, you're supposed to. There's a book called Start with Why.
was exactly the same. This is about Mark.
This is all about Mark. Mark, this is your fault. It's all your fault.
We blame you.
Why is Mark not hosting this panel?
I don't know.
And Mark's was about you back there. So it all goes back to you, Spire.
All right. Presta, why?
For me, I started hanging out with Lynn. We all know him as Lynn, John Manuelian. About a decade ago, I had seen Haunted Cruise and a couple other things in his mad garage, mad scientist garage, and then helped him out on a video game that he put on Steam. And after that, we sat down. And he was like, "Mike, you helped me out. Let's make a game together." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, I want you to design it." And I'm like, "All right." And then he's like, "You can have one off." And I'm like, "I don't want that. Like, I want to make something that can be produced." So that's really what, a little bit more than just making one thing and just being like, "Oh, I'm proud of this. I want to do this. Like, this is a cool industry." So, you know, why not? Get a chance, take it.
Sound like a good why to me. All right.
So I've been coming to
I don't have favorite children, everybody, but sorry, Aaron. Borderlands 2 is my favorite game.
So I've been coming to Pintastic for many years now, and every time I come, I play the games like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if it could just do this, or wouldn't it be cool if it could do that? And so the idea is just sort of built and built and built. Seeing Metroid, seeing Sonic come together is like, wow, like you can, like a human being is capable of doing this, like maybe we could do it. And so the sort of culminating idea was this idea for a video game that had increasing difficulty levels, and so I wanted a playfield that could get steeper or shallower. And in starting to think that through, it's like, well, you know, for one actuator I can do one, but if I have three actuators, I can do more stuff for 3 times as much cost and complexity. And that weekend that I was at Pintastic, I'm in Dork, so I had 3 actuators in my house already, and we bolted them to a piece of plywood. We stuck a piece of cardboard on top. I got an RC plane controller, and in like 2 hours we had a thing moving. We put a ball on top, and I was like, is it fun? It's fun. And from there started the journey. 3 years. It was here last year. It wasn't tilting with the first 2 days because we had a game glitch code. It was looking for Wi-Fi, and it didn't have Wi-Fi, and we didn't know there was a bug in the Arduino. So it's a little smoother this year. There's a new mech that's supposed to be working perfectly, and as is Murphy's Law, and as is Pinball, it will never work perfectly, especially when you think it will. So after this show, we'll go and figure out how to get that working so it works the rest of the show. Just like last year, we got it fixed and got it working for the rest of the show.
And the side benefit of these linear actuators, and this is what fascinates me, is you don't have to take the glass off to get a stuck ball out anymore. Right?
You just shake the controller.
Playfield moves, and it's kind of like almost on springs when you wiggle it when it's sitting there. And also, it's, as far as I know, probably the first self-leveling, self-pitching playfield in a pinball machine that's ever been made.
Sure.
And-
If
and
one were to
as-
writ that code for it.
Well, it has the capability.
It
It's,
could.
It's a feature that you need to
It's
charge
got
for and
potential,
unlock.
ladies and gentlemen.
It's on the back bar, right?
Yeah.
They'll get to it.
Anyone want to take a Jira ticket?
How many points is that Jira ticket?
All right, why? You got 2 pins with us this year.
Yes,
Why?
I do. Why? Well, I guess to back up, I've had electronics as a hobby since a real young age, like 10 years old. My uncle was an electronics tech in the Navy. And yeah, I decided at an early age I wanted to know how to build video game hardware. That was what was the most interesting thing. So I kind of, went in that direction of digital logic and all that. And I realized, hey, I know how these pinball machines work. I just have to fire a coil or read a switch or turn a light on, and there you go. But I also realized it's a lot cheaper to build electronics than to buy something. When I was a kid, I had no money, so, build it all myself. Find some junk VCRs, take them apart, use the parts, make something new, make guitar pedals and things like that. So I found out that you can buy junked playfields for very, very cheap compared to the actual game. A lot of games that, hey, that's great, but I wouldn't really want taking up space in my house forever. But, oh, if I can swap 4 playfields in, sure. So that's kind of how I got there. I think there was a show I went to, the York show. There was a game that was a Bally Knight Rider cabinet with a Stern Nugent playfield and a blackjack backglass. And I looked at that and I said, oh, these parts are all interchangeable. So I just went wild from there.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Did we get the why from everybody? Does anybody have any follow-up why questions? You can ask anything if you want. No? You guys covered your whys. Check marks. I should have printed bingo cards
We have
for the audience.
stickers? Gold
Sorry.
stars? Yep.
Yeah.
Gold stars. All right. So where do we want to go from here? Why not where? Let's go to where. And the examples of where questions. But they just took off my screen while I was trying to read it. Where did you build it? Did you do it at home? Did you do it at a makerspace? Someone please say they did it at a makerspace. Actually, I already know that. We can pretend. Did you buy local? Did you buy online? Did you salvage parts, as you were just saying? Where can people see this other than here? Do you guys have any social media presence? Do you stick it on location anywhere? Does it go to any other shows? So those are our where examples. You can feel free to expand, and no, you're going last. Okay. I'm going to make him go first.
All right. The where I built in my garage.
Now, did you already have a workshop in your garage? Or?
Well, yeah, I kind of put a corner in there when I put together. Actually, I started it at my apartment, and I moved into the garage when I bought a house. But my games are on location sometimes. They are either at the Glenside Machine Shop in Center City, Glenside, PA, or at the Delaware Pinball Collective.
Excellent.
All right.
Go down the line.
Where? So my game was built in my basement. If you get into pinball, you'll find that it just consumes all flat surfaces, all space you have. You should buy every tool you can think of or borrow them. You should never ever put them away, because the second you put it away, you're going to need it again. So I have like 4 desks in my basement that are all covered in pinball things. And the ceremony is at the end of a show. I then get to clean my basement, and my wife is really happy until the next show. Mine has not been on location yet, so you can come visit it in my basement. Or it's went to Chicago Expo last year. It's planning to go again this year, and woohoo! At some point in time, I'll get it to be reliable enough and happy enough that I'd love to stick it somewhere for a little while, maybe down at EMP or one of these other little places people can go and get their hands on it. But I'll just build it into the back of a car and just like pull up at Target and let people play.
I love it.
Yeah, we definitely. I will. I'll tell you about my retirement idea later.
Hey, I mean, it fits in the back of my Ford Flex if I take the head off. So we'll just
my dream is
roving
to
pinball.
My dream is to sell the house and travel around the world in a giant $1 million motorhome bus with slide outs underneath for my pinball machines. And then I'd never have to level them again, because I just level the rig every time.
We'll work
I
on the
close.
IP for the.
Yeah.
That's great. Where? Well, I think we can kind of piggyback from what I said before. Lynn's garage.
Garage. Lynn's warehouse, which is essentially
Yeah.
a pinball
Well,
or maker space.
well, no.
Oh, this was
Started
actually
as
a
garage.
garage.
Started as
Okay.
garage with,
Yes,
with
true.
paper, plastic, wood, parts lying around. I found some actually found a good amount of parts at this one of the early flea markets for Pintastic, one of the first Pintastics. Just in and around, ripping them off other play fields where not really working and whatnot. Kind of similar to, finding stuff that's junked. In fact, if you see my game, it's got a EM score reel that's made it look like you're getting tickets, right? And I ripped that off. I bought a fucking junked, excuse my language, a junked back of an EM with a bunch of score reels on it, and then there you go. Be resourceful, Where else? I mean, now it's being worked on at Lynn's warehouse. Just some sort of a maker space.
It's a pinball maker space.
Yep.
Now, Lynn has got his own seminar. Lynn, you brought
Stay for that.
6 machines? 5? 6?
Six, yeah.
Oh, yes, because of the circus. And they are doing a seminar that starts immediately after this one. I would say it's 3:30, but we'll see what schedule looks like.
And where can you find King of the Arcade? Well, it travels around a little bit. A lot of times I'll be working at it with Lynn, helping him out.
You
And
find it disassembled in my shop usually.
sometimes, no, but then I've had it over at the Southern New Hampshire Pinball Club in Nashua, New Hampshire, which definitely can check that out at some point. I'll definitely have that back there. And then if you can come over to my place when I'm testing it, then there you go. It's pretty much where.
All right. So because this is a Warhammer machine, this machine was built in a dark, dingy basement, just like Warhammer, if you're familiar with it. So 2 locations, the basement of my house, and also a bit at Lynn's place as well, because Lynn helps everyone. He's a fantastic soul.
Yeah.
So,
Best resource we have.
Can I see the where?
Where did you get parts?
Yeah, can you push my slide up to full screen, please?
So those 2 locations, I source components both from Marco Pinball and Pinball Life. Those are like my main 2 sources.
Yeah.
Sometimes the internet, sometimes eBay has deals.
Planetary
You can find
things
stuff,
like that.
weird stuff like kicking targets and unique assemblies that you can't normally find anywhere else. So do scour the net. There's tons of different salespeople out there. You just gotta dig for it. It's not.
away our secrets.
Okay. And then where you can people play this. If you want to play this, this is eventually going to be in Hometown Arcade in Norwood, Massachusetts.
Cool.
I'll have this machine for play. Somewhere, we're gonna sneak it somewhere in the lineup. They've got like 16 games, so they're pretty much jammed in there. But we'll work it out. So that's it.
Excellent. So my next question, following up on this, is coin doors.
Okay.
Did all of you put coin doors in your machines?
Yes.
Why?
It was there when I bought the cabinet.
Okay, that's the number 1 answer. It's because you buy a cabinet that already has it in there.
Yeah.
But if you're never going to put the machine on location, why do you need the coin door?
So you can get.
Well, you could put something else there.
It's so
besides-
satisfying to open and fiddle with. Right?
What, like
Or
a-
is it the nostalgia
pork
of
hole or
wanting
something?
coin mechs on it?
What do you guys there?
Mine doesn't have coin mechs because the playfield will smash them. So I have a door, and I have a slot,
That's so funny.
and there are no coin mechs, so they just fall on the bottom now.
Right, because you don't need the coin mechs because you're never going to put it
But
on
it's
location.
such a nice door.
So it's one of these things where I've seen people spend hundreds of dollars on coin doors with coin mechs for a homebrew machine.
I can also, there's one more reason mine has one. My controller has magnets in it, and I can stick it to the coin door when I'm servicing the game. So that's why it'll stay there.
That's a good point.
Okay,
yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, where were we? Where? Did everybody get a good where?
Where?
Did we answer the where
Can
question?
I answer one more part
Sure.
of the where? Eventually, I don't know. Yes. Can I?
Stick it in
Where,
EMP.
where King of the Arcade would?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, EMP. They're gonna have a homeroom room eventually, and that will be there too. Huh?
A home room?
Did I say a homeroom? It's just
Home
it's just a closet. You can find it. No, that's gonna.
All right. So when? This is the when did you start question, but also when do you feel this thing's ever going to be truly finished? And when did you first get into pinball and tinkering with these damn things and to actually want to do this besides getting inspired? Now, who wants to go first? Someone in the middle this time.
I'll go.
There you go, you're up.
Put it back up for one more second. I got to read them again. So when I got into pinball when I was
You don't
in
have to
high
answer all the
school,
questions. You can just pick one.
I had a flash that I had in high school. I didn't have pinball for a long time, and then maybe 15 years ago or something, my wife found a game on the side of the road that someone was getting rid of, and convinced them to help her get it in the car, brought it home, and I was told it didn't work, and I was an old, what's the ski game, the home version ski game, I forget who it's by. Anyway, all I needed to have was a reset button done, and so we had our first game back in the house, and then it's kind of gone from there. When, for timing, I'm somewhere in like the 2 to 2,500 hours on the game at this point in time. I'd say if you want to get into it and you've got people that are excited to help you, then by all means take their help. A lot of the game I did myself. Aaron here helped, John helped. I've got some people doing coding for me. My motion control system was done by my buddy Craig, but the mechanics, the art, the graphics, like all that stuff, it sort of all adds up. It's fun, it's challenging, but to kind of see it come together is exciting. It's exciting to bring it to the shows. And as far as being done, the next big thing to do is to do playfield art, and then get a new playfield cut and then swap everything to the new playfield. That will hopefully signify that I'm like done with it. But it's a big step, and it's going to cost a decent amount of money. So I wanted to get it to a few shows, get people playing it, see the challenges, figure out how I want to improve the game, add new mechs. I don't mind taking a whole saw to this playfield like I did 4 weeks ago, and then putting a new feature in. But once I get it printed and clear coated, I'm pretty sure I won't want to do that again. And so that'll mark my kind of done moment.
Out of whitewood to the final print.
Yeah.
We're doing the wanking for the
Yeah. Do you need to see the slide?
Yeah. Okay, so Sinbad was originally a Cleopatra that I had restored. It had a melted transformer, so I converted it all to switching power supplies and only 3 voltages, all that kind of stuff. Then, so I spent about 2 months doing that in 2022. 2023, sometime in the winter, I came across a Sinbad with a really rusty cabinet for like $200. So I just took the playfield out and dropped it in there, put the stuff in the back of it, reprogrammed it. I think I spent about 2 or 3 months doing that. And then Skate or Die, I spent about 2 months, off and on 2 months, putting the playfield back together because it was pretty much not populated. But the rest of it, I put it together over a month. I got it flipping the Tuesday before last Pintastic. So I've just been working on mainly code for the past year on that.
Deadlines. Deadlines often make it
yeah,
happen.
they
And
help.
this is what I'm going to say to you people that I said, bring me a flippin' pin. Set a deadline on it. You know, like, you're going to bring it here next year and do this. Because if you don't, you're going to be like me, and it's just never going to get done.
That's what I did 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, and for a couple of you, I've called you out and go, no, you're bringing me a pin next year.
Is that how I got here?
That's actually how you got, so I'm
So
sorry.
you're here.
I've apologized to your wife a dozen times already. She's lovely. Aaron, you were already like on the fence. It's just you needed a deadline. So deadlines are kind of
Oh, they're
important to
good.
drive the win.
I need a kick in the ass is what I need.
You need to be reminded how hard this is.
Yes.
And it's okay to fail, because you're going to. Because that's pinball. You always drain.
All right.
Emily, you got a question? Go ahead.
For more, this is more for the game, like the IP. When you're designing, how much does like the IP take for your design process versus I just want this shot, I like this or I like this, and screw the IP to that point, you know?
Yeah,
What do you consider higher?
That's a great question.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, well, because you actually specifically don't have a defined IP. These two guys
Oh, okay,
have a
yeah,
defined IP,
that's
but
good.
in your case, yes, you should take this question because I'm interested to hear what you have to say
So,
about this.
a lot of times people will just start, drilling into a play field and hope that something comes from it, and it usually does. It's like, oh, this looks good for Goonies or this and that. You never know what it could be. For me, I've always I've always been into making your own thing, right? So I had the idea of King of the Arcade, like a table that was that's in an arcade, and you're playing in an arcade, like within the whole thing. Very meta, you know. It was very hip at that time, playing around with that. But then those type of things, for me, when I had that little peak of inspiration, I'm like, well, I'm really a huge fan of theme integration. So if I'm in an arcade, then why am I shooting this? Why am I going to here? Oh, this is fun. I want to make the game fun, but I still have some sort of I want it to make sense too. There's, we see games out there where it's just kind of like, okay, maybe a design, like a theme was just kind of plopped on. There's a mixture of both, I would say. I don't think everybody has that definitive saying like, yep, I want to have everything all together, put artwork into it, make sure it's 100% theme integration. Some people don't work that way. That's how I work. I don't know.
So for you guys who followed and I worked in video games for a while, and when you're dealing with a brand asset, you really focus on that. Now you two, Borderlands, both video games, wonderfully. Borderlands 2, I mean, you had all sorts of beautiful assets and things to choose from.
For me, part of the thing with all these building ideas in my head over the years was these cute little mechanisms. Like I'm a big fan of physics and interacting with real toys. So there's a captive ball helix, and there's a gravity ramp, and there's a cycling ball lock, and so all these little mechanisms were ideas, and it was like, let me build these little versions and make sure they work, and then how do I fit them in the game? And then Borderlands was chosen as a theme. I wanted a video game. It was going to be Final Fantasy VII, Borderlands, or Bioshock was the other one.
That would be cool.
And so
that would be cool.
Next game.
So
Next game.
Borderlands was chosen because in sleuthing the internet, I found someone who had done a YouTube video with every single scene in the game in one shot in high def. And I was able to download it, and then I found another person that stripped every audio asset, put it in a zip file that was in a folder structure by character and level. And I was like, wow, that's it. We're doing Borderlands. So it was a lot of mechanism design first, laying out the playfield, and then going through the story mode and trying to get the assets and the theme to sort of lay over top in making the most sense. So you find Tiny Tina in the game. You're delivering. You're running around for her to get stuff. So you do the orbits, and then she gives you 2 bombs to bring to the train track. So you do the 2 ramp shots. You have to take the things back to her garage, so you shoot the scoop. So in mine it works in some cases, in others it's just you hit the thing, the stuff happens, because it kind of works, it kind of doesn't.
Yeah, and in your integration, when you were if you were here last year, you can also see the video on the YouTube channel from last year. We had one of the ball lock mechanism that you 3D printed and all of that.
Yeah.
And you don't get to see the detail from a foot away, even under glass, where it's on the playfield, unless you really look at it.
If you're curious, come find me. We'll take the glass off.
As a person who's a Borderlands super nut for a while there, I look at that and I go, oh, exactly. I know exactly where that is in the game. I know where you got the inspiration from that. So the theme integration there is just wonderful. And same with yours. I'm not a miniature model painter. I don't know if anybody else in here is. So I never got into actually playing Warhammer and those things. But your integration is true to life as well.
Yeah, and you don't have to really play the game. I'm a painter, but I don't play tabletop. I paint and I read. I like the story. And so that's kind of where the whole thing came from. So I was like, oh, I could really go ham on this whole thing and just pull whatever I want and shove it into the game, and it'll work. See, I went with designing stuff first before I kind of started applying actual integration or IP to my shots and my layout.
Great question. Great question. Especially to the people that are up here today. It's really applicable on a couple times. Did everybody get to answer their when? No, you did not. We skipped you. We got an answer from you. You started yours 8 years ago.
That's true.
All right, so, Aaron, when did you start yours?
I'd say officially I started 2 years ago.
2022, 2023.
Yeah, I brought it to. This is my 3rd Pintastic, but my first show, it just flipped.
It flipped.
It just flipped.
It flipped. He made the deadline and it flipped. Yes. Achievement unlocked, my friend.
Yes, and
you got a flipping pin.
And I built my own cabinet, which is incredibly hard to do, but it's far easier to just buy one. So that's why I have this. But like I guess you could say my when I got bit by the pinball bug.
Yeah.
I was 7, and I think it was 7. My mom bought me this little tiny plastic like Jurassic Park Lost World pinball machine that was like spring powered, and you like click it, and it had like 4 or 5 pop bumpers in it and like a couple rollover lanes. I loved that toy. I played it until it broke, and then she bought me another one to replace it because I loved that thing. And it's like pinball has always been kind of part of my life. And I remember we went down to the Poconos for a break, and we went to like an actual arcade. And I had never seen a legitimate pinball machine before, and there was a South Park pinball machine. And I knew about South Park, and because Mom did not like South Park, but I was with my dad. And we got in front of that game, and I lost my mind. It was a pinball machine that flipped and made fart noises, and it was awesome. And ever since then, I have loved pinball, truly to my soul. So that's where I started.
There we go.
So my when was 2 years ago, and I mean, it's been a hell of a progress.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys were here last year, this game was different. This layout was not the same, and so I ripped my entire layout and I redid it to what it is today. I took everything I didn't like in the game and redesigned, and now I actually like it.
Okay, so
There you go.
last when question that I've always wanted to get out of everybody is like, when is it finished, right? And that's, when is yours going to be finished? When are you going to start super gluing miniatures, self-painted miniatures on this thing and stop worrying about geometry and other stuff? When is that point going to happen?
Okay.
And when is done?
When is done? Done is when you can go all the way with the code. You can go all the way to the wizard mode and start back at the beginning.
Okay.
Like you've done a wizard mode. Once that is fully progressible, where you can go through each mode, do the entire thing, see all the features of the game, and get back to the start. That's done. That's truly done for me.
Okay, well, so you have higher standards than the pinball manufacturers in the world. Sorry, I had to.
Bang, bang. Just fired.
Okay, so we've done who, what, when, where, why, how. You have a question. Can we get you to a microphone? You're all the way back there, and I'm never going to hear you on the... Well, we need it for the stream and for the recording as well, if you don't mind. So he's going to hand you a microphone and point a camera in your face. So just give it 1 second.
So my question is, are any of you guys designing your playfield layout by hand and cutting it by hand, or are you all using CAD and software to do that?
Okay, great. So,
and if you're doing it by hand, how are you doing it from version to version?
All right, so a nuts and bolts question about, how are you guys you're sitting here with a pen and paper and marking out the playfield and hitting it with a big Forester bit, or are you sticking it on a machine? And I know the answer is
yes.
Yeah.
I started with a quarter sheet of plywood I got from Home Depot. I got some cardboard and a hot glue gun, and I just started going to town. That eventually evolved into some laser cut pieces of acrylic to make it a little more robust. And then at some point in time, I started doing CAD, and I was getting really pissed off that the CAD didn't match the thing on my table anymore. And so got to the point that it was like, okay, clean slate, cut Rev 2. And then, so it started as A, and then it converted to B for me.
I guess for me, it's very similar. I mean, that's kind of how you start when it comes to homebrew. You have to make something like that, Frankenstein a piece of plywood, just to see like, oh, I like this, I like that, I like this. Well, now let's hook it up to get it flipping. This is fun. Let's change this. Let's do that. I guess it's just in progression. Really, it wasn't until you had Lynn had you made your own CNC router when we were able to get what?
I bought it off of Craigslist.
Craigslist
special.
Anyways,
which means he rebuilt a CNC router.
Rebuilt a CNC router. Anyways, so then we're able to move on to the next step. Really, for me, it was in my exploration of this field. It was really a matter of waiting, having that right moment, taking that moment, and then moving forward.
Aaron?
When I started, I had an initial design in mind, and once you start actually drilling and making holes in your playfield, you realize that certain things might not truly work for you from the organic standpoint, because we have like dreams and wishes of what we want to try and make a ball do, and sometimes the ball don't do it. So you just you will iterate on your process,
Yeah.
and a good thing to do is draw stuff out. I've been here and just had an idea, and I just started drawing. Just start drawing and doing different shapes and different designs, like the crossing shots. Like that was by happenstance here. I was like, maybe I could make it do that, and it kind of evolves on its own. You will snowball. You will, suffer, and things will fail, but it's part of the process. So I would say start organically before you go to CAD, because CAD's it's not a bad place to start. CAD can be awesome because you can iterate really quickly. You can move stuff over, you can shift things around. But sometimes you don't want to put everything in CAD. Sometimes you just need to make it quick and dirty and just like duct tape something to the playfield. So try what feels best for you. But for me, I would say duct tape, cardboard, and go to town.
And that's basically the sentiment that we've heard from everybody who's been on the panels for the last, I don't know, 5-6 years.
Just do it,
I mean, you started in VPX, getting a fun shooter, as you like to say, something that was fun to flip on a computer before you went to physical media. I know you've done both.
Yeah, these days I go straight CAD.
Yeah,
That
well
way-
now, yes.
Yeah, that way, if a shot doesn't work quite right, I don't need to figure out how to make it later on. I can just say, oh, I need to move this over a quarter of an inch for this thing, and then in CAD I just shift the dimple and poof, it's ready for the next time.
And Mark, you, I know, ended up catting out a CNCing out a playfield over at the Worcester Makerspace for the one that's in Metroid now. But how did you start with Metroid?
Just bought a piece of plywood.
And just marked drilling and cutting.
I put an orbit in first, and then flipped it, and just with the orbit for like an hour and a half. And this is fun.
I remember just walking into your basement and you're just like, Mike, look what I did. And it's just like,
Did we get it?
that's
Did
great.
we answer everybody's?
That's
Did
good.
everybody get a chance to answer this?
I'll add one
Hang
more
on
to
a second.
that.
Hang on a second.
Just to say,
You have
you can go to Home Depot tomorrow and you can buy a sheet of plywood and get some cardboard, and those really skinny 1 meter rulers are fantastic for doing orbits. You don't even need like flippers. You can just like sling a ball around,
Oh, yeah.
and it's super fun.
Throw the
and
ball.
and that could happen tomorrow for like $50, right? So if you think it's gonna be fun, just go do it, right?
But keep in mind, paper and more solid things like metal and plastic, they do a little differently. They move around a little bit. Keep that in mind. That's a very good little tip.
Great question. Did everything get answered there? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, go ahead.
What is the plywood that you're using exactly? Like 3/4?
Yeah, what's the thickness of plywood that we're using? We're going to moderate this one.
It is 1/2 inch sanded Baltic birch. That is the only thing you should buy. 7 or 9 ply. That's it.
I'm leaving.
Done.
If
Done.
you buy
That's it.
3/4 ply and then you get a bunch of standard mechanisms from the internet, you will find that you need to pocket route the back of all of them to get the thickness to be correct.
So
Don't do that.
so that's it. That's it.
Make it thick.
Just get that.
1/2 inch.
1/2 inch. That's
Excellent. Oh, hang on. I'm sorry.
It's cheaper than 3/4 too.
it. Yes.
Emily, you had a question?
I used some aluminum L channel and strapped it to the bottom of mine to get it to be stiff while I was in the debug mode.
Cool. Okay.
Once you guys put it in CAD and get an output, just say like a playfield like this.
Yes.
What you said, are you afraid to go in there like a CAD? You don't CAD everything to the next CAD. If you find that you have to move something, will
Yes.
you drill and say, I need the shot to work now?
Yeah. Yeah. I've put stuff in here like this morning. I put a peg in the near the rollover lanes because it kept getting stuck. I was like, all right, cool. Just put it in. No problem.
The show's
Does-
great for that.
Does not matter. Just do
But
it.
do you have a list to go back and add to your CAD later?
No.
Did you have any answers to those questions? Because we did
Yes.
skip you on one
Yes,
of
you
them.
Oh, sorry about that.
But
That's my job. That's why I did it this way
Keep
this
us in check.
time, is to
Keep us
make
in
sure
check.
that everybody gets their bingo cards.
So on a similar route, boards. I'm an electronics guy. I've got a bunch of custom designs. I'll do my prototypes on perf board, point-to-point wiring. My first game, Rock Lives, the lamp driver board in that, it's like 56 discrete outputs. I did it all by hand. I said, I'm never going to do that again. That's why Skate or Die doesn't have a lamp board in it, because I didn't learn the CAD to make the board.
So that's a great question. This is the problem with the homebrew panels, because we feed off of the community that's here, and I've talked to most of you before. So those who haven't been here, why don't we go do the quick question of what hardware platforms you're using, and then go ahead, Aaron, fast.
Yeah, Fast Pinball.
Fast is on the screen.
Fast
with Mission
Pinball
Pinball Framework.
and Mission Pinball Framework are the two pieces of software that I use.
Fast.
And?
And, well, code.
Well, you use Linball, right?
Code with Linity. God, Linity. I almost said
Linity.
Code with Unity.
Linity, I like
as
that.
well as, yeah, the pinball augmented reality system.
So
yeah, lens system.
So, Lin, is your augmented reality system your Linball to Unity, right?
Yeah, so Unity is the engine, the game engine that I use. Pinball is basically the framework I have in that to control everything. So you don't have to worry about players or balls or auto updates or score bit or anything like that. It's just magically.
Mine's on Cobra Pin with Mission Pinball Framework.
So Sinbad is running a Lizzie 1 board in slave mode, and Skater Die has an APC board. APC is a Williams board, and I'm running a Bally playfield on it. To do that, I had to plug the switch matrix in backwards, and I made some adapter harnesses for the solenoids. So yeah, that exact board was running in my Millionaire for a time.
Oh, wow. I remember that game.
But not everyone who builds a homebrew pinball needs to be an electrical engineer,
No.
is the point, right?
No.
You don't have to make your own PCBs, you don't have to solder your own boards, you can buy all of this stuff. You don't have to wrestle, you can, by the way, wrestle with Raspberry Pis and SB chips and everything else under the sun, which I do for other hobbies, but for this, you can buy off-the-shelf hardware that other people know, that there's a community, there are forums, there are great Facebook groups. Lynn's gonna, talk about his hardware a little bit, I think. Sure? Okay. It's up to you. Let's play some pinball. Let's go through your machine.
Do it.
All right. Any other questions while we get that moving? Oh, all right. Why don't we take you? Now let me get you a microphone. Run. Run. This is supposed to be the distraction, so we look prepared.
Further back.
All right. What's your volume set on this? I don't want to.
Right there, the guy, black shirt.
For starting off, should I start with like having a other machine and just updating a certain part in it?
You can do that. Some people do start with an already machine. Some people unscrew things, move it around to choose things. You can pick pieces from other games to do that, or you can start from scratch. It's really up to how you want to do it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
So where are you from?
San Diego.
Oh, California. Well, I was hoping I could find someone who lived in your area.
Your
and
arm's
say,
tired
have
to
your
fly
parent
down
talk to
here?
this person to help you out, but I'm going to have
I'm
to
not
leverage
from
other
San
people. I don't
Diego.
know anyone in San Diego, do you? You move to Nashua. No one wants to move to. You want to buy my house? You can move to Nashua.
San Diego to Nashua is a tough sell.
All right, you
man.
can switch off that
no.
camera. Thank you. Great questions. Yeah, just try to break something. Jump in it and make sure your parents are fine first. But, jump into it, try to break it. I saw another question somewhere. Where was that one? It wasn't you guys. It was somebody else.
Back there he is.
Oh, Derek.
Derek.
Yeah. Well, you want to run a mic to Derek? Or Derek, do you want to scream? It's your choice.
Bolt.
Put it in one ball. Yeah, that's fine.
It's a question for Aaron.
For Aaron?
Those 3D prints are pretty incredible. Is it one print or is it multiple prints that lock into each other?
For which one specifically?
Well, say the topper,
the
the sword,
topper.
and the
Yeah, we haven't
skull.
shown the topper.
So the topper is not made by me. This is an STL file by a dude named Alex Geek Workshop, and he makes Warhammer STLs in like full size. So you can get an STL for like $30, and the whole thing's motorized. He's done on so much work for you. You just buy the thing, print it, and I was like, that would look great on top of a Warhammer pinball machine. So I bought one, and I made one, and now it's here.
The skull as well was one print?
The skull is 4 different pieces.
That's what I thought,
all
okay.
glued together. Yeah. That is actually bolted together with metric bolts. And
Okay.
it's just nut and bolt, and they just go right together. Oh, God, I think this is about probably close to 20. Chopped up, and so it's like 20 individual prints. It's about 45 hours to print one of those on a fast printer. And like a good printer, it takes about 45 hours to do that. And also 3 kilograms of filament.
That seems quick. That's quick.
Yeah, I mean, for that much.
Yeah,
right? It's
right? That's wild.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, for everybody, let's start. I'll give you back this mic. We'll start with you. What was your biggest obstacle?
Oh God, the biggest obstacle
Great
is
question.
it's definitely layout. Layout is deciding on layout. Making decisions is an incredibly difficult thing, and you have to go with your gut. If you do pick something, just go with it for the time being. Of course it's not set in stone. Just try. That's all I can tell you. Just try, because it's going to be really hard. But
that's great advice.
That's how I got here.
Yeah, perfection's the enemy of good enough when it comes to this.
Truly.
So,
Time.
Yeah.
Really, because we all have jobs, we all have day jobs, we all have families. Things happen in life. It makes it hard to do this, but when you find the time and you're able and you are you're motivated, you get something done. Yeah.
Pulling together all the different skill sets to do a pinball machine, right? So there's electrical, there's software, there's mechanical, there's video, there's art, there's all sorts of stuff you need to do, and to look around and make friends. And so you will definitely find a combination of the two. So I, am not a coder, but I can code a new game now, right? And so I learned from Aaron, I learned from my friend Craig, I learned from Ernie Silverberg, who runs Trident, and so there's people in the community that will support you, and eventually, you're like, oh, look, I did a mode on, and it just booted? Oh, wow, I don't have to debug it for 4 hours and call 3 people? Like, that's exciting.
You still call me in the middle of the night sometimes.
You go to bed at 10, I call Ernie in the middle of the night.
So Brian, what you're saying is it takes a village, and sometimes you're the village idiot.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then you grow out of that role eventually.
Yes.
The village
That
idiot can
mentoring
do
other-
something pretty good once in a while, right?
Broke
He's
the clock
good
right
at being
twice a
an
day.
idiot.
Better lucky than good.
Do you want to answer?
Yeah. I do. The biggest challenge is getting the parts in the first place. I can't just go online and buy a fully populated skateball playfield without paying an arm and a leg, CPR or whatever. But to get these playfields, I have to watch pinside threads for show, buy, sell like a hawk. And you need to make a decision as soon as you see it. Do I want to do this or not? That skateball playfield, there was 10 people behind me.
That's the other reason.
Seriously, 10
Great
people
score.
reached out for $125.
Wow.
That is a great That is a great answer to the barrier to engagement and execution on this, because that's part of my thing. I know if I jump knee deep into this and start doing this, as people who have been in my home or have lived with me in the past know, that there are just Sterilite upon Sterilite containers all over the house full of parts. And knowing that you have to jump on things that you might eventually need someday that are just going to sit there and not gather dust, but not make any money or get any reward, it makes it difficult. So. It's a great one.
One little thing to the whole parts thing. So teaser for
Anybody else? Anybody else on the fence that just needs someone to be
Give-
mean and enforce a deadline in public over the internet?
Who wants?
Game design by trade, so it's sort of like my field. Thinking Wallace and Gromit.
Oh, yes!
Yay!
All right, that's happening. That's one. You're going to have something for me next year. You're going to sit up here. That's two, and I'm going to hold you to that. You know that. Anyone else? Anyone else want to be voluntold?
We announcing games.
What are you going to do? You have a question? Oh. Yeah.
So there was one mention of repurposing material, using a yardstick as ball guide.
Yeah.
Do each of you have any other ideas? Certainly can be very helpful to just repurpose something and a lot cheaper in a lot of cases.
Paper, painter's tape, pieces of little blocks, whatever you can find.
Hockey,
Have a pinball.
Legos.
Throw it.
What's the whiteboard?
Really?
The white. It's like the flexible white.
Foam
Foam
core.
core,
Yeah,
yes.
foam core.
Or
Anything that
styrene.
you can put on a plywood and just place, glue down,
Yeah.
nail down, all that kind of stuff. Just get to it.
If you have access to a 3D printer and you know how to create your own CAD, it's really good. So if you look at Borderlands, almost everything you see the top playfield is 3D printed. It's PLA. It holds up really good. It's shocking. I'm jinxing myself, I'm sure. There's some tricks I do where I'll embed M4 screws in areas where the ball's gonna hit a lot. But like, I can't believe how well it's holding up, and that opens a door for anything.
And then another quick question. Above and beyond what's built in Mission Pinball Framework with config files, at what point do you actually have to develop custom code to make this work?
It depends if you want to live outside the box or not. So if you want to have a tilting playfield, you're going to live outside the box. But everything else is in Mission Pinball Framework.
So most modes that you think of?
Yeah, everything.
Modes, multi-balls, light shows, machine and game configuration variables are all stored in MPF for you. If you
Video
want to do something
sequences.
custom, sorry.
Video sequences, yeah, everything's in Mission Pinball Framework.
However, there is that door. If you want to step through it, there is a way to do custom code and get down to like lower level programming to do it. You can do it.
Don't touch the third rail.
Don't touch the third rail.
But it's fun.
It's fun. It tastes good when you do it. All right, start this. We're gonna show some pinball. Everybody wants to play pinball. All of these machines that they've talked about are over in the custom game room, well, you know, if you don't want to play because you don't want me calling out how bad your playing skills are, we can always have Ryan do it because he'll show everybody up.
No, it's fine. So, just
All right. Yeah, why don't you talk about what you did?
You did it earlier, right?
Shoot
Yeah.
around.
Oh.
Get a Stucky in front of everybody.
Oh man.
At least it's not making the pop.
Are they in my toolbox?
Top of the toolbox.
Do you need a magnet? I'll
No,
grab
no,
it right now.
no,
Okay.
Of course,
Well.
the first flip. I love it.
It's inevitable.
Yeah. Best laid plans. We're gonna do this to fill some time, take some more questions, and then, you know, he just screws it up as usual. We love you. Another question for
We you. got a question.
How do you deal with intellectual property, even if you're not going to like master?
So, you know, I'll answer this partly from past experiences and things. I worked for Warner Brothers for a while. Some companies are perfectly fine with people doing fan art, fan projects, as long as they're never going to be commercially sold. You actually know Sony, for instance, with Sonic. Sony, Sega. Sorry.
Sony.
Didn't SOE own Sonic for a little while? Sony Online owned the Sonic for a little while, but you're right. Sega has a, yeah. Just don't sell it. Don't make any production. Right. Other companies, Disney, are not so nice about you know, people's passion projects and things. Just don't
Nintendo.
put the word Disney on it, and you should be fine. I don't know what 2K Take-Two owns Borderlands, so I don't know what their
haven't
policy
heard
is.
any. So yeah, I've chosen not to poke the bear. I've thought about like reaching out because they're pretty supportive. There's like tons of people that go to cons that do Borderlands 2. Like they seem generally receptive to it. When I was in Chicago, a game developer for Steam heard about the game and came, not Steam, for 2K games, Gearbox rather.
Gearbox.
Came and played it. He came, he shook my hand, we had talked on Facebook briefly. He's like, hey, I've got something for you. And it was around some other news of games not being allowed to be showed at the expo. I was like, oh, is it a cease and desist? And he's like, actually, I kind of thought about making a fake one and handing it to you, but I didn't know you well enough to think to know if you'd think it was funny. And I was like, if it was fake, it'd be hysterical. So, you know, I talked to him a little bit. He's like, yeah, I haven't been here too long, so I don't know how people would really feel about it. So we'll see. It hasn't shown up on their radar yet. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't, but I haven't heard about it. But I'm also like, I don't want to poke the bear either, so I'll just keep living under the radar. I don't want to build it and produce or anything like that, so it's fine.
You don't have anything private labeled. You don't have anything private labeled. Aaron? Well, I mean, it's someone else owns Warhammer. So.
Oh God, yeah, Games Workshop.
Right.
Warhammer.
They're highly litigious.
They're incredibly litigious. They're one of the most litigious companies out there.
I
do
too
I
like
care?
to live
No,
in
because I will change this over to an absolute parody of this game, and I do not care. I'm not Space
Floorhammer.
Space King.
Hair.
So yeah, it's gonna happen no matter what.
Love Hammer.
Sure, they'll come after me. We'll see what happens.
War
They
hamburger.
don't make pinball machines, so hopefully it is A-OK by them. And then signed by Henry Cavill, so because he's making apparently a show. So we'll see.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, most of this is not commercial, so they stay away from it. Some companies, little litigious.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers is one of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Games Workshop did that.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman who made a video called The Stardies. It's a 5-part series. They cease and desisted him for making such an amazing show, and then they hired him immediately because he was doing a great job. So yeah, it's that kind of thing.
All right. Let's show the
Attempt number
features.
2.
What you got? Show us something cool.
Okay, so
Do you want someone to that actually knows how to play pinball besides us? Yeah, you want to play it? We can make him play it. We already did that earlier.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
He liked it.
Yeah. No, not just this. We make him play pins in here all the time. This is a thing. I'm trying to get him a staff position as the resident seminar pinball player.
So you had a more embarrassing position.
That's true.
All right. So before I actually shoot it, I still talk about.
Yeah,
it.
let's
So,
go through some of the features of this. We are over time. You can feel free to leave. We will not be offended. Lynn is back here at 3:30, so I have to finish and get this pin out of here by 3:30 because the person who runs this room gets really angry. Is it really that much? All right, play. Do your thing.
Okay, I'll be really quick. So, scoop, standard scoop.
Yeah, 15.
But,
Yeah, we got
Stand
15
front,
minutes. We're fine.
Because you're your face. Yeah, there you go.
All right, so I'll just do
Take a breath.
Okay, so initially this design game, if you ever played Playfield 1, Playfield 1 did not look like this.
Look at
I had
that
a
camera.
three-bank drop target, very much like
left.
Attack from Mars, and a motor spinner in the back.
That
So when I created this game, I was mad at the spinner after I had put it in because I found it boring. It didn't actually interact with my player in any way. And so in order to change that around, I decided to go with an infinite loop that you can actually shoot. This was a heck of a lot more fun for the player. For me, I enjoyed it more. Oh, so
I was gonna say just keep playing, but keep playing like a
Keep the glass
I'll
off.
just keep the glass.
Keep the glass off. Just for this.
I lost the mic clip.
You lost what?
The little clip that holds the mic on.
broke it off, try to get it on.
Ah.
Wow.
So I created the infinite loop that you shoot multiple times. But I was like, okay, cool, that's great. But where's the payoff? So actually, I think I called Mike in the middle of the night because I didn't know what to do. I was out of ideas, and I had this weird like right-hand lane up over here, and Mike goes, "Why did you make a player shoot through the pops?" I was like, "That's a great idea. All right, cool. Let's try that." So I threw the whole thing in, and lo and behold, it's a hell of a lot of fun. And so I put it into the game. And it's those kind of iterations that make pinball pinball.
We help each other.
Exactly. So another thing that came in was, is it Future Spa that's got the crossing shots? What's a game that's got a ton of crossing shots? Crossfire. So, thank you.
You'll get caught up in that.
So something like that came in with the idea of the inner lane, kind of like also from Turtles, where it's got that feed on the left-hand side. I was like, well, what if I could shoot it both ways for the player? So not only can you shoot the ball around, come on, and feed the ball to your flipper, but you can also shoot it the other way and have it feed the inner lane. Shoot, fast enough. There you go. And feed like that.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that. Yeah,
And that was really fun to shoot. And so
cool, right? Yeah.
that kind of thing was really innovative. But I also love games like Deadpool with the snick target, because that's really cool because it feeds the ball. And I was like, wait, maybe I can put that in the game and add more to it. So I put 4 of them in the game. Specifically to feed things like jackpots, to feed your spinner, to feed a vuck, and to feed the in lane. And the in lane's a cool one because it's actually not off a target, it's off the back of your flipper. So in the left-hand side, you shoot, and it will basically bounce in if you get it right. But let's see if we can do this on the fly.
It's so good.
It's so cool.
It's so satisfying. I love it. Really. It shouldn't work that consistently either.
Right. It's a great design.
I want to. So there's an angled target underneath the buck tube, which will feed your spinner. So that's a really fun thing to do, and of course, like you can program it in. I'm going to program it in for like extra points, where you actually rip the crap out of the spinner. And if you do it off the SNCC target, it's worth a ton more points.
Okay, so let's apply some of the questions that the audience has asked before. So the question I want to know is which revision of playfield are we on here? Was this CNC cut? Was this a hand cut?
This is CNC cut. This is my CNC game, my first CNC game.
Okay.
Lynn cut it. And so this is technically playfield 2.
Okay, so we had one whitewood, and now this.
And then this.
Is this final except artwork? So the next one gets cut, printed, and repopulated?
Apart from small adjustments, yes.
This is almost final game on the board.
This is pretty much going to be it. Yeah, this is what I'm happy with.
Excellent.
Some of the small
Yeah,
adjustments?
that's a great question.
Like what I'm going to change?
Yeah,
Like
what's
your little
something
pin
in
you
here?
added. You said you added a post.
Oh yes, I
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
I did add a
let me get
post.
camera over here. Don't worry.
Okay.
Go ahead. Point at it.
Okay.
We'll
So
figure it out.
up here was a bad spot, just because it's part where the orbits meet the inlanes, and this essentially was just a little location where the ball would get stuck, and I just took a threaded nut driver.
post.
Yeah. One of the nut drivers and just drove a post in there into the playfield, and it worked great. It was an easy change, and now balls don't get stuck, and I have to pull the glass anymore. So like little stuff like that, you'll find during the show. One of the things I actually did during this show last night was this feed tube worked in my house, but did not work at the show. It was STDMing, and so late last night when I went home at midnight. I went into my CAD, adjusted the degree of pitch 2 degrees, reprinted the entire thing, like started the print, went to bed, woke up, pulled the thing out of the printer, and now it's here.
Now it works?
Now it works. So like that kind of iteration is little things that you find at the show. So it's good to bring your game to the show, because you won't play test.
Now, Ryan, you had a lot with that, with Sonic, taking around, taking all that feedback from everybody.
It was really hard because I didn't get any feedback or testing because I did the whole thing during COVID, so I couldn't even have anyone play the game for almost like a year and a half. But yeah, that's why I was so happy to finally get to bring it to the shows, because someone other than me was playing it, and you guys immediately broke it in 1,000 different ways, which is excellent. That's the most valuable thing. So yeah, just keep bringing it to the shows, let it get beat on, learn something like that, like. That's what we're actually here to do. We're here to show off our work, but we're also here to learn and make the games better. And you get ideas sometimes at 12 at night from your buddy. Sometimes you get them from a random person that you've never met at the show. Sometimes you listen to 99 bad ideas, and then one of them you're like, wait a minute, that's a good one. I'm glad I listened to the 99 bad ones. So yeah, we love the shows. Thank you all so much for like coming out to support homebrew in general, because it's really hard and it's really great.
Any more questions? Anybody got anything, lingering things? And now is the time where I plug the next seminar, which starts entirely too soon at 3:30 with Lynn. Lynn is going to go through and basically build.
No, I'm not. I didn't get my equipment, so I'm going to wing it.
You're going to wing it?
Yep.
All right. Well, I can't plug Lynn because I don't know what the hell Lynn's doing in the next.
We're going to discover it together.
Yay!
Well, what we were going to do is kind of community source a pinball machine and open source it here, so we will figure something out. Which means it will probably end up being a really good hardware tech conversation about stuff that we glossed over. So you should go do that. And I want to thank you guys all for coming. This is the pleasure of my weekend. This is the only reason I'm here, is to come here and support these people. This is a fantastic community that you and where's the last one? Who's the shit? Wasn't you, was it? You're about to get signed up, actually. We'll be on next year. Well, I know. I
San
told you
Diego,
that
you
last
making
year.
one?
But you decided to do other stuff.
You making one?
Do it.
Who?
You gonna
Who?
bring one? San Diego over here, yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, we're gonna.
All right.
If I have you and your parent, whoever's with you, come talk to us.
Yeah.
We will
Something to look forward to.
We will find you a makerspace. We'll find you a mentor to do this with you. We can do that. So there's nothing. So leave the side of the country. Lynn has enough to do. Little children will die on amusement park rides if we take Lynn away. Again, thank you. The 10th anniversary of Pintastic. It is wonderful how much this convention supports this homebrew community. Come grow this with us. Come be with us. And work with these people who want to share their knowledge and share everything that they've put entirely too much time into. When you look at how much this takes, 2,000 hours to put one of these together, that's a full-time job for a year. All right. Get your machine out.
Come play pinball. Come play pinball.
Come play pinball with them.
Come play with me. We're in the next room over if you don't know where the custom games are.
It's next to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Next to the bathroom.
Thanks, man. How are you doing? Thank you.
I'm Aaron, by the way.
I'm also Aaron. Pleasure. Yeah, man. Oh, dude. Thank you. Thank you. This has been a long, long road. It's been seriously a long road. But I finally got here, and I've got a working playfield. So
Well, this is number one, right?
this is number two. Number two. And it was, oh God, how can I explain this? It's the one I'm happy with. Because, like, my first, like, two, like, game iterations, I was just not pleased with the way they came out, what they look like. And
That's why we do this. That's why we do this. In case you forget, that's why we do this. I'm just like, oh man, my kid should be my child. Right? Shit, I'd have a homebrew machine if I had a kid like you. Oh my God. All right, I need to get this rig off of here.
yep, I'm working on it.
No, you're good. No rush.
I love these lights. I want these.
I'll make you a seriously, this is, whoa, you made that? Listen to this. 40 bucks, you can make a couple sets.
Wow.
Listen, the most expensive parts of magnets.
The most expensive parts are the magnets. They're just LED strips.
White LED strips on a dimmer. I make them in USB, so you can run them up a USB battery. But this one.
Can I just pay you?
Yeah, no, I have it.
Okay.
So they're just 12 volt with a dimmer. Right? You just solder the wires on. Aluminum channel with the diffusion.
Okay.
Probably not. I think I'm just going to talk about some.
Oh, it's an X1 carbon. Big boy. I did not buy the HT2 because it's too much. Okay, I'm putting my glass back in before it breaks.
Look, I use magnets on everything. Because you've been to the house. So I have a giant magnetic ball, right? And so.
Is there an HDMI in here, or is it only over there?
They're on magnets.
Oh my God, yeah, they are.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can. Well, I love telling the story about my dad because I've told that story a few times.
All right, you slow down halfway through. I need to get this pin. What is it? Later, I need what? You need a cable. I didn't know how
Yeah.
much we were going to actually.
Yeah, well, we were short on time, so I was a little frantic, but I feel like I displayed what I had created. We had great.
Glad it was more organized. Yeah, really. When you use a tabletop, you want to use the tabletop.
Yeah, okay, sure.
What are people using?
I have a whole list.
I would like an iced tea.
Iced tea?
Yeah, a large iced tea with some sugar. And I need you can eat cheese.
Granulated?
Yeah. You can eat jelly stick if they have any.
Yeah.
If they don't, I don't care.
Aaron, I can unplug this.
Oh yeah.
Bring your armor. Here, I'll put this in my car. Right?
Yeah. Kaneda already wants one. So.
I just want that.
He reposted.
He probably gets a kick out of it.
I'm sure he gets an absolute kick out of people razzing him.
I want this.
You want one? You want one? They were trying to find it. I didn't have it on the master schedule, so they don't know when to come get it.
And that projector is just.
Aaron says this does work. Yes.
Yes, it is motorized. There is wiring like ready to go.
What?
Find a
Oh.
name.
Find me a 9-volt battery so we can use it.
It'll work off like a little.
Let me go get the car battery.
I didn't say that. Gotta go real fast. I'm actually not against it.
All right, so when I go to Fan Expo Boston, and Henry probably will have them.
Oh, absolutely.
Lynn, make sure you're just mirroring your output. Is that what you're playing?
Probably, yeah.
So put your output in mirror mode. Once we hook this cable up.
Run it over.
No, I'm running it behind.
Actually, I might do Jules.
Okay, that's fine. But just give me a screen output. You're gonna be able to, when it's on, you're gonna be able to see it here.
Okay, everybody. Welcome, homebrew fans. We have more games than just what's in the custom game showcase, by the way. I was noticing people having a good time on battle stations over in the vendor hall, down in the Southern New Hampshire Club Room. There's a game with some custom software. So look around all over the show. This is our 10th show. And for the 10th time, we have something in our seminar program for homebrew developers. No other show has had 10 ever, cumulatively. And now we're adding a bonus one. Lynn Manuelian, you've seen 5 of his 6 games. And then yesterday, we brought in the 6th one, which had a little IP
there I
issue.
am.
So all 6. I don't know of anyone who's made more than 6. Okay. But if you want to start now, if you want to start as young as the kid from San Diego so that you can exceed his lifetime productivity eventually,
Do
then
it.
you should learn from him what he knows about game development. And we are going to be doing an improv session, right?
A little bit. So my original idea was to have my Wacom tablet here and actually design a layout with all of you. I didn't have a chance to go home to get it, so I'm going to kind of shoot from the hip with this and talk about a couple of the other games that I do have and show some of the sketches I've done and how it went from sketch and why I chose some features of the sketch to the CAD drawing and finally to the final thing that you see out there. And take questions along the way. If anyone has questions as we go, just kind of raise your hand and I'll answer them.
We'll have the guy run.
Yeah, well, yeah. He needs to lose some weight, so just everybody. If someone asks a question here, someone over there needs to ask the question then back. All right. So yep, my name is John Manuelian. Everybody knows me as Lynn, Linoleum, or some flavor of that. And I'm a professional game programmer. I've been for like 18 years, something or other now. But those are video games, not pinball games. I do pinball because I enjoy pinball, and why not, right? So a while ago, 12 years ago, sometime back in the PS3 era, whenever that was. What? The 90s. The PS3, not the 90s. What the hell? So sometime back in the PS3 era, I was working at a company, and they wanted to make a virtual pinball game. And it ended up releasing as Pinballistic. It was a 2-player heads-up where you can kind of grief each other. I didn't know anything about pinball at the time, and yet I needed to program pinball. So we had the easiest game possible, local, Simpsons Pinball Party, so I learned how to play on that. And I learned what rules were based on that. We actually did all our design in Visual Pinball for all that, and I created a converter to take the Visual Pinball file, convert it to OBJ files to load into 3D Studio Max to then generate all the images. And then I also created a Visual Basic to Lua conversion. So we scripted everything in Visual Pinball, and then it just converted to Lua and loaded into a C++ engine for PS3. So that was my introduction to pinball. And during that, I got the crazy idea to build a real thing, and it snowballed from that, more or less. The very first game I designed, you've never seen. It'll be here eventually. It's called Fairyland Tales. It's kind of an Art Nouveau-y fairy and magic thing. Nothing to do with Magic Forest. But that I'll get done eventually. I've learned a lot, and I look at that playfield, and I think, oh, that's neat, but why did I do that now? That's what 15 years of doing this will do. So there's that. And then Haunted Cruise was officially started in like 2009, and it's still going. But I've changed my design philosophies over the years. Initially, I would start with foam core, or I would start with a piece of wood and kind of stick things around, kind of like the guys we're talking about here. Now I go straight from a Photoshop sketch into CAD, and then I only do CNC cuts from now on.
So if my first cut is wrong, I make the adjustments in CAD, and I cut another one until it's right. It just makes life a lot easier, so I'm not trying to measure things and get the measurements right, because whenever you use any kind of measurement tool, you're going to be off by just a little bit, and those little bits count sometimes. But anyways, a year ago, I did a game called 12 Days of Christmas, which is now Christmas Countdown, which you can all play. I just live streamed all of that, so I'm going to talk about that a little bit. That took me about two man-months to make. And generally, I start out with a sketch in Photoshop. So as I said, I have a Wacom tablet I use. So this is all made one-to-one. If I were to print it up, it would be the size of a pinball playfield. I have blank pinball playfield starters in CAD that I just print I make a PDF of, and I bring it into Photoshop just so I can easily start sketching things. Now you can see at the very top, I have a bunch of guides, so I kind of know what's the size of a ball, what's the size of a jet bumper, like what are some standard ramp and entry points for things, right? So as I go around and draw, I can see, hey, is this the right size? Will this fit? Will this rattle? Or such. Now, what I don't have is I actually don't tend to use 2-inch anymore. I usually start with 2 1/4 period, because when you create a 2 1/4 entrance, let's say, let's look at this ramp. It's a little bigger than 2 1/4. But if you have a 2 1/4 entrance, you're going to need to protect that entrance in some way. So you're going to have targets or posts kind of blocking it a little bit, so that 2 1/4 will end up becoming 2 inches after you put stuff in front of it. So the bigger you design it, the more stuff end up covering things to protect walls, protect edges, protect bouncing. And it'll also give you some extra space. So for instance, I now, if I wanted to, in this section here, and you can see the little hand I'm moving around there, right? Yeah. In this section here, I could put a little bumper post or something right in this section, and I now have the space to also add a piece of sheet metal to even protect the side of the target, because I have that extra slack. I don't have it in the game. I didn't make it. I'm lazy, but I could do it on all of these sections, especially this side ramp over here, which you'll see in the CAD when I show you. I went through like 4 or 5 designs of this after I made this initial design, which does not work, by the way. Along this right side, I definitely need a piece of metal to protect against all the sides of the targets and all the entrances of the ramps and everything. So make it bigger. That way you can put stuff next to it in front of it, so it will work for realsies. The other thing too that I always plan on, so I say use around 2 1/4 to 2 1/2 when you're kind of going straight on. Well, when you're on the side, I always kind of start with 3 1/2 inches when it's on the side, because you can't see that very well, and it's always going to be a bit of slop, right? It's going to be a little bit of guess and take. Sometimes I even go 4 inches, and then as I add things in, and once I make the first cut, I can kind of shrink it down because I can see where the ball is going to kind of go. So if you're on the side, 3 1/2 inches. If you're straight on, 2 1/4 inches. And as you add those trails and those paths and whatnot, you'll realize how little space you actually have on a piece of wood, and you'll realize how high your ramps actually need to be to get up and over the thing to go in. Which this ramp over here on the right here, actually no, this one right here, this green ramp. When I made the first vacuum form of this, I was expecting, I can kind of flex it down a little bit so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that didn't work, because I wanted a ball to go behind the ramp right here, and the metal guide that's right back here is 1 1/8 inch tall, just so the ball kind of slides along it, which means this ramp just went like this all the way around instead of this. So if you look closely on Christmas Countdown, this ramp that I have there, I snipped a little bit, and I kind of bent the ramp and riveted some other little pieces of plastic so you couldn't really tell, to make it curve up and around, and now it's smooth and it seems to fit. Likewise, this ramp on the right, I made it way too tight for what my vacuum forming machine can do, so this kind of inner section, the inner kind of loop around, is really chewed up because I just had no plastic down there. So I kind of put a little piece of metal or something there, I think. I had to Mickey Mouse it a little bit to make it work. I also needed to add a gate on it because this ramp, when I made it, was completely wrong and the ball just wouldn't go up and around. It would go around the ramp, then all the way back around, and it's like, the hell are you doing, ball? Gravity is this way. But no, the gravity say no. And it went back. So there's a lot of those little tweaks you'll find on there. Something else I do with ball trails too. Any kind of ball trail, whether it's a ramp or it's a guide, some kind of orbit or other loop around, I never go any smaller than about 1.5 inches wide from metal to metal or from plastic to plastic. Because if it's any shorter than that, or any thinner than that, then when you put the piece on, you're going to have a little bit of slop when installing, and it might just pinch too much. Or your bend might not be quite right if it's metal, and it might pinch too much. So 1.5 inches, and also a lot of standard parts for ramps assume 1.5 inch wide, like little gullies that the ball goes down. When the ball is coming down towards you, you can get as small as 1.25, but that's pushing it. You probably need to lower your side walls a little bit when you do that, so it doesn't pinch. I think a good example of that is the Pirates of the Caribbean stern, how Dennis, I think he made it, the little wavy ramp in the front, that's like really, really shallow, but it's also really skinny, so it doesn't take up a lot of space. Also, you can look at Frozen. Frozen does something like that too. I have that ramp that goes across. I have very shallow heights on that, so it doesn't block the ball, but it also gets pretty narrow as it goes across. So as I'm kind of drawing all these things in layers, each one of these colors is a different layer, so I can onion slice it. If you know Iron Man 1, that's how I make these games, or how I design these games, how we designed that suit in the cave. So I onion slice it, and as I'm building this, I also look at where the flipper is coming from. And if I had Photoshop on this, I'd be able to show you. But I basically draw not a straight line, because a lot of people like to take like a ruler and it's going from this flipper to that shot, right? Where in actuality, it's going to go from that flipper to that shot. So you have like a V type of situation. So you need to take care of the lowest point of the V, so say the impact point down here, as well as the highest point of the V, which is the impact point up here. So what happens in those two situations, once you're past that, then you can do whatever you want as long as the ball ricochets the way you expect. I've been practicing a lot, actually this past year, what the reflection points are, because that's been kind of an Achilles heel of mine. And this game was the first one that I think I got everything right, or mostly right. If you look at this ramp here, notice the left side kind of is a big kind of pot belly coming out, whereas the right side is far more straight. It's still a little curved to the left, but it's still far more straight. This pot belly is that way specifically because of what I just described. From this flipper, it kind of goes diagonal a little bit, so you got to catch the ball and have it loop around. If you just had it straight, it would go up and bounce off. You want it to bounce up. So whatever the angle of reflection would be, if you draw a line, a vector from the flipper to the point, you take the reciprocal of that to reflect up. So does it reflect across? If it does, you're probably going to start going down. If it reflects more up, you're probably going to start going up, probably. Now let's say you have kind of a straight ramp or a straight something or other, and you say, oh, this kind of bounces a little bit and zigzags a little bit, but it kind of goes where I want, right? We'll add gravity into that, and that zigzag, instead of going like that, it's going to kind of go more like that. And that's why you see these weird little bounces. And like, oh, this looks cool. Why doesn't this work? Well, it's because you're reflecting just slightly wrong, and then gravity's saying, hold my beer. So that's the biggest challenge. Well, that's one of the other biggest challenges of ramps, to make them work. Sure, it looks like this is going to work great on paper. It's all smooth, but then gravity comes into play and kind of changes how your reflection is a little bit. So your best, or what I've determined so far when I design, if it's on an angle at any point, instead of that reflection point being equal, like if you have a mirror, bring it down just a little tickle each time you reflect. And if it still makes it where you want, it's probably going to be okay. And the steeper your ramp is, the more it's going to kind of bend back down to your reflection point. I don't know. Is it, any questions on that? Any curiosities? Yeah. The big, yeah.
Continuous loop, are you hitting into a curve, and where would you say is the furthest point, like when you're rolling down that flipper, in order to hit that main loop, you're not designing for the tip of the flipper, you're designing for
That's not the one I want.
what is your main like shot for that loop? Where does like the flipper, I guess, origin point from the flipper to getting into that loop, and then the final destination point, where do you ideally want to hit into that loop so it curves into it?
All right, so this is from my own guesses, and I'm using really advanced Microsoft Paint for this, so please bear with this. I want the ball to ride directly perpendicular with the entry of my ramp, or whatever it is, the guide, the loop, because if it goes right on this point, or right parallel to the your guide, what is the reflection point of something parallel? There is no reflection point. It's infinite. It will just go around. So the ball will, if your guide is then really nice and curved, your ball will then, through the curvature and all the other physics, it'll loop around, right? However, if your ball, now you're never going to perfectly get it straight on that. So let's say you hit it kind of more up this way, right? So it's a bit higher. Well, if I hit right here, what's my reflection point? There is no gravity involved except for the steep of the play field, the 6.5 degrees or whatever the hell you're doing. The reflection point is generally going to be like that, because if you draw a line right at this point, it'll then reflect up, and eventually make it kind of around. And this, as you can see, this is going to rattle a little bit if you get it really high up. There's no question about that. But the width of the ball will prevent that, because a ball is not that small. A ball is more like that size. So the entry point of this is always going to be more down here, which will reflect much more up that way and around. And just after a couple hits, once you're going along with your curve, the ball will just roll around it. You don't have to worry about going to like infinite bounces. It'll just kind of curve. But the first couple bounces are always going to be like off that reflection point until it gets curved. So again, if your ball kind of goes in right here, well, what's the reflection point at this point? If you draw a straight line, the reflection point is going to be like that, and then it just goes right up and around. So that's how I kind of do it, and how I kind of look at it when drawing it. And I use SolidWorks, so I can make a sketch that attaches to a point and attaches to another point, and see where that kind of bounces a little bit, and see what the reflection points are. Any other questions on?
A little bit of quick and dirty with that
Yep.
VPX by using fake ramps. So I'll make a ramp that has an entry width of 5 and an exit of 80, so it makes a nice cone.
Yeah.
And then I estimate where on the flipper I expect, if I was playing a game for the first time, I would try around here. I anchor my 5 there, and then I drag my 80 to my shot entrance, and you can see the cone that you're going to have to deal with, and then you can just like mark a bunch of points on your rail, do your reflections,
Yeah.
and it's nice, quick, dirty, easy to find out if you're just going to immediately rattle out or not.
Right.
But
yeah, with VPX, that using a ramp is a great way to do it. With SolidWorks, you can just have a sketch that has a small 1.5 or 1 1.25 inch at the end and 2 inch at the top, and then you can just kind of drag the thing around. You can even use like spheres and sweeps and tangents and whatnot if you want to be fancy, but that's work. So that's kind of how I do that. Are there any other questions related to this kind of thing? All right, so as I'm drawing these sketches, my first sketches are going to be really quick and dirty, like somewhat straight or somewhat, maybe this angle is right, but Then I go back and I kind of refine, and you can see like this curve on the ramp or this roundness has a lot of sketch lines around it, because and the darker your sketch line is, the closer to probably what you want. Kind of like in animation, the darker your line is what your actual thing is going to be. As far as where other things go, I tend to use rubber posts a lot, like the little rubber bumper posts in between things. And once I get my shots right, I turn those rubber bumper posts into spot targets. And now, if I want spot target somewhere, I'll just put it where I want it. But if you have a bumper post, you don't necessarily want to just shoot the damn post of it straight up the middle. You want it to do something. You could use a piezo sensor. I don't know. Who knows what a piezo sensor is? Yeah. You could use one of those to detect an impact. It's going to be very noisy with all the other clicking, clacking that a pinball machine can do. But it is possible. They use those on Tato Drum Master, the big drum arcade game, so you can do it. And there's a couple Williams games in the past, some prototypes that actually use them too. It would be tricky to get the software right, like generally consistently right with that though. So targets best. Okay, so I would take a sketch like this. I would bring it onto a piece of wood in SolidWorks, and it'll eventually turn into the thing over here, which I'll load up. Here. Yeah, I don't want to save. Just load it. It'll turn into this, kinda. Again, I made this in 2 months. It's not very clean. Please excuse all the muck. But if we do a top down of this, and we do a sketch, a see-through sketch. No, that's not what I want. I want to zoom in. Come on. Yeah. A lot of these lines you see, except for this ramp, because it's clear, because of course it is. Can I make that a little bit nicer? Yeah, there we go. You can see a lot of these guys that I have in this sketch here, translated directly into this, generally speaking, it's a lot cleaner because I'm now using CAD. I'm now making my curves and arcs, legitimate curves and arcs, and not just fuzzy little hairballs around these things. But it's stuck closely the same. I then cut this playfield. I usually don't put the inserts in yet. I do have the insert holes here. Let me isolate this for a second. There we go. Playfield. Ignoring the, I think I can hide the insert holes, right? Yeah. Let's hide that. Let's hide that. Really? Can I? Okay, I can't. Never mind. Yeah, so this is what the playfield is when I'm ready to cut it. Every ramp has a, God damn it, I wish I had my mouse. Every ramp has a little footprint on it, so it kind of sinks a little bit low and has a nice curve into it. It also helps me know where the hell to line it up. Every rail has a dimple, so I know where to mount the thing when I'm ready to go. All the GI holes are cut through, obviously. I have other random holes like this thing or this thing just for through holes and wire holes and access holes and things to this. God damn it. I zoom one way and it goes this way. And yeah, so when I go to CNC this thing, I actually have a couple different passes. I have the regular cut pass, which I use a 2mm half-inch bit for. And then I have a secondary tool pass that I use a ball nose bit, a 1-inch ball nose bit for the plunger lane. So, and if I wanted to be ambitious, I could do the backside too. I have to do that with Haunted Cruise, and I have to do that with Magic Forest because I have inlays on there for either magnets or LCDs. For this, I don't, so I just cut the top and say the hell with it. The only thing I'm missing is T-nut holes on the other side and some dimples, but it doesn't really matter, so to speak. And that's generally it for the playfield. Then you have a playfield you can start populating. Now, as far as everything else, it's just a lot of busy work making the stuff. The ramps start off with a solid. You can then curve it and do whatever you want. I then cut all the bucks out. I think I have pictures of this here in somewhere. Sketches, work in progress. Yeah. Yeah, I do have something in here. No, I don't have something in here. Nope, I don't have any pictures of this because why? Oh, wait, maybe? No. Okay, but I do have pictures of when I hand cut this shit. Don't hand cut this stuff. I almost lost my finger on stream hand cutting this stuff. Yeah. Oh, and if you do hand cut it, wear gloves. But I use Send Cut Send now. But I used to hand cut these things by tracing stuff out. And yeah, there's my tools, the shears and the little nibblers. Yep. Yeah, not the Futurama kind of nibbler. And that's kind of what it looks like. Now, okay, this I think, is this a Send Cut Send one? No, it's not. But once I have these flats, I use clamps or I use fingers or something, and I bend all the little flat pieces and I bend it into shape, and it'll eventually fit kind of where I want it to, and ultimately break because this is thin metal. I'm now using actual 16th inch stainless steel, not this Home Depot crap. But it works fine. You know, that's more or less the sheet metal. It just takes some busy work to do. Any questions of what I'm... Yes. What is precisely?
Well, I have...
Well, what is your tolerance percent?
I have one where it's, if I'm a millimeter one way, the ball path will cause it to crash on something. If it's a millimeter up the other way, it crashes on something on the other side of the play field.
So you have a 1 millimeter tolerance, basically?
Yeah.
That's too tight.
That's too tight?
Yeah. You want human level slop in there, basically. You can get down, so you can get down to millimeter level preciseness when you're not trying to shoot something, you're not trying to have the ball kind of flop and guide somewhere. But if you expect the exit of something to seamlessly go into something else that's really tight, it ain't gonna happen. Your exit usually needs to be like into a V entrance type of thing, so it can kind of eat it like a snake. I do have an example of that, which is probably something y'all want to see and are waiting to see if I close this. Because I did some redesign work on a little known game that I have out here. This thing. So if I peel away some of these layers, because each one of these is its own assembly. Hide up here. And, oh yeah, I have to hide this. And I should hide this. All right, so this left entrance here, yeah, let me zoom in. I want the exit of this little spinny ramp to go into the entrance of this. And it works sometimes. It depends on what people have shook, and it depends on what the angle of this ramp is, because I can kind of twist it a little bit. If you notice, though, it's got like a wide open snake mouth. It's not like a really tight tolerance to get in there. Otherwise, it'll never make it in there. Just like the ramps and everything that we were talking about, making that V-type shape to see where the ball goes. Anytime the ball leaves any space, you need to start making that V. And if it's something that you've powered, you can make that V like more narrow. But if something gravity is going to take, you kind of need to make that V with kind of like a slack jaw coming down, because it will dribble out of whatever you want and not do what you want. So yeah, that's that thing. And the original version of this game, before my modification, didn't have a target right here. This target was way in the back over here, which I hated because I want full orbits both ways. So I moved the target over here, and this path used to be even bigger. It used to be like this gaping thing just to suck anything down into it. But you didn't really need that ultimately, so that's why I shrunk it, but I still made it large enough to try and catch. Something else you may notice, the lower part of this guide is straight and flat. That way, any ball kind of coming this way can ricochet in. But this is slightly curved in. That is specifically for this to catch in an angle and loop around really quickly. And again, it mostly works, usually, kind of. Yeah.
I know you're in the CAD phase now from the Frankenstein. You go right to CAD, but say you were still in that Frankenstein phase. Going from paper to rail, it feels different. Do you know of any good, like, other than the hand cutting, sourcing metal? Or just a way of making something to see if it'll work quick? 'Cause,
I
like,
mean, you can buy aluminum strips and kind of cut them down and tape them in. I did that sometimes. You can get metal strips, do that. Really, anything I tried always sucked. But another philosophy I take in mind is if you're doing it more organically with like paper and whatnot, if your stuff works in paper, it'll work really well in metal and plastic. So make it work with paper. Then that friction is gone once it's normal. And if your ramps can work without a ramp flap, that's even better. Because when we put the ramp flap, forget about it. Just bump the coil down on your flippers because you won't need the higher coil. Yeah, all right, so that's kind of design. Now, some people might want me to go on. Does anyone else have any questions on, like, some playfield design? I'm glossing over some of it, but which isn't, I wanted to do more design work, but I tried to talk a little bit more some details and things. And I can switch over to some software a little bit at some point. Most of you use an MPF. This will mean nothing to you because I hate MPF. But any software engineer or anyone else will recognize this is a class. These are the things that I do. So, and any more questions, comments? No? All right. So, yeah, this is the circus design I did in a month, ish. Actually, most of this I did in one weekend. So, what? Have you not played it? What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here! Go in and play it. Yeah, it's over there. You can go play it. Yeah. Yeah. The vast majority I got done in one weekend. Then I add the main playfield. It took maybe a couple weeks for me to get because I made all the little changes. The mini playfields, it's just the little detail things like maybe this metal form up here. This metal form up here took a little bit for me to kind of figure out from all the pictures that were there. And no, I didn't want to do it that. No, show me. I want to hide. I want to isolate. Where's my? Thank you. This thing is a pain in the ass to bend, and it just doesn't want to zoom in. This thing is a pain in the ass to bend. But I did it. Yeah, none of the other ones are this. The biggest problem is how it folds into itself, which in the future, if I redo the playfield, I'm gonna probably make this in two parts, not a single part. And I'm not gonna put this V in. The original one had a V in there, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. The other playfield. Let's undo this. Exit isolate. That's what I want. This one down here was again based on looking at things, and I do need to not isolate this. Actually, I can isolate this thing, can't I? Ring. Can I isolate that? No, but of course I can't. All right. No, that was the playfield. Can I do the whole? No. All right, anyways, this thing is actually in two parts. It has a standard opto bracket on it, and then a piece of folded metal. This was a lot easier to bend. Again, rotate. It doesn't have all the folds into itself, and then I just rivet that other bracket onto the thing. I just need to make sure these two holes line up properly, otherwise the opto isn't going to see each other. So I'm going to redo the other one like that at some point. Then it'll be a little bit nicer. I think I have an image of what that actually looks like. It doesn't look nearly as nice as that building over here. Maybe. here we go. Yeah, look at it. See, so it's a little curved, but it works. Oh. I have fingers that I can put on a clamp and so I can get some of that, but they're not going to fit in this section. So that was pliers and bending and manhandling and swearing and throwing it and whatever it took to get. I tried to put the whole thing on the clamp and just squish it, and then it bent all out of form, and I'm like. and this is Sencut Sen's real stainless steel, so it's not easy to bend. Okay, yeah, here's the other one. It's just simple couple bends and then this thing. I chose not to rivet it, I chose to screw it, so if I need to take something off, I more easily could, and it didn't make any difference. I don't have the nice press rivets, I use the pop rivets, so a screw head and a pop rivet head is very similar to each other. This is the lift mechanism, which is also a bent piece of metal. Wait, no, that's that. Oh yeah, here's the front of that other one. This is a bent piece of metal, came all flat. I didn't bend it right, so things bind. Oh well, it kind of works. But yeah, it all came flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bends needed to be on there perfectly. This is why I say don't do millimeter precision, because you're never going to get it. Any questions on any other questions? No? All right, software. As I say, my software is different. No, don't say. Please, thank you. Let's close all this stuff. Oh. So I use Unity, as I kind of mentioned in the past and at the previous homebrew section. And I've built, over the course of these past 10 years, a standard engine that I can just take and plop, and I automatically, without even trying, have a game that supports 4 players, 3 or 5 balls, kind of sort of tilts. They're disabled because they break things. Score bit, and attract mode sequencing, and all top 10 lists and all that. It's all just natively built into it, which is one of the reasons I can make a playfield and then poof, all of a sudden flip it. Oh, that's the other thing I can talk about. My wiring. Before I'd wire a game, a lot of people just kind of willy-nilly wire things and kind of shoot from the hip when they wire. I always make a wiring list. I always organize what I want to wire, what colors they're going to be, and where they're going to go. Bigger? What? Make the screen. Yeah, the screen. There we go. More. There. Get glasses. So this is Luau's switch wiring. As you can see, I use every single switch I possibly can for the back box, which is essentially, it's a waste of a 48 switch thing. I only use 10 switches in the back box. The start button, the tilt, which is wired, but again, disabled for now. I want people to shake the hell out of that game and just have fun. And the last bank is all the score reel stuff, the 0 and the carries, because I have 4 score reels that fits really nicely into an 8 bank. Yeah, so 10 switches out of 32 switches. So I have 22 switches left. I'm glad I have that board. The game, however, the main playfield, however, I use everything. I guess, no, except for these two, because the roto target doesn't have that. And if you notice, every one of my rows, or the column bank, I call it a bank, every one of my banks has a specific wire type. So I have white for the primary plunger, and well, this would have an auto plunger, but it has the plunger lane, the flippers, the standard slings and everything. Then yellow for the next bank, blue for the next bank, orange, and they're all striped, so everything is a standard stripe. Black, brown, red, orange, yellow, gray, blue, violet, and I move the gray around, so gray is usually the color that it is of. So the yellow one, instead of it being orange yellow, it's orange white. I guess, I didn't have white. Well, white, you can't have white, so white gray makes sense here, right? So this would be yellow white instead of yellow yellow, because what is yellow yellow? It's just solid yellow. Yeah. This is not a switch matrix. This is using fast. It's all direct switches. I wish it was a switch matrix. I wouldn't have to have 80 different types of wires if it was a switch matrix. But, say la vie. Blue and orange. And if you ask me to lift up any of my games, you'll see, except for Haunted Cruise and Frozen, because I Mickey Mouse that a little bit. But from Magic Forest forward, if I lift it up, you'll be able to see every single color, every single thing has its own line. I also just, from the original switch matrices, usually green was like a return line in a lot of systems, or a common line. I still use that for this. So for instance, if you see green, blue, you know that's green is part of the blue bank and all the blue switches. So it just makes it really easy. I mean, in theory, I could say like blue, black is the return line or the ground line, but I like to keep the green so I can just very easily find that and color coordinate it. So I define all of this before I do any wiring. And now that I've done a whole bunch of games, I actually have a standard wiring that I do for all my flippers and all my banks. So I can take Magic Forest and put it in the Christmas Countdown cabinet, and the flippers will work and the trough will work, because that's just a standard bank that I use. And vice versa, with Haunted Cruise and Frozen, I can do the same thing. I can't do Haunted Cruise into Magic Forest because that's my custom driver versus fast. I am planning on converting Frozen and Haunted Cruise to fast, though. So you eventually can swap any of my playfields into any of the other cabinets because it's all the same. You don't need to do this when you're designing your own game, but if you want maintenance ability, this is vital. Because now I can just give anyone this and say, fix the game, and they'll be able to figure out what's not working. Seth even went through Haunted Cruise, so he is now a Haunted Cruise expert. He can fix anything in that. All right, so with that said, how much time do I have left? Am I being kicked out? What's going on? I have half hour? All right, you guys can get another half-hour nap as a so let's go to what is this, Luau? Let's go to Luau. This is happening, yeah. In my platform also, I have a debug menu that I can bring up with tab, and I can see every switch connected. I can see all of my LEDs. I can't lean back. I wanted to lean back. All of my LEDs, what they're doing, what the latest switch is. Yeah, so here's my little debug view that I can kind of bring up. Eventually, I'm going to clean this up a little bit more and make it in an operator menu so you can see all this stuff. But for now, it's just me. Also, it has the Scorbit QR codes, both the Connect and the register, if I want to, and a little console and things. For Luau, I have another set of 4 digits. These represent the score wheels. Before I even hooked up the score wheels, I had them working in code here. Then it just, poof, worked once I connected the switches with real hardware. So let's turn this on. Let's give this a run. So every one of my games, some of you may have seen, it has this boot up screen. This connects to my server, or this connects to the Unity servers because I use Unity Cloud for everything. This connects to remote configs. This connects to analytics, all kinds of things. All my games use remote analytics, so I can look to see what everybody's playing, what modes they played, and all that fun stuff. As I say, if I press tab, you can see on the left here, this is the LED texture. So what MPF does, it makes like slideshows or something for their light shows. I just have a whole bunch of layers in a Unity scene right over here that if you turn it around, you can see they're all kind of layered on top of each other with what I want. And based on the Z, things go in front of other things and override what's behind it. And then I save this to a rendered camera, which is attached over control camera. And the texture is here. So this texture right here, which is teeny tiny, because I don't need anything bigger than a 64 by 64 pixel texture for the lamps, and it's really expensive to sample things back into things. This isn't updating dynamically, but if I click this if I move the mouse around, you can kind of see the textures updating. So every frame, it takes a snapshot of this texture. And every frame, I sample my lights that I have positioned explicitly in spots. So right here, for instance, are my controlled lamps, which are all black right now. But the controlled lamps also render to their own textures, so I can do different effects maybe on the control lamps versus the GI or the GI or everything and whatnot. So if I take this control lamp and I make it not black, where's my this? Oh no, I'm doing it with vertex colors. I can't do that here. But if I made this not black, then you'd see like a little white light, like over here, like wherever that is. So that's how I'm doing my light shows. Every one of my games does this. This also allows me to just spawn a prefab, which is a Unity game object that has its own set of code and things. So if I want like a big sweeping effect during a game when you hit a target, I spawn a prefab and it just goes whoosh across the entire texture and it just covers whatever I want. Now also for switches, if we look at this texture right here, all my switches are attached to keyboard keys. And if so as I'm touching around, you can kind of see some of them are turning green. That's because I'm spoofing key presses. So if I wanted to play this game right now, I need the trough filled in. I need to press the start button. Then if I press A, I'm now on the plunger lane. And now typically you would release the plunger, and that's the equivalent of just releasing the plunger. So now my skill shot is lit, which is connected to either the skill shot scoop or a couple other targets. So let's say I hit, well, that didn't matter. So now I missed the skill shot and I got an in lane, so now this light came on. I accidentally hit one of these lights, so if I hit this a few more times, those lights will come on. And I program my games like this. Once I know that the mechanics work and the switches work, I just sit at home and I just play with things and I see how things all work. And then maybe I'll go and I'll push an update every once in a while. And yeah, you can see the score rules are going up because I pressed a lot of targets. So I mimic it in real time as though it's pulsing. So whatever the same pulse delay that I would have on that's doing the pulse delay of and the counting up of. And then if I drain through the center, well, I get no points and it switches to the next ball. And I can see I'm now in ball 2, which is small for you guys, but it's right up here in ball 2. And if I'm done, left flipper, which is the left arrow key, start button, I hold that for a couple seconds and the game will end and go back to the attract mode with everything. So I get all the mechanics working, I get all the lights working by just making sure that it's linked properly with the game and with the game code. Then I just write C# code, like standard C# object-oriented code, just at home, sitting in a chair, sitting on the toilet, whatever. And it usually works. Yeah. I don't hate fast. I use fast. What do you... Oh, I just don't like the Python language. And I don't like YAML. Yeah, I'm a snob. I'm C++ in assembly, so any other questions?
With C++, there's no negative.
No, there's only minus. I agree. I agree. Yeah. All right. I think that's going to be about it. That's a little bit more. Oh, you have a question? Yep.
What was your work experience like before the job 10 years ago that you started designing?
I'm a game programmer. I've been writing video games since the 3rd grade. That's what I live, breathe, and eat.
And that were you East Coast?
Oh, I'm in Massachusetts. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I started off writing DS games, then I went PSP, PS3, and I do mobile now. Yeah, PS3 in the 90s. Yeah. Aaron. What got me into writing pinball code?
You made video games, so why pinball then? What
Well,
what was the changeover?
There's no difference. Both are immediate dynamic game systems. One just controls something physical. One just controls something digital.
Well, when did you swap over from doing like DS games and those things to making pinball machines?
Oh, when I worked on Pinballistic for PS3, I learned what pinball was, and I learned that there's rules in it, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. I like animatronics. This is animatronics, but fun. So, yeah. Question?
How has your playfield design philosophy evolved in making all these games?
All right, playfield design philosophy evolved over making all these, or during making all these games. I don't know. I don't like making the same thing twice if I can help it, which is really difficult. Like, making a fan layout isn't that bad because it's a fan. If you want to deviate from that and make interesting shots, it takes a lot of rumination sometimes. Like, I have another 20-odd sketches, kind of like what I showed you, of just other layouts that I'm still thinking about and deciding on. And some of them will probably never come to light, and I might take a couple and mash them together because I like how something works, but I don't like how something else works on it. So, I mean, I don't know. Most of my design philosophy has come from a little bit of trial and error, but also just really hardcore studying how System 11 and WPC era games are composed, the materials that are composed, why they feel solid versus some of the 2000 era games feel a little light. Like, even though it's the same, but why does it just have that feeling? Like, the airiness versus the completeness. And why does it feel like something is more of a world under glass than something else? Like, that's the kind of thing I kind of focus on and try to understand. Yeah. Yeah.
Is the Unity thing, have you ever thought about putting that on like GitHub? Because I think that would be useful for a lot of people.
If you want to make a game with my platform, you're welcome to. Otherwise, trade secret. The fast the DLL for fast is on GitHub for everybody, but just my whole system is not.
So Lynn, I think I've asked you this before. Do you have preferred hardware you use for the pop bumpers, for the flipper assemblies, things like that? You typically use Williams. I know what you use for the.
Yeah, so I prefer the System 11 flippers that have the capacitor on it because I only need to use one driver instead of two, which is really nice. Also, the first time I brought Haunted Cruise here, I had a hold coil get stuck on, and I didn't know it because the flipper wasn't up, and I could smell it from the other side of the room. So after that, I said, screw that. At least if the flipper was stuck, like if the transistor was stuck with one of those System 11 flippers, it'd be up, and I'd be able to see that, oh, why is this up? But it was literally stuck down, and because it was on for a little longer, it just fused down, so it just wouldn't go up. And walking around, you wouldn't know if no one was on it. So that's why I use that. And for the jet bumpers, I used to use the Williams style, but that's a pain in the ass to line up underneath and everything, especially for development. So final versions of layouts, I'll probably switch to that just because it's in wood and it's kind of nice. But for development, I use the Stern Data East full plastic assembly. It's just a 2.5-inch hole. You drop it right in, and the little spoon is always perfectly lined up, mostly, and you don't really need to make many adjustments. As far as anything else, I usually lean more towards the Williams thing. Unless Williams didn't have it, then I'll go to like a Stern. I may replace the coil with a Williams coil, though. Any other questions? No? Oh, wait. Oh, well. All right. I got a. I've always wanted to make a wedge head because wedge heads are kind of neat, and I actually designed another wedge head that I want to make as well, called the Joint. And the whole point of it is trying to roll. And there's going to be 2 score reels: a score reel for the main score and the score reel for how many times you've rolled it. And the catch line is how many times have you rolled a joint. And I only want to make the game for that joke, and I have a layout for it. But yeah, I've always wanted to make a wedge head. They're fun. I played in classics leagues, and you know, the classic games definitely have different feels than modern games or contemporary games where shoot the shot, coming back, and all that. Classic games is shoot the shot. Uh-oh, now what? And it's fun. It's definitely a more wild ball type of thing. So I got a domino from EMP, and my requirement was design a game only using the parts from Domino. And if it wasn't on, I want to put a spinner on it, but Domino didn't have a spinner, so I can't use a spinner. And I rejiggered things around, cut a new playfield, and that's a luau. I got the playfield designed in about a day. I then printed it up on paper, showed it to folks at EMP just to get opinions. You can't make these things in a vacuum. It may seem like I make it in a vacuum, but I don't. I ask people constantly about this stuff. Anyway, so I brought the printout to EMP, and while I was looking at it, like in real full sheet, I'm like, oh, this isn't gonna work right. It looks great in CAD, but in real life, just looking at it, it just isn't gonna work. So I was redrawing and like on that piece of paper, like all kinds of scribbles, like I need to move this here, I need to move that, and it's mostly in the upper corner in some of the guides. And then the next one was just the cut, and the first cut that you see now. So that's a luau. Oh, also, everybody under the sun makes a tiki game, so I wanted to make a tiki thing, but instead it's luau, so it's kind of different. Any other questions? Oh. Hey. Can I unplug?
Next seminar will be 5 o'clock.